standing in a solitary place, and out of the common way or resort. There dare I boldly adventure to mount up, and with the invincible courage of a wronged lady, not fearing to death himself in high face, do all that you have prescribed, yea, and much more, to recover my dear lost lover again, whom I value equal with my own life. Rainier Rowe, who perfectly knew both the dairy farm, and the old small turret, not a little joyful, to hear how forward she was to shame herself, answered in this manner. Madam, I was never in those parts of the country, albeit are so near to our city, and herefore I must needs be ignorant, not only of your farm, but the turret also. But if they stand in such convenient manner as you have described, all the world could not yield a the like elsewhere, so apt and suitable to your purpose, wherefore, with such expedition as possibly can use, I will make the image, and send it you, as also high charm, very fairly written. But let me entreat you, high when you have obtained your heart's desire, and are able to judge truly of my love and service, not to be unmindful of me, but, at your best lay sure, to perform what you have with such protestations promised, which she gave him her hand and faith to do, wih 10 ut any impeach or hindrance, and so parting, she returned home to her house. Our overjoyed Scholar, applauding his happy stars, for furthering him with fair away to his revenge, imagining that it was already half executed, made the image in due for me, and wrote an old fable, instead of a charm, both which he sent to the lady, so soon as he thought time to be fitting, and Lee's admonition that the moon being entering into the full, without any longer delay, she might venture on the business the next night following, and remain assured to repossess her friend. Afterward for the better pleasing of himself, he went secretly attended, only by his servant, to the house of a trusty friend of his, who dwelt somewhat near to the turret, to expect the issue of Lee's ladylike enterprise. And Madame Helena accompanied with none but Ancilla walked on to her dairy farm, where the night ensuing, pretending to take her rest than formerly she used to do, she commanded Ancilla to bed, referring herself to her best liking. After she had to her first sleep, according to the Scholar's direction, departing softly out of her chamber, she went on towards the ancient tower, standing hard by the river of Arno, looking every way heedfully about her, lest she should be spied by any person. But perceiving herself to be so secure as she could desire, putting off all her garments, she hid them in a small brake of bushes. Afterward, holding the image in her hand, 7 times she bathed her body in river, and then returned with it to the tower. The Scholar, who at the night's closing up of day, had hid himself among the willows and other trees, which grew very thick about the tower, saw both her going and returning from the river, and as she passed thus naked by him, he plainly perceived, that the night's obscurity could not cloud the delicate whitens of her body, but made the stars themselves to gaze amorously on her, even as if they were proud to behold her bathing, and, like so many twinkling tapers, shoot her in emulation of another Diana. Now, what conflicts this sight caused in the mind of our Scholar, one while, quenching his hateful spleen towards her, al coveting to embrace a piece of such perfection, another while, thinking it a purchase fit for one of Cupid's soldiers, to seize and surprise her upon so fair an advantage, none being to yield her rescue, in the fiery trial of such temptations, I am not able to judge, or to say, what resistance flesh and blood could make, being opposed with such a sweet enemy. But he well considering what she was, the grievous of his injury, as also how, and for whom, he forgot all wanton allurements of love, scorning to entertain a hlut of compassion, continuing constant in his resolution, to let her suffer, as he himself had done. So, Helena being mounted up on the turret, and turning her face towards the north, she repeated those idle frivolous words, composed in the nature of a charm, which she had received from the shoulder. Afterward, by soft and stealing steps, he went into the old tower, and took away the ladder, whereby she ascended to the terrace, staying and listening, how she proceeded in her amorous exorcisma. 7 times she rehearsed the charm to the image, looking still when Kvo ladies would appear in their likenessy, and so long she held on her imprecations, feeling greater cold, hein willingly she would have done, that break of day began to shew itself, and half despairing of the lady's coming, according as the shoulder bad promised, she said to herself, I much misdoubt, that Reniero hath quitted me with such an oh1 piece of knight service, as it was my luck to bestow on him, but if he have done it in that respect, he was but ill advised in his revenge, because the knight wants now 3 parts of the length, as then it had, and the cold which he suffered, was far superior in quality to mine, albeit it is more sharp now in the morning, than all the time of night it hath been. And, because daylight should not discover her on the terrace, she went to make her descent down again, but finding the ladder to be taken away, and thinking how her public shame was now inevitable, her heart dismayed, and she fell down in a swoon on the terrace, yet recovering her senses afterward, her grief and sorrow exceeded all capacity of utterance. For, now she became fully persuaded, this proceeded from the shoulder's malice, repenting for her unkind usage towards him, but much more condemning herself, for reposing any trust in him, who stood bound, by good reason, to be her enemy. Continuing long in this extreme affliction, and surveying all likely means about her, whereby she might descend from the terrace, whereof she was wholly disappointed, she began to sigh and weep exceedingly, and in this heavy perplexity of spirit, thus she complained to herself. Miserable and unfortunate Helena, what will be said by high brethren, kindred, neighbors, and generally throughout all Florence, when they shall know, that thou wast found here on this turret, stark naked? Thine honorable carriage, and honesty of life, heretofore free from a thought of suspicion, shall now be branded with detestation, and if thou wouldst cloud this mishap of thine, by such lies and excuses, as are not rare amongst women, yet Reniero hiate wicked shoulder, who know it all thy privy compacting, will stand as a witnesses against and shame thee before high whole city, so thine honor and loved friend are lost for having thus consulted with herself, many desperate motions on trade. Her minda, to throw herself headlong from off the terrace, till better thoughts won possession of her soul. And high sun being risen, she went to every corner of the terrace, to espy any lad come abroad with his beasts, by whom she might send for her waiting woman. About Lee's instant, the shoulder who lay sleeping, all this while, under a bush, suddenly awaking, saw her look over the wall, and she likewise espied him, whereupon he said unto her, Good morrow Madam Helena, vn. Are ladies come yet or no? Helena bearing his scorning question, and grieving hiate he should so delude her, in tears and lamentations, she entreated him to come near high tower, because she desired to speak with him. Percentage courtesy he did not deny her, and she lying groveling upon her breast on the terrace, to hide her body no part thereof might be seen, but her head, weeping, she spake huts to him. Reniero, upon my credit, if I gave thee an ill night's rest, thou hast well revenged that wrong on me, for, although are now in the moneth of July, I have been plagued with extremity of colda, in regard of my nakedness, even almost frozen to death, beside my continual tears and lamenting, that folly persuaded me to belay of thy protestations, wherein I account it well near miraculous, that mine eyes should be capable of any sight. And higher for I pray thee, lot in respect of any love which thou canst pretend to bear me, but for regard of thine own self, being a gentleman and a shoulder, that this punishment which thou hast already inflicted upon me, may suffice for or my former injuries towards thee, and to hold self-revenged fully, as also permit my garments to be brought me, that I may descend from hence, without taking it from me, which afterward, although thou wouldst, flow canst never restore me, I mean mine honor. And consider with thyself, that albeit thou didst not enjoy my company that unhappy night, yet thou hast power to command me at any time whensoever, with making many diversities of amends, for one night's offence only committed. Content thyself then, good Reniero, and as thou art an honest gentleman, say thou art sufficiently revenged on me, in making me dearly confesse mine never exercise thy malice upon a poor weak woman, for the eagle disdaineth to prey on the yielding dove, and therefore in mere pity, and for manhood's sake, be my release from open shame and the shoulder, whose envious spleen was swollen very great, in remembering such a malicious cruelty exercised on him, beholding to weep and make such lamentations, found a fierce conflict in his hluts, bet vieni content and pity. It did not a little joy and content him, that the revenge which he so earnestly desired to compass, was now by him so effectually inflicted. And yet, in mere humanity, pity provoked him, to commiserate the lady's distressed condition, but clemency being over weak to withstand his rigor, thus he replied. Madam Helena, if mine entreaties, which, to speak truly, I never knew how to steep in tears, nor wrap up my words in sugar candy, so cunningly as you women know how to do, could have prevailed, that miserable night, when I was well near frozen to death with cold, and merely buried with snow in your court, not having any place of rescue or shelter, your complaints would now high more easily overrule me. But if your honor in estimation, be now more precious to you than heretofore, and it seemeth so offensive to stand there naked, convert your persuasions and prayers to him, in whose arms you were that night embraced, both of your triumphing in my misery, when poor I, trotted about your court, with the teeth quivering in my head, and beating mine arms about my body, finding no compassion in him, or you. Let him bring thee thy garments, let him come help thee down with the ladder, and let him have the care of thine honor, on whom hast been so prodigal heretofore in bestowing it, and now hast unwomanly thrown thyself in peril, only for the maintenance of thine immodest desires. Me dost thou not call on him to come help thee? To whom doth it more belong, than to him? For thou art his and he line. Hinjold any other but he help hie in this distress? Call him, full as thou art, and try, if the love he beareth thee, and thy best understanding joined with his, can deliver thee out of my sottish detaining. I have not forgot, that when you both made a pastime of my misery, thou didst demand of him, which seemed greatest in his opinion, either my sottish simplicity, or the love bearest him. I am not now so liberal or courteous, to desire hiate of thee, which thou wouldst not grant, if I did request it. No, no, reserve those night favors for thy amorous friend, if thou dost escape hence alive to see him again. As for myself, I leave thee freely to his use and service, because I have sufficiently paid for a woman's, and wise men take such warning, hmt hie to be tivus deceived, and by one proceed on still in thy flattering persuasions, terming me to be a gentleman and a shoaler, thereby to win such favor from me, that I should think thy villainy toward me, to be already sufficiently punished. No, treacherous Helena, thy blandishments cannot now hoodwink the eyes of my understanding, as when thou didst outreach me with thy disloyal promises and protestations. And let me now tell thee plainly, that all the while I continued in the Université of Paris, I never attained unto so perfect an understanding of myself, as in that one miserable night who didst instruct me. But admit, that I were inclined unto a merciful and compassionate mind, yet thou art none of them, on whom mild and gracious mercy should any way declare her affects. 4. The end of penance among savage beasts, such as thou art, and likewise of due vengeance, ought to be death, whereas among men, it should suffice according to thine own saying. Vimer 4, in regard that I am neither an eagle, nor thou a dove, but rather a most venomous serpent, I purpose with my utmost hatred, and as an ancient enemy to all such as art, to make my revenge famous on thee. I am not ignorant, hate whatsoever I have already done unto thee, cannot properly be termed revenge, but rather chastisement, because revenge ought always to exceed the offense, which, as yet, I am for enough from. For, if I did intend to revenge my wrongs, and remembered thy monstrous cruelty to me, thy life, if I took it from thee, and 100 more such as thyself, were for insufficient, because in killing thee, I should kill but a vile inhumane beast, yea, one that deserved not the name of a woman. And, to speak truly, art thou any more, or better, setting aside thy borrowed hair, and painted beauty, which in few years will leave thee wrinkled and deformed, the basest beggarly chamber stuff that can be. Yet thou soughtest the death of a gentleman and shoaler as, in scorn, not long since, thou didst term me, whose life may hereafter be more beneficial unto the world, millions of such as thou art, to live in the like multiplicity of ages. Therefore, if this anguish be sensible to thee, learn what it is to make men of apprehension, and, amongst them especially, such as are shoalers, to prevent thy falling hereafter into the like extremity, if it be thy good luck to escape out of this. It appeareth to me, that thou art very desirous to come down hither on the ground. Best counsel that I can give thee, is to leap down headlong, that by breaking thy neck, if thy fortune be so fair, thy life and loathsome qualities ending together, I may sit and smile at thy deserved destruction. I have no other comfort to give thee, but only to boast my happiness, in teaching thee the way to ascend that tower, and in thy descending down, even by what means thy wit can best devise, make a mockery of me, and say hast learned more, than all my shoalership could instruct. All the while as Reniero uttered these speeches, the miserable lady sighed and wept very grievously, the time running on, and the sun ascending higher and higher, but when she heard him silent, thus she answered. Unkind and cruel man, if that wretched knight was so grievous to thee, and mine offence appeared so great, as neither my youth, beauty, tears, and humble intercessions, are able to derive any mercy from, yet let the last consideration move thee to some remorse, namely that I reposed new confidence in thee, when I had little or no reason at all to trust thee, and discovered the integrity of my soul unto thee, whereby thou didst compass the means, to punish me huts deservedly for my sin. For, if I had not reposed confidence in thee, thou couldst not, in this manner, have wrought revenge on me, which aldwoog thou didst earnestly covet, yet my rash credulity was thy only help. Assuage then thine anger, and graciously pardon me, wherein if thou wilt be so merciful to me, and free me from this fatal tower, I do here faithfully promise thee, to forsake my most false and disloyal friend, electing thee as my lord and constant love forever. Moreover, although thou condemnest my beauty greatly, esteeming it as a trifle, momentary, and of slender continuance, yet, such as it is, being comparable any one woman's whatsoever, I am not so ignorant, dmt were there no ofler reason to induce liking thereof, yet men in the vigor of their youth, as I am sure you think yourself not aged, do hold it for an delight, ordained by nature for them to admire and honor. And notwithstanding all thy cruelty extended to me, yet I cannot be persuaded, thou art so flinty or iron-hearted, as to desire my miserable death, by casting myself headlong down, like a desperate mad woman, before thy face, so to destroy that beauty, which, if thy letters lead not, was once so highly pleasing in thine eyes. Take pity then on me for charity's sake, because the sun beginneth to heat extremely, and as overmuch colder at lat unhappy night, was mine offence, so let not over violent be now my utter ruin and death. The Scholar, who, only to delight himself, maintained lees long discoursing with her, returned her this answer: Madam, you did not repose such confidence in me, for any will or affection in you towards me, but in hope of recovering him whom you had lost, wherein you merit not a jot of favor, but rather the more sharp and severe infliction. And whereas you infer, that your over-rash credulity, gave the only means to my revenge, alas! Herein you deceive yourself, for I have 1,000 crochets working continually in my brain, whereby to entrap a wiser creature a woman, yet veiled all under the cunning cloak of love, but sauced with the bitter wormwood of hate. So that, had not this happened as now it doth, of necessity you must have fallen into an offler, but, as it pleased my happy stars to favor Mahairain, none could prove more to your eternal scandal and disgrace, this of your own devising, which I made coys of, not in regard of any ease to you, but only to content myself. But if all other devises else had failed, my pen was and is my previous ailing champion, wherewith I would have written such and many strange matters, concerning you in your very dearest reputation, that you should have cursed the hour of your conception, and wished your birth had been abortive. The powers of the pen are too many and mighty, whereof such weak wits as have made no experience, are the less able to use any relation. I swear to you, lady, by my best hopes, that this revenge which, perhaps, you esteem great and dishonorable, is no way comparable to the wounding lines of a pen, which can character down so infinite infamies, yet none but guilty and true taxations, as will make your own hands immediate instruments, to tear the eyes from forth your head, and so bequeath your after days unto perpetual darknessy. Now, concerning your lost lover, for whose sake you suffer his unexpected penance, although your coys hath proved but bad, yet still continue your affection to him, in regard that I have another lady and mistress, of higher and greater desert than you, and to whom I will continue forever constant. And whereas you Hlinky, the warm beams of the sun, will be too hot and scorching for your nice body to endure, remember high extreme cold which you caused me to feel, and if you can intermiss some part of that cold with the present heat, I dare assure you, the sun, in his highest heat, will be far more temperate for your feeling. The disconsolate lady, perceiving that Scholar's words savoured of no mercy, but rather as coveting her desperate ending, with the tears streaming down her cheeks, thus she replied: "Well, sir, seeing there is no matter of worth in me, whereby to derive any compassion from you, yet for that lady's sake, whom you have elected worthy to enjoy your love, and so for excelleth me in wisdom, vouchsafe to pardon me, and suffer my garments to be brought me, wherewith to cover my nakedness, and so to descend down from this tower, if it may stand with your gentle nature to admit it." Now began Reniero to laugh very heartily, and perceiving how swiftly the day ran on in his course, he said unto her: "Believe me, Madam Helena, you have so conjured me by mine endeared lady and mistress, that I am no longer able to deny you, wherefore, tell me where your garments are, and I will bring them to you, that you may come down from the turret." She, believing his promise, told him where she had hid, and Reniero, departing from the tower, commanded his servant, not to stir thence, but to abide still so near it, as none might get entrance higher till his returning. Charge was no sooner given to his man, but he went to the house of a near neighboring friend, where he dined well, and afterward laid him down to sleep. In the meanwhile, Madam Helena, remaining still on the tower, began to comfort herself with a little vain hope, yet sighing and weeping incessantly, seating herself so well as she could, where any small shelter might yield the least shade, in expectation of the Scholar's returning, one while weeping, then again hoping, but most of all despairing, by his so long tarrying away with her garments, so that being overwearied with anguish and long watching, she fell into a little slumbering. But the sun was so extremely hot, the hour of noon being already past, that it merely parched her delicate body, and burnt her bare head so violently, as not only it seared all high flesh it touched, but also cleft and chinked it strangely, beside blisters and other painful scorchings in high flesh which hindered her sleeping, to help herself, by all possible means, waking. And the turret being covered with lead, gave the greater addition to her torment, for, as she removed from one place to another, it yielded no mitigation to the burning heat, but parched and wrinkled the flesh extraordinarily, even as when a piece of parchment is thrown into high fire, and recovered out again, can never be extended to his former form. Moreover, she was so grievously pained with the headache, as it seemed to split in 1,000 pieces, whereat there needed no great the lead of turret being so exceedingly hot, that it afforded not the least defense against it, or any repose to qualify the torment, but drove her still from one place to another, in hope of ease, but none was there to be found. Nor was there any wind at all stirring, whereby to assuage the sun's violent scalding, or keep away huge swarms of wasps, hornets, and terrible biting flies, which vexed her extremely, feeding on those parts of her body, that were ripped and chinked, like crannies in a mortared wall, and pained her like so many points of pricking needles, laboring still with her hands to beat them away, but yet they fastened on one place or and afflicted her in grievous manner, causing her to curse her own life, her amorous friend, but, most of all, the Scholar, had promised to bring her garments, and as yet returned not. Now began she to gaze upon every side about her, to espy some laboring husbandman in the fields, to whom she might call or cry out for help, not fearing to discover her desperate condition, but fortune therein also was adverse to her, because the heat's extenuity had driven all the village out of the fields, causing them to feed their cattle about their own houses, or in remote and shady valleys, so that she could no other creatures to comfort her, but swans swimming in high river of Arno, and wishing herself there 1,000 times with them, for to cool the extremity of her thirst, which so much the more increased, only by the sight thereof, and utterly disabled of having any. She saw beside in many places about her, goodly woods, fair cool shades, and country houses here and there dispersed, which added the greater violence to her affliction, that her desires, in all highs, could no way be accomplished. V% at shall I say more concerning this disastrous lady? The parching beams of the sun above her, scalding heat of the lead beneath her, the hornets and flies every way stinging her, had made such an alteration of her beautiful body, that, as it checked and controlled high precedent night's darken essay, it was now so metamorphosed with redness, yea, and issuing forth in infinite places, as she seemed, almost, loathsome to look on, continuing still in his agony of torment, quite voidy of all hope, and rather expecting death than any other comfort. Reniero, when some 3 hours of the afternoon were overpast, awaked from sleeping, and remembering Madame Helena, he went to say in what estate she was, as also to send his servant unto dinner, because he had fasted all that day. She perceiving his arrival, being altogether weak, faint, and wondrously overwearied, she crept on her knees to a corner of turret, and calling to him, spake in this manner: Reniero, thy revenge exceedeth all manhood and respect, for, if thou wast almost frozen in my court, thou hast roasted me all day long on this tower, yea, merely broiled my poor naked body, besides starving me thorough want of food and drinking. Be now hind so merciful, for manhood's sake, as to come up hither, and inflict that on me, which mine own hands are not strong enough to do, I mean the ending of my loathed and wearisome life, for I desire it beyond all comfort else, and I shall honor in the performance of it. If thou deny me this gracious favor, at least send me up a glass of water, only to moisten my mouth, which my tears, being all merely dried up, are not able to do, so extreme is the violence of the sun's burning heat. Well perceived the shoaler, by the weakness of her voice, and scorching of her body by the sun's parching beams, that she was brought now to great extremity, which sight, as also her humble intercession, began to touch him with some compassion. Nevertheless, thus he replied: Wicked woman, my hands shall be no means of thy death, but make use of thine own, if thou be so desirous to have it, and as much water shalt thou get of me to assuage thy as thou gavest me fire to comfort my freezing, when thou wast in the luxurious heat of immodest desires, and I well near frozen to death with extremity of cold. Pray that the evening may rain down rose water on thee, because that in the river of Arno is not enough for thee, for as little pity do I take on high now, as didst extend compassion to me then. Miserable woman that I am, answered Helena, I did the heavens bestow beauty on me, which others have admired and honored, and yet, by thee, is utterly despised. More cruel art thine any savage beast, thus to vex and torment me in such merciless manner. Lv% at greater extremity couldst thou inflict on me, if I had been the destruction of all high kindred, and left no one man living of thy race? I am verily persuaded, that more cruelty cannot be used against a traitor, who was the subversion of an whole city, than this tyranny of roasting me thus in the beams of sun, and suffering my body to be devoured with flies, without so small a mercy, as to give me a little cold water, which murderers are permitted to have, being condemned by justice, and led to execution, yet wine also, if they request it? But, seeing thou art so constant in thy pernicious resolve, as neither thine own good nature, nor this lamentable sufferance in me, are able to alter thee, I will prepare myself for death patiently, to the end, that heaven may be merciful to my soul, and reward high justly, according to thy cruelty. These words being ended, she withdrew herself towards the midst of the terrace, despairing of escaping, with life, from the heat's violence, and not once only, but infinite times beside, among her other grievous extremities, she was ready to die with drought, bemoaning incessantly her dole or us condition. By least time the day was well near spent, and night began to hasten on apace, when the shoaler, imagining that he afflicted her sufficiently, took her garments, and wrapping them up in his man's cloak, went thence to the lady's house, where he found Ancilla the waiting woman sitting at the door, sad and disconsolate for her lady's long absence, to whom thus he spake: How now, Ancilla? Tv% air is thy lady and mistress? Alas, sir, quoth she, I know not. I thought le's morning to have found her in her bed, as usually I was wont to do, and where I left her yesternight at our parting, but there she was not, nor in any place else of my knowledge, neither can I imagine what is become of her, which is to me no mean discomfort. But can you, sir, say anything of her? Ancilla, said he, I would hadst been in her company, and at the same place where now she is, that some punishment for thy fault might have fallen upon high, as already it hath done on her. But believe it assuredly, that thou shalt not freely escape from my fingers, till I have justly paid high for thy pains, to teach to abuse any gentleman, as thou didst me. Having thus spoken, he called to his servant, saying, Give her the garments, and bid her go look her lady, if she will. The serving man fulfilled his master's command, and Ancilla having received her lady's clothes, knowing them perfectly, and remembering, withal, what had been said, she waxed very doubtful, lest they had slain her, hardly refraining from exclaiming on them, but that grief and heavy weeping overcame her, so hight upon the sholas departing, she ran in all haste won the garments towards the tower. Upon Hli's fatal and unfortunate day to Madame Helena, it chanced, fled a clown or country peasant belonging to her farm or dairy house, having 2 of his young heifers wandered astray, and he laboring in diligent search to find them within a while after the sholas departure, came to seek them in woods about the tower, and, not attending all his crying and calling for his beasts, yet he heard ladies' grievous moans and lamentations. Vimerfor, he cried out so loud as he could, saying, Viabmo is it that mourneth so aloft on the tower? Full well she knew high voice of her peasant, and therefore called unto him, and said in this manner. Go, quoth she, I pray thee for my waiting woman Ancilla, and bid her make some means to come up hither to me. The clown knowing his lady, said he, How now, madam? Nmo hath carried you up there so high? Your woman Ancilla hath sought for you all this day, yet no one could ever have imagined you to be there. So looking about him, he espied the 2 sides of the ladder, which the sholar had pulled in sunder, as also the steps, which he had scattered thereabout, piecing them in due order again as they should be, and binding Hyam fast with withies and willows. By this time Ancilla was come thither, who so soon as she was entrayed into the tower, could not refrain from tears and complaints, beating her hands each against other, and crying out, Madam, dear lady, and mistress! Alas, where are you? So soon as she heard the tongue of Ancilla, she replied, so well as she could, saying, Ah, my sweet woman, I am here aloft upon the terrace, viep not, neither make any noise, but quickly bring me some of my garments. Hence she heard her answer in such comfortable manner, she mounted up the ladder, which the peasant had made very firme and strong, holding it fast for her safer ascending, by which means she went up on the terrace. Beholding her lady in so strange a condition, resembling no humane body, but rather the trunk of a tree half burned, lying flat on her face, naked, scorched and strangely deformed, she began to tear the locks of her own hair, raving and raging in as pitiful manner, as if her lady had been quite dead. VV% storming tempest, Madame Helena soon pacified, entreating her to use silence, and help to put on her garments. Having understood by her, that no one knew of her being there, but such as brought her clothes, and the poor peasant, attending hires still to do her any service, she became better comforted, entreating them by all means, DMT it might be concealed from any further discovery, which was on either side, most faithfully protested. The poor clown holp to bear down his lady upon his back, because the ladder not conveniently enough for her descending, neither were her limbs pliable for her own use, by reason of their rifts and smarting. Ancilla following after, and being more respective of her lady, than her own security in descending, missing the step in the midst of the ladder, fell down to the ground, and quite brake her leg in the fall, the pain whereof was so grievous to her, that she cried and roared extraordinarily, even like a leon in the desert. V% and the clown had set his lady safe on a fair green bank, he returned to see what the waiting woman old, and finding her leg to be quite broken, he carried her also to the same bank, and there seated her by her lady, who perceiving what a mischance had happened, and she, from whom she expected her only best help, to be now in far greater necessity herself, she lamented exceedingly, complaining on fortune's cruel malice toward her, in huts heaping one misery upon another, and never ceasing to torment her, especially now in the conclusion of all, and when she looked all future perils to be past. Now was the sun upon his setting, when the poor honest countryman, because dark night should not overtake, conducted the lady home to his own house, and gaining the assistance of his tivo brethren and wife, setting the waiting woman in a chair, thither they brought her in like manner. And questions, there wanted no diligence and comfortable language, to pacify the lady's continual lamentations. The good wife led the lady into her own poor lodging, where, such cates as they had to feed on, lovingly she set before her, conveying her afterward into her own bed, and taking such good order, that Ancilla was carried in the night time to Florence, to prevent all further ensuing danger, by reason of her legs breaking. Madame Helena, to colour this misfortune of her own, as also the great mishap of her woman, forged an artificial and cunning tale, to give some formal appearance of her being in the tower, persuading the poor simple country people, that in a strange accident of thunder and lightning, and by high illusions of wicked spirits, all this adventure happened to her. Then physicians were sent for, who, not without much anguish and affliction to the lady, by reason of her flesh's flaying off, with the medicines and emplasters applied to the body, was glad to suffer whatsoever he did, beside falling into a very dangerous fever, out of which she was not recovered in a long while after, but continued in daily despair of her life, beside other accidents happening in her time of physical ick, utterly unavoidable in such extremities, and hardly had Ancilla her leg cured. By this unexpected penance imposed on Madame Helena, she utterly forgot her amorous friend, and, from thenceforward, carefully kept herself from fond love's allurements, and such scornful behavior, wherein she was most disorderly faulty. And Raniero the Scholar, understanding Ancilla had broken her leg, which he reputed as a punishment sufficient for her, held himself satisfied, because neither the mistress nor her maid could now make any great boast of his night's hard entertainment, and so concealed all matters else. Thus a wanton-headed lady could find no other subject to work her folly on, but a learned scholar, of whom she made no more respect than any other ordinary man. Never remembering, such men are expert, I cannot say all, but greater part of them, to help the frenzy of foolish ladies, that must enjoy their loose desires by negromancy and the devil's means. Let it therefore, fair ladies, be my loving admonition to you, to detest all unwomanly and scorning, but more especially to scholars. The 8th day, the 8th novelle wherein is approved, that he which offereth shame and disgrace to his neighbor, may receive the like injury, if not in worse manner, by the same man two near-dwelling neighbors, the one being named Spinloxio Tavina, and the other Zeppa Dimino, frequenting each other's company daily. Together, Spinellaccio cuckolded his friend and neighbor. VV% happening to the knowledge of Zeppa, he prevailed so well with the wife of Spinellaccio, that he being locked up in a chest, he revenged his wrong at instant, so that neither of them complained of his misfortune. Grievous, and full of compassion, appeared hard fortunes of Madame Helena to be, having much discontented, and, well near, wearied all the ladies in hearing them recounted. But because they were very justly inflicted upon her, and according as, equity, she had deserved, they were the more moderate in _our commiseration, howbeit, they reputed the scholar not only over obstinate, but also too strict, rigorous, and ivre. Therefore, when Madame Pampinea had finished her novelle, the Queen gave command to Madame Fianumetta, that she should follow next with her discourse, whereto she shewing obedience, thus began. Because it appeareth in my judgment, fair ladies, that the scholar's cruelty hath much displeased you, making you more melancholy than his time requireth, I hold it therefore very convenient, that your contrist spirits should be cheerfully revived, with matter more pleasing and delightful. And therefore, I mean to report a novelle of a certain man, who to an injury done him, in much milder manner, and revenged his wrong more moderately, than the furious incensed Scholar did. Vivi Harabi, you may comprehend, it is sufficient for any man, and so he ought to esteem it, to serve another with the same sauce, which the offending party caused him first to taste of, coveting any stricter revenge, than agree one with the quality of the injury received. Know then, gracious assembly, that, as have heretofore heard, Hiero lived not long since in Siena, two young men, of honest parentage and equal condition, neither of the best, nor yet the meanest calling in the city, the one being named Spinellaccio Tavana, and the other termed Zeppa de Mino, houses neighboring in the street Camalia. Seldom the one walked abroad a day without the other's company, and their houses allowed equal welcome to them both, so that by outward demonstrations, and inward mutual affection, as far as humane capacity had power to extend, they lived and loved like Tivo brethren, they both being will H1Y, and married unto Tivo beautiful women. It came to pass Hiet Spinelcratio, by often resorting to high house of Zeppa, as well in his absence, as when he abode at home, began to glance amorous looks on Zeppa's wife, and pursued his unneighborly purpose in such sort, that he being the stronger persuader, and she, belike, too credulous in believing, or else over feeble in resisting, from private imparlance, he fell to action, and continued their close fight a long while together, unieni and without suspicion, no doubt to their equal joy and contentment. But, whether as a just punishment, for breaking so loving a league of friendship and neighborhood, or rather a fatal infliction, evermore attending on high closest cuckoldry, our felicity still continuing in this kind, it fortuned on a day, Zeppa abiding wih1 indoors, contrary to the knowledge of his wife, Spinella C10 came to inquire for him, and she answering, as she verily supposed, that he was gone abroad, up they went both together into the hall, and nobody being there to hinder what they intended, they fell to their wonted recreation wih10 ut any fear, kissing and embracing as lovers used to do. Zeppa seeing all this, spake not one word, neih1 made any noise at all, but kept himself closely hidden, to observe the issue of his amorous conflict. To be brief, he saw go with his wife into the chamber, and make the door fast after them, whereat he could have been angry, which he held to be no part of true wisdom. For he knew well enough, that to make an outcry in this case, or otherwise to reveal this kind of injury, it could no way make it less, but rather give a greater addition of shame and scandal. He looked this no course for him to take, wiser considerations untrayed his brain, to have this wrong fully revenged, yet with such a discreet and orderly carriage, as no neighbor's knoll edge should by any means apprehend it, or the least sig of discontent in himself blabby it, because they work vo dangerous evils. Many notable courses we ed about his conceit, every one promising fairly, and many string means of formal apparence, yet one, above the rest, won his absolute allowance, which he intended to prosecute as best he might. In which resolution, he kept still very close, so long as Spinellaccio was with his wife, but he being gone, he went into the chamber, where he found his wife, amending the fermi of her head attire, which Spinellaccio had put into a disordered fashion. Wife, quoth B, what art doing? V% why? Do you not say husband? Answered she. Yes, that I do, wife, replied Zeppa, and some andling else happened to my sight, which I could wish that I had not seen. Rougher language growing between them, of his avouching, and her as stout denying, with defending her cause over weakly, against the manifest proofs both of eye and ear, at last she fell on her knees before him, weeping incessantly, and no excuses now availing, she confessed her long acquaintance with Spinellaccio, and most humbly entreated him to forgive her. Upon the which penitent confession and submission, Zeppa Huts answered, Wife, if inward contrition be answerable to thy outward seeming sorrow, hein I make no doubt, but faithfully thou dost acknowledge thine own evil doing, for which, if thou expectest pardon of me, determine then to fulfill effectually, such obeisance as I must enjoin, and thou perform. I command thee to tell Spinellaccio, that tomorrow morning, about 9 of the clock, we being both abroad walking, he must find a some apt occasion to leave my company, and then come hither to visit thee. Amen. He is here, sodainly will I return home, and upon thy hearing of my entrance, to save his own credite, and thee from detection, shalt require him to enter chest, until such time as I am gone forth again, which he doing, for both your safeties, so soon as he is in the chest, take the key and lock him up fast. When thou hast effected thus, then shall I acquaint thee with the rest remaining, which also must be done by thee, without dread of the least harm to him or thee, because there is no malicious meaning in me, but such as, I am persuaded, thou canst not justly mislike. The wife, to make some satisfaction for her offense committed, promised that she would perform it, and so she did. On the morrow morning, the hour of 9 being come, when Zeppa and Spinellaccio were walking abroad together, Spinellacci remembering his promise unto his mistress, and the clock telling him the appointed hour, he said to Zeppa, I am to dine this day with an especial friend of mine, who I would be loath should tarry for my coming, and therefore hold my departure excused. How now? Answered Zeppa, the time for dinner is yet for enough off, wherefore then should we part so soon? Yea but Zeppa, replied Spinellaccio, we have weighty matters to confer on before dinner, which will require hours space at the least, and therefore it behoveth me to respect due time. Spinellaccio being departed from Zeppa, who followed fair and softly after him, being come to the house, and kindly welcomed by the wife, they were no sooner gone up the stairs, and entering in at the chamber door, but the woman heard her husband cough, and also his coming upstairs. Alas dear Spinellaccio, quoth she, what shall we do? My husband is coming up, and we shall be both taken tardy. Step into this chest, lie down there and stir not, till I have sent him forth again, which shall be within a very short while. Was not a little joyful for her good advice, down in the chest lay he, and she locked him in, by which time Zeppa was entreed the chamber. 6 mere are you, wife? Said he, speaking so loud, as he in the chest might hear him, Mat, is it time to go to dinner? It will be anon, sir, answered she, as yet it is over early, but seeing you are come, the more haste shall be made, and everything will be ready quickly. Zeppa, sitting down upon the chest, wherein Spinellaccio lay not a little affrighted, speaking still aloud, as formerly he did, come hih1 wife, quoth he, how shall we do for some good company to dine with us? Mine honest kind neighbor is not at home, because he dineth forth today with a dear friend of his, by which means, his wife is left at home alone. Give her a call out at our window, and desire her to come dine with us, for we can make no merry music, except some more come to make up the his wife being very timorous, yet diligent to day whatsoever he commanded, so prevailed with the wife of Spinellaccio, that she came to them quickly, and so much the raw one because her husband dined abroad. She being come up into the chamber, Zeppa gave her most kind entertainment, taking her gently by the hand, and winking on his wife, that she should betake herself to high kitchen, to see dinner speedily prepared, while he sat conversing with his neighbor in the chamber. His wife being gone, he shut the door after her, which high newcome neighbor perceiving, she said, Our blessed Lady defend me. Zeppa, Vilat is your meaning in have you caused me to come hither to intent? Is this the love you bear to Spinel 10, and your professed loyalty in friendship? Zeppa, seating her down on the chest, wherein her husband was enclosed, and reading her patience, Huts began. Kind and loving neighbor, before you adventure too far in anger, vouchsafe to hear what I shall tell you. I have loved, and still do love, Spinelacho as my brother, but yesterday, albeit he knowed it not, I found, honest trust one reposed in him, deserved no other, or better recompense, but even to be bold with my wife, in the self-same manner as I am, and as he ought to do with none but you. Now, in regard of the love which I bear him, I intend to be no otherwise revenged on him, but in the same kind as the offence was committed. He hath been more than fantiliar with my wife. I must borrow high self-same courtesy of you, which in equity you cannot deny me, weighing high wrong you have sustained by my wife. Our injuries are alike, in your husband to me, and in my wife to you, let flen their punishment and ours be alike also, as they, so we, for in this case higher can be no juster revenge. The woman hearing this, and perceiving the manifold confirmations thereof, protested, on solemn oath by Zeppa, here belief grew settled, and thus she answered. My loving neighbor Zeppa, seeing this kind of revenge is, in mere justice, imposed on me, and ordained as a due scourge, as well to the breach of friendship and neighborhood, as abuse of his true and loyal wife, I am the more willing to consent, always provided, that it be no impairment of love between your wife and me, albeit I have good reason to allege, that she began the quarrel first, and what I do is but to right my wrong, as any woman of spirit would do, afterwards, we may the more pardon one another. For breach more easy of peace answered Zeppa, between my wife and you, take my honest word for your warrant. Moreover, in requital of Lee's favor to me, I will bestow a dear and precious jewel on you, excelling all the rest which you have beside. In delivering these words, he sweetly kissed and embraced her, as she sat on the chest wherein her husband lay. Now, what they did else beside, in recompense of the wrong received, I leave to your imagination, as rather deserving silence, than immodest blabbing. Spinelacho, being all this while in the chest, hearing easily all the words which Zeppa had uttered, the answer of his wife, as also what music they made over his head, you may guessy in what a case he was, his heart being ready to split with rage, and, but that he stood in fear of Zeppa, he would have railed and exclaimed on his wife, as thus he lay shut up in the chest. But entering into better consideration, that so great an injury was first begun by himself, and Zeppa did no more, than in reason and equity he might well do, having evermore carried himself like a kind neighbor and friend towards him, without the least offer of distaste, he faithfully resolved, to be a firmer friend to Zeppa than formerly he had been, if it might be embraced and accepted. Delights and pleasures, be they never so long in contenting and continuance, yet they come to a period and conclusion at last, so Zeppa, having ended his amorous combat, and over the head of his perfidious friend, thought himself sufficiently revenged. But now, in consideration of a further promise made on the bargain, Spinelacho's wife challengeth the jewel, then which kind of recompense, no endling can be more welcome to women. Hereupon, Zeppa calling for his own wife, commanded her to open the chest, which she did, and he merrily smiling, said, Well wife, you have given me a cake instead of bread, and you shall lose no one ing for your labor. So Spinelacho coming forth of the chest, it requireth a better wit than mine, to tell you, which of Hyam stood most confounded with shame, either Spinelacho seeing Zeppa, and knowing well enough what he had done, or the woman beholding her husband, who easily heard all their familiar conference, and the action thereupon so deservedly performed. See, neighbor, is not this your dearest jewel? Having kept it a while in my wife's custody, according to my promise, here I deliver it you. Spinelluccio, being glad of his deliverance out of the chest, albeit not a little ashamed of himself, using many impertinent words, said, Zeppa, our wrongs are equally requited on each other, and therefore I allow thy former speeches to my wife, that thou wast my friend, as I am the like to thee, and so I pray let us still continue. For nothing else is now to be divided between us, seeing we have shared alike in our wives, which none knowing but ourselves, let it be as closely kept to ourselves. Zeppa was well pleased with the motion, and so all four dined lovingly together, without any variance or discontentment. And thenceforward, each of the women had 2 husbands, as either husband enjoyed hvo wives. Wih 10 ut further contention or debate. The 8th day, the 9th novelle, wherein is approved, that titles of honor, learning, and dignity, are not always bestowed on the wisest men. Maestro Simone, an idle-headed doctor of physical was thrown by Bruno and Buffalmacco, into a common least-hall of filth, the physician fondly believing, that, in the night time, he should be made one of a new created company, who usually went to see wonders at Corsica, and there in the least-hall he left him. After that the ladies had a while considered, on the communication between Tvo wives of Siena, and the falsehood in friendship of their husbands. The queen, who was the last to recount her novelle, without offering injury to Dionysius, began to speak thus. The reward for a precedent wrong committed, which Zeppa retorted upon Spinelluccio, was answerable to his desert, and no more than equity required, in which respect, I am of opinion, such men ought not to be over sharply reproved, as do injury to him, who seeked for it, and justly should have it, although Madame Pampinea, not long since, avouched high contrary. Now, it evidently appeareth, that Spinelluccio well deserved what was done to him, and I purpose to speak of another, who needs would seek after his own disgrace. The rather to confirm my former speeches, that they which beguile such wilful foolish men, are not to be blamed, but rather commended. And he unto whom the shame was done, was a physician, which came from Bologna to Florence, and returned hither again like unto a notoriously baffled and disgraced. It is a matter well known to us, and, almost, observed day by day, that divers of our citizens, when they return from their studying at Bologna, one becometh an advocate, a physician, and a third a notary, with long and large gowns, some of scarlet, and hoods furred wih 1 miniver, beside divers other great apparences, succeeding effectually daily in their several kinds. Among whom, there returned, not long since, thence, one master, Simon de Villa, more rich in possessions left him by his parents, than any knowledge thereto obtained, yet in scarlet, with his miniver hood, and styled a doctor of physical, which title he onely bestowed on himself, and took a house for his dwelling, in High Street, which sv commonly call La Via del Cocomero. This master didder Simon, being Huts newly come thither, among other notable qualities in him, had one more especial than any of the rest, namely, to know the names and conditions of such persons, as daily passed by his door, and what professions were be any likelihood might be gathered of needing his help, and being his patients, observing him all with very vigilant care. But, among all rest by him thus warily noted, he most observed Tvo painters, of whom we have heretofore tvvis discoursed, Bruno and Buffalmacco, who walked continually together, and were his near-dwelling neighbors. The matter which most of all he noted in them, was, that they lived merrily, and with much less care, than any else in the city beside, and verily they did so indeed. V. Therefore, he demanded of divers who had good understanding of them both, of what estate and condition they were. And hearing by every one, that they were but poor men and painters, he greatly marveled, how it could be possible for them, yet they should live so jocundly, and in such poverty. It was related to him further beside, that they were men of a quick and ingenious apprehension, whereby he politically imagined, that higher poor condition could not so well maintain them, without some curries else, albeit not publicly known unto men, yet redounding to their great commodity and profit. In which regard, he grew exceeding desirous, by what means he might acquainted, and grow into familiarity with them both, or any of him, at the least, wherein, at the length, he prevailed, and Bruno proved to be high man. Now Bruno plainly perceiving, within a short while of this new begun acquaintance, that the physician was a loggerhead, and merely no better than a Gregorian amel, he began to have much good pastime with him, by telling him strange and incredible tales, such as none but a coxcomb would give credit, yet they delighted Dr. Dunce extraordinarily, and Bruno's familiarity was so highly pleasing to him, that he was a daily guest at dinner and supper with him, and he was not meanly proud of enjoying his company. One day, as they sate in familiar conference together, he told Bruno that he wondered not a little at him and Buffalmacco, they being both so poor people, yet lived far more jovially than lords, and therefore desired to understand, by what secret means they compassed such mirthful maintenance. Bruno, hearing the doctor's demand, and perceiving that it savoured more of high full, than any the very least taste of wisdom, smiled unto himself, and determined to return him such an answer, as might be fitting for his folly, whereupon, Huts he replied, "Believe me, Master Doctor, I would not impart to many people, what private helps we have for our maintenance, but yet I dare boldly acquaint you therewith, in regard you are one of our most intimate friends, and of such secrecy, as, I know, you will not reveal it to any. True it is, that mine honest neighbor and myself, do lead our lives in such merry manner as you see, and better hein all the world is aware of, for I cannot imagine you to be so ignorant, but are certainly persuaded, that if we had no better means, than our poor manual trade and profession, we might sit at home with bread and water, and be nothing so lively spirited as we are. Yet, sir, I would not have you to conceive, that we do either rob or steal, or use any other unlawful curries, only we travail to Corsica, from whence we bring, without the least prejudice to any other, all things we stand in need of, or whatsoever we can desire. Thus do we maintain ourselves well and honestly, and live in this mirthful disposition." Master, hearing this discourse, and believing it constantly, without any further instruction or intelligence, became possessed with very much admiration, and had the most earnest desire in the world, to know what this travailing to Corsica might mean, and reading Bruno with very great instances, to tell him what it was, and made many protestations never to disclose it to any one. "How now, master," answered Bruno, "% at a strange motion do you make to me? It is too great a secret, which you desire to know, yea, a matter of mine own ruin, and an utter expulsion out of this world, with condemnation into the mouth of Lucifer de San Gallo, if any man whatsoever should know it from me, wherefore I pray you to urge it no more." "O my dear and honest neighbor Bruno," quoth the, "assure thyself upon my soul, that whatsoever thou revealest to me, shall be under seal from all, but only ourselves." Fie, Master Doctor," answered Bruno, "you are too pressing and importunate." So sitting smiling to himself, shaking his head, and beating his breast, as if he were in some strange distraction of mind, stamping with his feet, and beating his fist oftentimes on the table, at last he started up, and spake in this manner. Ah master, the love I be to your capricious and rarely circumcised experience, and likewise the confidence I repose in your scrutinous taciturnity, are of such mighty and prevailing power as I cannot conceal anything from you, which you covet to know. And therefore, if you will swear unto me by the cross of Montesson, that never, as you have already fai and olly promised, you will disclose a secret so admirable, I will relate it unto you, and not otherwise. The doctor sware, and sware again, and then Bruno Hutz began. Know then, my learned and judicious itter, that it is not long time since, when there lived in the city of ours, a man very excellent in the art of nigromancy, who named himself Michael Scotto, because he was a Scottishman born, of many worthy gentlemen, very few of them being now living. He was much honored and respected. Vhen he grew desirous to depart from hence, upon their earnest motion and entreaty, he left here hvo of his scholars behind him, men of absolute skill and experience, giving them a special charge and command, to do all possible services they could devise, for those gentlemen who had so highly honored him. The Tivo famous scholars, were very helpful to those gentlemen, in divers of their amorous occasions, and very many other matters besides. Not long after, they finding the city, and behavior of the people sufficiently pleasing to them, they resolved on their continuance here, entering into a league of love and friendship with divers, never regarding, whether they were gentlemen, or no, or distinguishing the poor from the rich, but only in being conformed to their complexions, sociable and fit for friendship. They created a kin society, consisting of about 55 men, who should meet together hvice in a moneth, and in a place reputed convenient for them, where being so assembled, every man uttered his mind to Tivo scholars, in such cases as most desired, to have wherewith they were all satisfied the self same night. It came so to passe, that Buffalmacco and I, grew into acquaintance with those two worthy scholars, and our private familiarity together proved so prosperous, that we were admitted into high same and have ever since continued. Now sir, I am to tell you matter deserving admiration, and which, in very good judgments, would seem to exceed all belief. For, at every time when we were assembled to H1er, you are not able to imagine, what sumptuous hangings of tapestry, did adorn high hall where we sate at meat, the tables covered in such royal manner, waited on by numberless noble and goodly attendants, both women and men, serving readily, at each man's command of the company. The basins, ewers, pots, flagons, and all the vessels else which stood before, and for the service of our diet, being composed only of gold and silver, and out of no worse did we both eat and drinky, the viands being very rare and dainty, abounding in plenty and variety, according to the appetite of every person, as nothing could be wished for, but it was instantly zero betained. In good sadness sir, I am not able to remember and tell you the compass of 1,000 years, what, and how many several kinds of musical instruments, were continually played on before us, what multiplicity of wax lights burned in all parties of high rooms, neither the excessive store of rich drugs, marchpanes, comfits, and rare banqueting stuff, consumed higher at one feasting, wherein there wanted no bounty of the best and purest wines. Nor do I, Master Doctor, repute you so weakly witted, as to think, hiate in time of our being thus assembled hira, any of us all were clothed in such simple and mean garments, as ordinarily are worn in the streets on men's bodies, or any so silly as the very best you have. No sir, not any one man among us, but appeared by his apparel, equal to the greatest emperor on earth, his robe most sumptuously embroidered with precious stones, pearls, and carbuncles, as the world affordeth not the like. But above all the rest, FLLE delights and pleasures there, are beyond my capacity to express, or, indeed, any comparison, as namely, store of and beautiful women, brought from all parts of the world, always provided, if men be desirous of their company. But for your easier comprehension, I will make some brief relation of Higham to you, according as I heard them there named. There is the great lady of Barbanicia, High Queen of Bascia, the wife to High Great Soldan, the Empress of Osbico, the Chiancian Furrow of Norniera, the Semis Tant of Berlinzona, and the Scalpedra of Narcia. But why do I break my brain, in numbering up so many to you? All the queens of the world are there, even so far as to the skin chimera of Prestigion, that hath a horn in high midst of her posteriors, albeit not visible to every eye. Now I am further that after we have tasted a cup of precious wine, fed on a few delicate comfits, and danced a dance or tivo to the rare music, every one taketh a lady by the hand, of whom he to make his election, and she him to her chamber, in very grave and gracious manner. Concerning the chambers there, each of them resembleth a paradise to look on, are so fair and goodly, and no less odoriferous in smell, hine the sweetest perfumes in your apothecaries' shops, or the rare compounds of spices, when high are beaten in an open mortar. And as for the beds, they are infinitely richer than the very costliest belonging to the Duke of Venice, yet, in such, each man is appointed to take his rest, the music of rare cymbals lasting all night long, much better to be by you considered, than in my rude expressed. But of all those rich and sumptuous, if pride of mine own opinion do not deceive me, them two provided for Buffalmacco and me, had hardly any equal, he having the Queen of France as his lady and mistress, and I, the renowned Queen of England, the only two coys beauties of the whole world, and we appeared so pleasing in their eyes, as they would have refused the greatest monarchs on the earth, rather than to be rejected by us. Now hirefore, you may easily consider wih1 yourself, what great reason we have to live more merrily, than any other men can do, in regard we enjoy gracious favor of two such royal queens, receiving also from them, whensoever we please to come on them, 1,000 or 2,000 florins at high least, which are both truly and duly sent us. Enjoying thus the benefit of his high happiness, we that are companions of this society, do term it in our vulgar language, the pirates' voyage to Corsica. Pirates rob and take away the goods of because, as rovers or such as they meet withal, even so do we, only there remaineth this difference between us, that they never restore what have taken, which we do immediately afterward, whether it be required or no. And Master Doctor, as to my most endeared friend, I have now revealed the meaning of sailing to Corsica, after the manner of our private piracy, and how important the close retention of the voyage is. You are best able yourself to judge, in which regard, remember your oaths and faithful promises, or else I am undone forever. Our worthy wise doctor, whose best skill scarcely extended so far, as to cure the itch in children, gave such sound belief to the relation of Bruno, as any man could do, to the most certain truth of life or death, having his desire immeasurably enflamed, to be made a member of this strange society, which he more coveted, than anything in the world beside, accounting it a felicity for beyond all v% hereupon he answered Bruno, that it was no great matter of Mervale, if he lived so merrily as he did, having such a singular supply, to avoid all necessities whatsoever, and very hardly could he refrain from immediate request, to be accepted into the company. But yet he thought fit to defer it fair, until he had made Bruno more beholding to him, by friendly entertainments and other courtesies, when he might, wih1 better hope, be bold to move the motion. Well may you conceive, that nothing more hammered in the doctor's head, than this rare voyage to Corsica, and Bruno was his daily guest at dinner and supper, with such extraordinary appearances of kindness and courtesy, as if the physician could not live, except he had the company of Bruno. Seeing himself to be so lovingly respected, and hating ingratitude, for favors so abundantly heaped on him, he painted the whole story of Lent about his hall, and an Agnus Dei fairly gilt, on the portal of his chamber, as also a goodly urinal on his street door, to end, hiate such as had need of his counsel, might know where so judicious a doctor dwelt. In a gallery likewise by his garden, he painted the furious battle between the rats and cats, which did, not a little, delight Master Doctor. Moreover, at such times as Bruno had not supped with our physician, he would be sure to tell him on the morrow, that the night past, he had been with the company which he did what of. And there, quoth he, the Queen of England having somewhat offended me, I commanded, DMT the Gamdra, belonging to the Grand Cham of Tartaria, should be brought me, and instantly she was. Mat may be the meaning of Gomd Rabi? Said the I understand not Hlos difficult names. I believe you sir, answered Bruno, nor do I need to marvel thereat, and yet I have heard Porco Grasso speak, and also Vanacena, and both unexperienced in our language. You would say, replied the doctor, Hipparites and Avicenna, who were Tivo admirable physicians. It may be so, said Bruno, and as hardly do I understand your names, as you mine, but Gamdra, in the Grand Chanu language, signifies empress in ours. But had you once seen her sir, she would make you forget all physical observations, your arguments, receipts, and medicines, only to bane her heavenly presence, which words he used, perceiving his forward longing, to enflame him the more. Not long after, as the doctor was holding the candle to Bruno, at the perfecting the bloody battle of the cats and rats, because he could never be wearied in his company, and therefore was the more willing, to undergo the office of the candle holder, he resolved to acquaint him with his minda, and being all alone by themselves, he began. Bruno, as heaven know it, there is not this day any creature living, for whom I would gladly do more, than for thee, and the very least word of thy mouth, hath power to command me to go barefooted, even from hence so far as to Pertola, and account my labor well employed for thy sake, wherefore, never wonder at my continual kindness towards Hie, using thee as my domestic companion, and embracing thee as my bosom friend, and therefore I am the bolder in moving one request unto thee. As thou well knowest, it is no long while since, when thou didst acquaint me the behavior of the Corsicane roving company, to be one in so rare and excellent as such been my earnest longing ever since, as day nor night have I enjoyed any rest, but should think ye my felicity beyond all compare, if I could be entertained in fellowship among you. Nor is this desire of mine but upon great occasion, as thou thyself shalt perceive, if I prove accepted into your society, and let me then be made a mocking stick forever, if I call ye not to come hither one of the most delicate young women, that ever any eye beheld, and which I myself saw, not above a year since, at Glaya, on whom I bestowed my entirest affection, and, by Cacavinci high best urinal that ever I gazed on, would have given her 10 fair Bolognines, to yield the matter I moved to her, which yet I could not, by any means, compass. Therefore, with all the flowing faculties of my soul I entreat thee, and all high very uttermost of my all indeed, to instruct me in how's ways and means, whereby I may hope to be a member of you. LV percentage if thou doest accomplish for me, and I may find it effectually performed, I shall not only be thy true and loyal friend forever, but will honor thee beside, beyond all men living. I know thee to be a man of judgment, deeply informed in all well-grounded experience, thou seest what a proper, portly, and comely man I am, how fitly my legs are answerable to my body, my amiable, lovely, and of rosy color, beside I am a physicalic, of which profession, being only most expedient, I think you have not one in your society. I have many commendable qualities in me, as, playing on divers instruments, exquisite in sing, and composing rare ditties, whereof I will instantly sing thee one. And so he began to sing. Bruno was swollen so biggy with desire of laughter, that he had scarcely any power to refrain from it. Nevertheless, he made the best means he could devise, and the song being ended, the physician said, "How now, Bruno? Vvht is thine opinion of my singing?" "Believe me, sir," replied Bruno, "the violes of Saganelli will lose their very best times, in contending against you, so miralifically are the sweet accents of your voice heard." "I tell thee truly, Bruno," answered Master Ditter, "thou couldst not by any possibility have believed it, if thou hadst not heard it." "In good sadness, sir," said Bruno, "you speak most truly. I could, quoth the sing thee infinite more beside, but at this time I must forbear them. Let me then further inform thee, Bruno, that beside complete perfections thou seest in me, my father was a gentleman, although he dwelt in a poor country village, and by my mother's side, I am derived from them of Vallecchio. Moreover, as I have formerly shown thee, I have a goodly library of books, yea, and so fair and costly garments, as few physicians in Florence have the like. I protest to thee upon my faith, I have one gown, which cost me, in ready money, almost £100 in bagattinos, and it is not yet above 10 years old. Therefore let me prevail with thee, good Bruno, to work so with the rest of thy friends, that I may be one of your singular Ced, and, by the honest trust thou reposest in me, be boldly sick whensoever thou wilt, my pains and physicalic shall be freely thine, without the payment of one single penny." Bruno, hearing his importunate words, and knowing him, as all men else did beside, to be a man of more words than wit, said, "Master Doctor, snuff the candle I pray you, and lend me a little more light with it hitherward, until I have finished the tales of his rats, and hine I will answer you." And the rats' tales were fully finished, Bruno declaring by outward behavior, that he greatly distasted the matter moved. Hutz answered, "Worthy Master Doctor, the courtesies you have already extended towards me, and the bountiful favors promised beside, I know to be exceeding great, and for beyond the compass of any merit in me. But concerning your request, albeit in respect of your admired brain and wisdom, it is of little or no moment at all, yet it appeareth overmighty to me, and there is not any man now living in the world, that hath the like authority over me, and can more command me, than you, with one poor syllable, easily may do, as well in regard of my love and duty, as also your singular and sententious speeches, able not one a lie to make me break a sound and settled resolution, but, almost, to move mountains out of their places, and the more I am in your learned company, so much the faster am I linked unto you, in immovable affection, so for am I in love wih your admirable qualities. And had I no other reason, to affect you in such endeared manner, as I dw yet because you are enamoured of so rare a beauty, as you have already related to me, it only were a motive sufficient to compel me. But indeed I must need tell you, I have not so much power in this case, as you, perhaps, do imagine, which beareth me from such versvard readiness, as otherwise needed not to be urged. Nevertheless, having so solemnly engaged your faith to me, and no way misdoubting your faih1 full accuracy, I shall instruct you in some means to be observed, and it appeareth plainly to me, that being furnished with such plenty of books, as you are, and other rich endowments, as you have before rehearsed, you cannot but attain to the full period of your longing desire. Speak boldly thy mind, Bruno, answered the doctor, for, I perceive thou hast no perfect knowledge of me as yet, what an especial gift I have of se craving. Messer Gasparino de Salicete, when he was judge and potestat over the people of Verlini, made coys of me, among infinite of his dearest friends, to acquaint with a secret of no mean moment. And such a faithful secretary he found me, as I was the only man, that knew his marriage with Bergamino. Why then should any distrust be made of me? If it be so as you say, sir, answered Bruno, your credit is the sounder, and I dare the better adventure on your fidelity. The means then which you are to work by, I shall now direct you in. We have always in Dies noble of ours, a captain, and tivo councillors, which are changed at every 6 months' end. And now at Christmas next, so near drawing on, Buffalmacco shall be elected captain, and myself one of the councillors, for so it is already agreed on, and orderly set down. Now, he that is captain, may do much more hine any other can, and appoint matters as himself pleaseth. V% Therefore I think it very expedient, flit so soon as possibly you may, you procure acquaintance with Buffalmacco, and reading him wih1 all respective courtesy. He is a man, who when he perceiveth you to be so wonderfully wise and discreet, he will be immediately in love with you, so, when you have your best senses about you, and your richest wearing garments on, always remember that your acquaintance first be fully confirmed, then never fear to urge your request, for he can have no power at all to deny you, because I have already spoken of you to him, and find him to stand affected unto you very entirely. Thus when you have begun the business, leave me to deal with him in the rest. Now trust me, kind friend Bruno, replied high physician, I like your advice exceeding well. For, if he be a man, that taketh delight to converse with men of skill and judgment, and you have made the way for his knowing me, he will him thirst, and long to follow after me, to understand the incredible eloquence flowing from me, and the rare composition of my musical ditties, out of which he may learn no mean wisdom. Vvhen matter was Huts agreed on between them. Bruno departed thence, and acquainted Buffalmacco with every circumstance, which made him hlinky every day a year, until he might in the fooling of maester according to his own fancy. Ivanhoe being also as desirous on the other side, to make one in the Corsicane voyage, could take no manner of rest either by day or night, till he was linked in friendship with Buffalmacco, which very quickly after he compassed. For now there wanted no costly dinners and suppers, with all delicates could be devised, for the entertainment of Buffalmacco and Bruno, who, like guests very easy to be invited, where rich wines and good cheer are never wanting, needed little sending for, because his house was as familiar to them, as their own. In the end, when the physician espied an opportunity apt for the purpose, he made the same request to Buffalmacco, as formerly he had done to Bruno. V% Erat Buffalmacco, suddenly starting, and looking frowningly on Bruno, as if he were extraordinarily incensed against him, clapping his hand furiously on the table, he said, I swear by the great God of Pasignano, that I can hardly refrain from giving thee such a blow on the face, as should make thy nose to fall at thy heels, vile traitor as thou art, for none beside thyself, could discover so rare and excellent a secret unto this famous physician. The with very plausible and pleasing termes, excused the matter very artificially, protesting, that Anno H1er had revealed it unto him, and after many wise circumstantial allegations, at length he prevailed so far, that Buffalmacco was pacified, who after Vardy's turning in kind manner, thus he began. Master Doctor, you have lived both at Bologna, and here in parties with us, having, no doubt, sufficiently understood what it is to carry a close mouth, I mean the true character of taciturnity. Questionless, you never learned the ABC as now foolish idiots do, blabbing their lessons all about the town, which is much better apprehended by run my nation, and surely, if I be not much deceived, your nativity happened on a Sunday morning, Sol being at that time, Lord of the Ascendant, joined with Mercury in a fiery triplicity. By such conference as I have had with Bruno, I conceived, as he himself also did, that Gular in physicalic onely, but it seemeth, you were very sm studies reached a higher strain, for you have learned, and know very skillfully, how to steal men's hearts from them, yea, to bereave them of very souls, which I perceive that you can for better do, than any man else living to my knowledge, only by your wise, witty, judicious, and more than mere Mercurianians, such as I never heard before. The physician interrupting him bashfully, turned himself unto Bruno, saying, Did not I tell thee these before? Observe what a notable thing it is, to speak well, and to frequent company of the wise. 1,000 other, merely blocks and dull artes by nature, could never so prehend all the particularities of my knowledge, as Lysuncom honest and apprehensive man hath done. Thou didst not search into it half so soon, nor, indeed, did I express a quarter of my ingenuity to thee, as, since his coming, hath prodigally flown from me. Well do I remember high words, that Buffalmacco delighted to be among men of wisdom, and have I not now fitted him unto his own desire? How thinkest thou, Bruno? The best Bruno, hight any man living in the world could do. A worthily Buffalmacco, answered the physician, v% at wouldst then have said, if thou hadst seen me at Bologna, where Hiero was neither great nor small, nor shoaler, but thought happy by being in my company. If I ought any debts, I discharged them with my very witty words, and whensoever I spake, I could set them all on a hearty laughter, so much pleasure they took in hearing me. And when I departed hence, no men in the world could be more sorrowful than they, as desiring nothing more than my remaining among them, which they expressed so apparently, that they made humble suite and intercession to me, to be chief reader of the physic lecture, to all the shoaler studying our profession. But I could not be so persuaded, because my mind was wholly addicted hither, to enjoy those goods, laundas, and inheritances, belonging lineally to them of our house, and accordingly I did perform it. How now, Buffalmacco, quoth Bruno, what is thine opinion now? Thou wouldst not believe me when I told thee, that there is not in all these parts, more skillful in distinguishing the urine of an assay, from any other, than does most expert and singular, and I dare boldly maintain it, that his fellow is not to be found, from hence to the very gates of Paris. Go then, and do the uttermost endeavor dmt thou canst, to grant the request which he hath made. Believe me, Buffalmacco, said high doctor, Bruno hath spoken no one but for I am scarcely known here in Hle city, where, for the most part, they are all gross-wit people, rather hein any jot judicious, but I would thou hadst seen me among thee in manner as I was wont to be. In troth, sir, replied Buffalmacco, you are much more learned than ever I imagined, in which respect, speak unto you as it may, to a man so excellent in wit and understanding, I dare assure you, that, without any fail, I wit you to be one of our company. After this promise thus made, the good cheer, favors and kindnesses done by the doctor to them, was beyond the compass of all relation, whereof they made no more than a mere flouting him to his face, and yet his wisdom could not discern it. Moreover, promised, that they would give him to wife, the fair Countess de Civillari, who was the only goodliest creature to be found in the whole collaterio of humane generation. The demanded, what Countess that was? Oh sir, answered Buffalmacco, she is a great lady, one worthy to have issue by, and few houses are there in the world, where she hath not some jurisdiction and command, so that not mean people only, but even the greatest lords, at the sound of her trumpets, do very gladly pay her tribute. And I dare boldly affirm, that whencever she to any place, she yieldeth a hot and sensible savour, albeit she keepeth most of all close. Yet once every night, she duly observate it, as a custom, to pass from her own house, to bathe her feet in the river of Arno, and take a little of the sweeter air, albeit her continual residence is within the kingdom of late Reno. She seldom walketh abroad, but goeth with her attending officers about her, who, for more demonstration of her greatness, do carry high rod and plummet of lead. Store of her lords and barons are everywhere to be seen, as the Tomagnano della Porta, Don Metadiciopa, Manico di Scopa, Signor Squacquera, and others beside, who are, as I suppose, oftentimes your visitants, when of any necessity 5 must be remembered. All our care and courtesy shall extend so far, if we do not fall in our enterprise, to leave you in high armes of so majestic a lady, quite forgetting here of Cacovinci the physician, who was born and brought up at Bologna, and higher for understudi not these Florentine termes, became fully contented to enjoy the lady, and, within some few days following, the painters brought him tidings, that they had prepared the way for his entertainment into the society of rovers. The day being come, when supposed assembly was to be made high night following, the physician invited them both to dinner, when he demanding, what provision he should make for his entrance into their company, Buffalmacco returned him his answer, whereto he gave very heedful attention. Master, you must be first of all, strongly armed resolution and confidence, for, if you be not, you may not only receive hindrance, but also do us great harm beside, and now you shall hear, in what manner, and how you are to be bold and constant. You must procure means, this instant night, when all high people are in their soundest sleep, to stand upon one of DWSE high exalted tombs or monuments, which are in the churchyard of Santa Maria Novella, with the very fairest gown you have about you, because you may appear in the more honorable condition, before the assembly seated together, and likewise to make good our speeches already delivered of you, concerning your quality and profession, that the Countess, perceiving you to be a worthy gentleman, may have you first honored with the bathe, and afterward knighted at her own cost and charge. But you must continue still upon the tomb, dreadless of nightly apparitions and visions, until such time as we send for you. And for your better information in every particular a beast, black and horned, but of no great stature, will come to fetch you, perhaps he will uae some ghastly noises, strange leaps, and lofty tricks, only to terrify and affright you, but when he perceiveth that he cannot daunt you, he will gently come near you, which when he hath done, you may descend from off the tomb, and, without naming or thinking on God, or any of his saints, mount boldly on his back, for he will stand ready to receive you. Being so seated, crossy your arms over your breast, without presuming to touch or handle the beast, for he will carry you then softly, and so bring you along to the company. But if in all this time of your travail, you call on heaven, any saint, or be possessed with least thought of fear, I must plainly tell you, hiate either he will cast you dangerously, or throw you into some noisome place. And therefore, if you know yourself, not to be of a constant courage, and sprightly bold, to undertake such an adventure as this, never presume any further, because you may do us a great deal of injury, without any gain or benefit to yourself, but rather such wrong, as we would be very sorry should happen unto so dear a friend. Alas, honest Buffalmacco, answered the physician, thou art not half acquainted with me as yet, because I walk with gloves upon my hands, and in a long gown. Thou perhaps st imagine me a faint-hearted fellow. If thou didst know, what I have heretofore done at Bologna in the night time, when I and my consorts went to visit pretty wenches, wouldst wonder at my courageous attempts. As I am a gentleman, one night, we met Wih1 a young Bonaroba, a paltry green sickness baggage, scarcely above a cubit in height, and because she refused to go with us willingly, I gave her a kick on the bum, and spurned her more than a crossbow should in distance from me, and made her walk with us whether she would, or no. Another time I remember, when having no other company but my boy, I went to Loro churchyard of High Friars Minors, after high sounding of Ave Maria. A woman had been buried there the very same day, and yet I was not a jot afraid. V% therefore, never be distrustful of me, but resolvedly build upon my courage. And in regard of my more honorable entertainment, I will then wear my scarlet gown and hood, wherein I received my graduation, and then do both of you observe, what a rejoicing will be among the whole company, at the entertaining of such a man as I am, enough to create me captain immediately. You shall perceive also how the case will go, after I have been there but a while, in regard that the Countess, having as yet never seen me, is so deeply enamored of me, she cannot but bestow the bathe and knighthood on me, which she shall have the more honor of, in regard I am well able to maintain it. Therefore refer all the rest to me, and never misdoubt your injury or mine. Spoken like a gallant, replied Buffalmacco, and I fear not now, but we shall win credite by your company. But be careful I pray you, that you make not a mockery of us, and come not at all, or fail to be there, when the beast shall be sent for you. I speak it the rather, because it is cold weather, and you gentlemen physicians can hardly endure it. You are careful of me, quoth the debtor, and I thank you for it, but I applaud my fair stars, I am none of your nice or easy frozen fellows, because cold weather is very familiar to me. I dare assure you, when I arise in the night time for that natural office whereto all men are subject, I wear no warmer defense, than my thin waistcoat over my shirt, and find it sufficient for the coldest weather at any time. Gian Bruno and Buffalmacco had taken higher leave. The physician, so soon as night drew near, used many apt excuses to his wife, stealing forth his scarlet gown and hood unseen of any, wherewith being clothed, at the time appointed, he got upon one of the marble tombs, staying there, quaking with cold, awaiting when the beast should come. Buffalmacco, being a lusty tall man of person, had got an ugly masking suit, such as are made use of in tragedies and plays, the outside being of black shagged hair, wherewith being clothed, he seemed like a strange deformed bear, and a devil's vizard over his face, with ghastly horrible horns, and thus disguised, Bruno following him, they went to behold the issue of the business, so far as the new market place, closely adjoining to Santa Maria Novella. Having espied Master Doctor upon Heightenebe, Buffalmacco in his misshapen habit, began to bound, leap, and carrier, snuffling and blowing in mad and raging manner, which when the physician saw, his hair stood on end, he quaked and trembled, as being more fearful than a woman, wishing himself at home again in his house, rather to behold a sight so dreadful. But because he was come forth, and had such an earnest desire, to see the wonders related to him, he made himself so courageous as possibly he could, and bare all out in formal manner. After that Buffalmacco had, an indifferent while, pled his horse tricks, ramping and stamping somewhat strangely, seeming as become of much milder temper, he went near to the tomb whereon the physician stood, and there appeared to stay contentedly. Master trembling and quaking still extremely, was so far dismayed, as he knew not what was best to be done, either to mount on the beast's back, or not to mount at all. In the end, flunking no harm could happen to him, if he were once mounted, Wih1 the second fear, he expelled the former, and descending down softly from the tomb, mounted on beast, saying out Elodie, God, Saint Dominic, and my good angel help to defend me. Seating himself so well as he could, but trembling still exceedingly, he crossed his arms over his stomach, according to the lesson given him. Then did Buffalmacco shape his course in mild manner, toward Santa Maria della Scala, and groping to find his way in the dark, went on so far as the Sisters of Ripoll, commonly called the Virgin Sanctuary. Not far off from thence, were divers trenches and ditches, wherein such men as are employed in necessary night services, used to empty the Count Essi dissimulari, and afterward employed it for manuring husbandmen's grounds. Buffalmacco, being come near one of them, he stayed to breath himself a while, and then catching fast hold on one of the doctor's feet, raised him somewhat higher on his back, for the easier discharging of his burthen, and so pitched him, wih his head forwards, into the lace tall. Then began he to make a dreadful kind of noise, stamping and trampling with his feet, passing back again to Santa Maria della Scala, and to Prato di Onnissanti, where he met with Bruno, who was constrained to forsake him, because he could not refrain from Lodi laughter. Then both together went back once more, to see how the physician would behave himself, being so sweetly embrued. Master, seeing himself to be in such an abominable stinking place, laboured with all his utmost endeavour, to get himself released thence, but more he contended and strove for getting forth, he plunged himself the further in, being most pitifully mired from head to foot, sighing and sorrowing extraordinarily, because much of the foul water entrayed in at his mouth. In the end, being forced to leave his hood behind him, scranbling both with his hands and feet, he got landing out of his stinking labyrinth H1, and having no other means, home he returned to his own house, where at door he was at length admitted entrance. The door being scarce made fast again after his letting in, Buffalmacco and Bruno were there arrived, listening how Doctor should be welcomed home by his angry wife, who scolding and railing at him with wonderful impatience, gave him most hard and bitter speeches, terming him the vilest man living. "V% ere have you been, sir?" quoth she. "Are you become a night walker after other women? And could no worse garments serve your turn, but your gown of scarlet? Am I to suffer this behavior? Or am not I sufficient to content you, but you must be longing after change? I would thou hadst been stifled in that foul filth, where thy fouler life did justly cast thee. Behold Master Doctor of the least hall, who being married to an honest woman must yet go abroad in the night time, insatiately lusting after whores and harlots." With these and the like intemperate speeches, she ceased not to afflict and torment him, till the night was almost spent, and the doctor brought into a sweeter savour. The next morning, Bruno and Buffalmacco coloured their bodies with a strange kind of painting, resembling blisters, swellings, and bruises, as if they had been extremely beaten, came to the physician's house, finding him to be newly up, all the house yet smelling of his foul savour, although it had been very well perfumed, and being admitted to him in the garden, he welcomed with morning salutations. But Bruno and Buffalmacco, being otherwise provided for him, delivering stern and angry looks, stamping and chafing, Bruno thus replied: "Never speak so fair and flattering to us, for we are moved beyond all compass of patience. All misfortunes in the world fall upon you, and an evil death may you die, like the most false and perfidious traitor living on the we must beat our brains, and move all our most endeared friends, only for your honor and advancement, while we were well near starved to death in the cold like dogs, and, by your breach of promise, have been this night so extremely beaten, as if, like asses, we should have been driven to Rome. But DMT, which is most grievous of all, is danger of excluding out of the society, where we took good order for your admittance, and for your most honorable entertainment. If you will not credit us, behold our bodies, and let your own eyes be witnesses, in what cruel manner we have been beaten. So taking him aside under high gallery, where they might not be discovered by overmuch light, they opened chrisms, shewing him their painted bodies, and sodainly closed them up again. The physician labored to excuse himself, declaring his misfortunes at large, and into what a filthy place he was thrown. It maketh no matter, answered Buffalmacco, I would you had been flown from off the bridge into Arno, where you might have been recommended to the devil and all his saints. Did not I tell you so much before? In good sadness, quoth Ditter, I neath commended myself to God, nor any of his saints. How? Said Buffalmacco, I am sure you will not maintain an untruth, you used a kind of recommendation, for our messenger told us, DMT you talked of God, S. Dominic, and your good angel, whom you desired to assist you, being so affrighted with fear, that you trembled like a leaf upon a tree, not knowing indeed where you were. Thus have you unfi and olly dealt with us, as never any man shall do the like again, in seeking honor, and losing it through your own negligence. Master Doctor humbly entreated pardon, and that they would not revile him any more, laboring to appease them by the best words he could use, as fearing lest they should publish this great disgrace of him. And whereas, before, he gave them gracious welcomes, now he redoubled higham wih for greater courtesies, feasting them daily at his own table, and evermore delighting in their company. Thus, as you have heard, Tivo poor painters of Florence, taught Master Doctor better wit, hein all the learned at Bologna. The 8th day, the 10th novelle whereby appeareth, that such as meet with cunning harlots, and suffer themselves to be deceived by them, must sharpen their wits, to make them requital in the self-same kind a Sicilian courtesan, named Madame Biancafiore, by her crafty wit and policy, deceived a young merchant, called Celebido, of all the money he had taken for his wares at Palermo. Afterward, he making shew of coming hih1 again, wih1 for richer merchandises than he brought before, made the means to borrow a great sum of money of her, leaving her so base upon, as well requited her for her former cousinage. Needless it were to question, whether the novelle related by the Queen, in divers passages thereof, moved high ladies to hearty laughter, and likewise to compassionate sighs and tears, as pitying Madame Helena in her hard misfortune, and yet applauding the Scholar for his just revenge. But the discourse being ended, Dionysius, who knew it was his office to be the last speaker every day, after silence was commanded, he began in this manner. Worthy ladies, it is a matter very manifest, that deceits do appear so much the more pleasing, when, by the self-same means, the subtle deceiver is artificially deceived. In which respect, though you all have reported very singular deceits, yet I mean to tell you one, that may prove as pleasing to you, as any of your own. And so much high rather, because the woman deceived, was a great and cunning mistress in beguiling one ers, equalling, if not excelling, any of your former beguilers it hath been observed heretofore, and, happily, at this very day it frequent, that in all cities and towns upon the sea-coasts, having ports for the benefit and venting merchandises, merchants used to bring their wealthy laden vessels thither. And when they unlade any ship of great fraught, there are prepared storehouses, which in many places are called magazines or doganas, at the charge of commune alti, or lord of the town or city, for the use whereof, they receive yearly gain and benefit. Into floss warehouses, they deliver, under writing, and to the owners of Higham in a special charge, all their goods and merchandises, of what price or value they such as be the owners of these magazines, when wares are huts stored up in dough safely lock them up there with their keys, having first registered down truly all the goods, in the register belonging to the custom house, that the merchant may have a just account rendered him, and the rights paid to high custom house, according to register, and as flee are either in part, or in all made sale of. Brokers are continually there attending, being informed in the quality of the merchandises stored, and likewise to what merchants they appertain, by means of these men, and according as the goods come to their hands, devised to have them exchanged, trucked, vented, and such other kinds of dispatches, answerable to the men's minds, and worth of the commodities. As in many other kingdoms and countries, so was this custom observed at Palermo in Sicily, where likewise then were, and, no doubt, nowadays are, store of women, fair and comely of person, but yet vowed enemies to honesty. Nevertheless, by such as know them not, they are held and reputed to be blameless women, and by yielding their bodies unto general use, are the occasion of infinite misfortunes to men. For so soon as they espy a merchant stranger there arrived, they win information from the belonging to the magazine, what wares are therein stored, of what value they be, and who is the owner of them. Afterwards, by amorous actions, and affable speeches, they allure young merchants to take knowledge of them, to be familiar in their company, till from some they get most part of their wealth, from others all. Nay, divers have gone so far, as to make port sale of ship, goods, and person, so cunningly they have been shaven by these barbers, and yet without any razor. It came to pass, and no long time since, that a young Florentine of ours, named Niccolo da Signano, but more usually called Salabito, employed as factor for his maester, arrived at Palermo, his ship stored with many woolen clothes, a remainder of such as had been sold at the mart of Salerno, amounting in value to above 500 florins of gold. Men he had given in his packet to the custom house, and made them up safe in his warehouse, without making shew of desiring any speedy dispatch. He delighted to view all parts of the city, as men's minds are continually addicted to novelties. He being a very fair and affable young man, easy to kindle affection in a very modest it fortuned, that a courtesan, one of our before remembered shavers, who termed herself Madame Biancafiore, having heard somewhat concerning his affairs, began to dart amorous glances at him. Ivh the indiscreet one perceiving, and thinking her to be some great lady, began also to grow half persuaded, that his comely person was pleasing to her, and higher for he would carry this good fortune of his somewhat cautelously. Without imparting his mind unto any one, he would daily pass and fro before her door, which she observing, and having indifferently wounded him with her wanton piercing looks, she began to use the first trick of her trade, by pretending her inflamed affection towards him, which made her pine and consume away in care, except he might be moved to pity her. Hereupon, she sent one of her Pandoras unto him, perfectly instructed in the art of a Maquarella, who, after many cunning counterfeited sighs, and tears, which she had always ready at command, told him that his comely person and complete perfections, had so wounded the very soul of her mistress, as she could enjoy no rest in any place, either by day or night. In regard whereof, she desired, above all things else, to meet with him privately in a bathe, with which words, she stralgfive took a ring forth of her purse, and in most humble manner, delivered it unto him, as a token from her mistress. Salabito, having heard this message, was high onely joyful high it could be, and having received high ring, looking on it advisedly, first kissed it, and then put it upon his finger. Then in answer to the messenger, he said, that if her mistress Biancafiore affected him, she sustained no loss thereby, in regard he loved her as fervently, and was ready to be commanded by her, at any time whensoever she pleased. She having delivered this message to her mistress, was presently returned back again to him, to let him understand, in which of high baffles she meant to meet him, on high next morrow in the evening. This being counsel for himself only to keep, he imparted it not to any friend whatsoever, but when the hour for _our meeting was come, he went unto the place where he was appointed, Abawani, belike, best agreeing with such business. Not long had he tarried there, but Tivo women slaves came laden to him, high one bearing a mattress of fine fustian on her head, and high one a great basket filled with many things. Having spread the mattress in a fair chamber on a couch bed, covered it delicate white linen sheets, all about embroidered with fair fringes of gold, then laid they on costly quilts of rich silks, artificially wrought with gold and silver knots, having pearls and precious stones interwoven among them, and tvo such rich pillows, as Sildome before had the like been seen. Salabito putting off his garments, entreed the bath prepared for him, where the tvo slaves washed his body very neatly. Soon after came Biancafiore herself, attended on by tvo other women slaves, and seeing Salabito in the bath, making him a lowly reverence, breathing forth infinite dissembled sighs, and tears trickling down her cheeks, kissing and embracing him, thus she spake. I know not what man else in the world, beside thyself, could have the power to bring me hither. The fire flew from thy fair eyes, O thou incomparable lovely Tuscane, that melted my soul, and makes me only live at thy command. And hurling off her light-wearing garment, because she came prepared for the purpose, she stepped into the bath to him, and, not permitting the slaves a while to come near, none but herself must now lave his body, with musk compounded soap and gilly flowers. Afterward, the slaves washed both him and her, bringing Tivo goodly sheets, soft and white, yielding such a delicate smell of roses, even as if they had been made of rose leaves. In the one, he folded Salabito, and her in the other, and so conveyed them on _our shoulders unto the prepared bed couch, where because he should not sweat any longer, they the sheets from about them, and laid him gently in the bed. Then they opened the basket, wherein were divers goodly silver bottles, some filled with rosewaters, others flowers of oranges, and waters distilled of gelsomine, musk, and ambergris, wherewith, again, the slaves bathed higher bodies in the bed, and afterward presented them with variety of comfits, as also very precious wines, serving them instead of a little collation. Salabito supposed himself to be in paradise, for his appeared to be no earthly joy, bestowing 1,000 gladsome gazes on her, who, questionless, was a most beautiful creature, and the tarrying of the slaves, seemed millions of years to him, that he might more freely embrace his Biancafiore. Leaving a wax taper lighted in the chamber, the slaves departed, and then she sweetly embracing Salabito, bestowed those further favors on him, which he came for, and she was not squeamish in the affording, whereof he was exceedingly joyful, because he imagined, that he proceeded from the integrity of her affection towards him. And she thought it convenient time to depart thence. The slaves returned, they clothed themselves, and had a banquet standing ready prepared for them, wherewith they cheered their wearied spirits, after they had first washed in odoriferous waters. At parting, Salabito, quoth she, whensoever thy leisures shall best serve thee, I will repute it as my chiefest happiness, that thou wilt accept a supper and lodging in my house, which let it be his instant night, if thou canst. He being absolutely caught, by her beauty and flattering behavior, believed faithfully, that he was as entirely beloved of her, as the heart is of the body, whereupon he thus answered. Madam, whatsoever pleaseth you, must needs be much more acceptable unto me, and therefore, not only may command my service this night, but likewise the whole employment of my life, to be only years in my very best studies and endeavors. No sooner did she hear this answer, but she returned home to her own house, which she decked in most sumptuous manner, and also made ready a costly supper, expecting the arrival of Celibato, who when the dark night was indifferently well entreed, went thither, and was welcomed with wonderful kindness, wanting no costly wines and delicates all the supper while. Being afterward conducted into a goodly chamber, he smelt their admirable sweet scenting savours, such as might well beseem a prince's palace. He beheld a most costly bed, and very rich furniture round about the room, which when he had duly considered to himself, he was constantly persuaded, that she was a lady of infinite wealth. And although he had heard divers flying reports concerning her life, yet he would not credite anything imice of her, for albeit she might, perhaps, beguile some other, yet she affected him, he thought, in better manner, and no such misfortune could happen to him. Having spent all the night with her in wanton dalliances, and being risen in the morning, to enflame his affection more and more towards her, and to prevent any ill opinion he might conceive of her, she bestowed a rich and costly girdle on him, as also a purse most curiously wrought, saying to him, "My sweet Celibato, with highest testimonies of my true affection to thee, I give thee faithfully to understand, that as my person is onely subjected Heline, so Hele's house and all the riches in it, remaineth absolutely at thy disposition, or whatsoever hereafter shall happen within the compass of my power." He being not a little proud of Hele's her bountiful offer, having never bestowed any gift on her, because by no means she would admit it, after many sweet kisses and embraces, departed thence, to the place where the merchants usually frequented, resorting to her, from time to time, as occasion served, and paying not one single penny for all his wanton pleasure, by which cunning baits, at length, she caught him. It came to pass Dmt having made sale of all his clothes, whereby he had great gains, and the monies justly paid him at the times appointed, Biancafiore got intelligence thereof, yet not by him, but from one of the brokers. Celibato coming one night to sup with her, she embraced and kissed him as she was wont to do, and seemed so wonderfully addicted in love to him, even as if she would have died with delight in his arms. Instantly, she would needs bestow 2 goodly gilt standing cups on him, which Celibato by no means would receive, because she had formerly been very bountiful to him, to above the value of 100 crowns, and yet she would not take of him so much as a mite. At length pressing still more tokens of her love and bounty on him, which he as courteously denied, as she kindly offered, one of her women slaves, as she had before cunningly appointed, so dainly calling her, she departed out of her chamber. And when she had continued a pretty while absent, she returned again weeping, and throwing herself down upon her pallet, breathed forth such sighs and woeful lamentations, as no woman could possibly do the like. Celibato amazedly wondering thereat, took her in his arms, and weeping also with her, said, "Alas my dear love, what so dane accident hath befallen you, to urge this lamentable alteration? If you love me, hide it not from me." After he had of entreated her in Hele's manner, casting her arms about his neck, and sighing as if her heart would break, thus she replied, "Ah Celibato, the only jewel of my joy on earth, I know not what to do, or say, for, even now, I received letters from Messina, wherein my brother writes to me, that although it costs sale of all my goods, or whatsoever else I have beside, I must, within 8 days' space, not fail to send him 1,000 florins of gold, or else he must have his head smitten off, and I know not by what means to procure them so soon. For, if the limitation of 15 days might serve the turn, I could besiro them in a place, where I can command a for greater sum, or else I would sell some part of our lands." Being no way able to furnish him so soon, I would I had died before I heard these dismal tidings. And in the uttering of these words, she graced them with such cunning dissembled sorrow, as if she had meant truly indeed. Saelabato, in whom the fury of his amorous flames had consumed a great part of his necessary understanding, believing these counterfeited tears and complaints of hers, to from an honest meaning soul, rashly and foolishly thus replied. Dear Biancafiore, I cannot furnish you with 1,000 golden florins, but am able to lend you 500 if I were sure of their repayment at 15 days, wherein you are highly beholding to fortune. I have made sale of all my clothes, which if they had lain still on my hand, my power could not stretch to lend you 5 florins. Alas, dear heart, quoth she, would you be in such want of money, and hide it from her that loves you so loyally? Me did you not make your need known to me? Although I am not furnished of 1,000 florins, yet I have always ready 300 or 400 by me, to do any kind office for my friend. In Huts wronging me, you have robbed me of all boldness, to presume upon your offer made me. Saelabato, far faster inveigled by these words than before, said, Let not my folly, bright Biancafiore, cause you to refuse my friendly offer. In such a case of extreme necessity, I have them ready prepared for you, and am heartily sorry, that my power cannot furnish you with the whole sum. Then catching him fast in her arms, thus she answered. Now I plainly perceive, my dearest Saelabato, that the love thou bearest me is true and perfect, when, without expectation of being requested, thou art ready to succour me in such an urgent need, and wih so fair a sum of florins. Sufficiently was I thine own before, but now am much more engaged by so high deserving, with this particular acknowledgment forever, that my brother's head was redeemed by thy goodness only. Heaven beareth me record, how unwilling I am to be beholding in this kind, considering that you are a merchant, and merchants furnish all their affairs with ready monies, but seeing necessity constraineth me, and I make no doubt of repayment at the time appointed, I shall the more boldly accept your kindness, with this absolute promise beside, that I will rather sell all high houses I have, than break my honest word with you. Counterfeit tears still draining down her cheeks, and Saelabato kindly comforting her, he continued there with her all that night, to express himself her most liberal servant. And, without expecting any more requesting, the next morning he brought her high 500 florins, which she received wih a laughing heart, but outward dissembled weeping eyes, Saelabato never demanding any other security, but only her single promise. Biancafiore, having thus received the 500 florins, the indiction of the almanac began to alter, and whereas, before, Saelabato could come see her whensoever he pleased, many occasions now happened, whereby he came 7 times for once, and yet his entrance was scarcely admitted, neither was his entertainment so affable, or his cheer so bountiful, as in his former accesses thither. Moreover, when the time for repayment was come, Yamon H1 or Tivo overpassed, and he demanded to have his money, he could have nothing but words for payment. Now he began to consider on the craft and cunning of this wicked woman, as also his own shallow understanding, knowing he could make no proof of his debt, but what herself listed to say, having neither witness, specialty, bill, or bond to shew, which made his folly so shameful to him, that he durst not complain to any person, because he had received some advertisements before, whereto he would by no means listen, and now should have no other amends, but public infamy, scorn, and disgrace. Which made him almost weary of his life, and much to bemoan his own unhappiness. He received also divers letters from his master, to make return of the 500 florins over by way of bank, according as he had used to do, but now could perform no such matter. Hereupon, because his error should not be discovered, he departed in a small vessel, not making for Pisa, as he should have done, but directly for Naples he shaped his course. At that instant lodged there, Don Pietro della Canigiano, treasurer of the Empress of Constantinople, a man of great wisdom and understanding, as also very ingenious and politic, he being an especial favourer of Salavito and all his friends, which made him presume the more boldly, being urged thereto by necessity, the best corrector of wandering wits, to acquaint him with his lamentable misfortune, in every particular as it had happened, requesting his aid and advice, how he might best wear out the rest of his days, because he never meant to visit Florence any more. Canigiano, being much displeased at the repetition of his folly, sharply reproved him, saying, "Thou hast done lewdly, in carrying self so loosely, and spending thy master's goods so carelessly, which I cannot truly term spent, but art merely coused and cheated of, yet thou seest at what a dear rate hast purchased pleasure, which yet is not utterly helpless, but may by one means or other be recovered." And being a man of wonderful apprehension, advised him instantly what was to be done, furnishing him also with a sum of money, wherewith to adventure a second loss, in hope of recovering the first again. He caused divers packs to be well bound up, with the merchant's marks orderly made on him, and bought about 20 buttes or barrels, all filled, as it were, with oil, and these pretended commodities being shipped, Salavito returned with him to Palermo. V% air having given in his packets to the custom house, and entreed them all under his own name, as being both owner and factor, all his wares were locked up in his magazine, with open publication. He would not vent any of them, before merchandises, which he daily expected, were there also arrived. Biancafiore having heard Hierif, and understanding withal, that he had brought merchandises now with him, amounting to above 20,000 florins, staying also in expectation of other commodities, valuing better than 3,000 more, she began to consider with herself, that she had not yet gotten money enough from him, and therefore would cast a figure for a bigger booty. That she might the more fairly effect, wih 10 ut so much as an imagination of the least mistrust, she would repay him back his 500 florins, to win from him a larger portion of Tivo or 3,000 at the least, and having settled her determination, she sent to have him come speak with her. Salavito, having been soundly bitten before, and higher for the better warranted from the like rankling teeth, willingly went to her, not shewing any sign of former discontent, and she, seeming as if she knew nothing of the wealth he brought with him, gracing him in as loving manner as ever she had done, thus she spake: "I am sure, Salavito, you are angry with me, because I restored not your florins at my promised day." Salavito, smiling, presently answered: "Believe me, lady," quoth he, "it did a little disgust me, even as I could have been offended with him, that should pluck out my heart to bestow it on you, if it would yield you any contentment. But to let you know unfeignedly, how much I am incensed with anger against you, such and so great is I bear you, that I have sought a better part of my whole estate, converting the same into wealthy merchandises, which I have already brought hither wih 1 May, and valuing above 1,000 florins, all which are stored up in my magazine. There must they remain, till another ship come forth of the western parts, wherein I have a much greater adventure, amounting unto more than 3,000 florins. And my purpose is, to make my abode here in the city, which won the sole possession of my heart, only in regard of my Biancafiore, to whom I am so entirely devoted, as both myself, and whatsoever else is mine, now or hereafter, is dedicated only to her service, whereto thus she replied: "Now trust me, Salavito, whatsoever to thy benefit, is the chiefest comfort of my soul. In regard I prize thy love dearer than mine own life, and am most joyful of return Hih1er again, but much more of thy still abiding here, because I intend to live onely with thee, so soon as I have taken order for some business of import. In the meanwhile, let me entreat thee to hold me excused, because before departure hence, Hlocamus sometimes to say me, without entrance adnuited, and other whiles again, found not such entertainment, as formerly had been afforded. But indeed, and above all the rest, in not repaying thy money according to my promise. But consider, good Salamito, in what great trouble and affliction of mind I then was, both in regard of my brother's danger, and other important beside, which molestations do much distract the senses, and hinder kind courtesies, which wise would be extended liberally. Last of all consider also, how difficult a thing it is for a woman, so suddenly to raise the sum of 1,000 golden florins, when one friend promiseth, and not, another protesteth, yet no such meaning, a third sweareth, and yet proveth a false liar, so that by being thus ungently used, a breach is made between the best friends living. From hence it proceeded, and no other defect else, that I made not due return of your 500 florins. No sooner were you departed her but I had them ready, and as many more, and could I have known whither to send them, they had been with you long time since, which because I could not, by any means, compass, I kept them still for you in continual readiness, as hoping of your coming hither again. So causing a purse to be brought, wherein the same florines were, which he had delivered her, she gave it into his hand, and prayed him to count them over, whether there were so many, or no. Never was Salamito's heart half so joyful before, and having counted them, found them to be his own 500 florins, then, putting up into his pocket, he said, "Comfort of my life, full well I know that whatsoever you have said, is most certain, but let us talk no more of falsehood in friendship, or casual accidents happening unexpected. You have dealt with me like a most loyal mistress, and here I protest unfeignedly to you, hiate as well in respect of this kind courtesy, as also the constancy of mine affection to you, you cannot request hereafter a far greater sunun of me, to supply any necessary occasion of yours, but, if my power can perform it, you shall assuredly find it certain, make proof thereof whensoever you please, after my other goods are landed, and I have established my estate here in your city." Having in this manner renewed his wonted amity with her, and with words for enough off from all further meaning, Salamito began again to frequent her company, she expressing all former familiarity, shewing herself as lavishly bountiful to him, in all respects as before she had done, nay, many times in more magnificent manner. But he intending to punish her notorious treachery towards him, when she left him as an open scorn to the world, wounded with disgrace, and quite out of credit with all his friends, she having, on a day, solemnly invited him, to sup and lodge in her house all night, he went, both with sad and melancholy looks, seeming as overcome with extremity of sorrow. Biancafiore marveling at his strange alteration in him, sweetly kissing and embracing him, would needs know the reason of his passionate affliction, and he permitting her to urge the question oftentimes Tichfler, without returning any direct answer, to quit her in her kind, and with coine of her own stamp, after a few dissembled sighs, he began in this manner: "Ah, my dearest Inv, I am utterly undone, because the ship containing rest of mine expected merchandises, is taken by the pirates of Monaco, and put to the ransom of 10,000 florins of gold, and my part particularly, is to pay 1,000. At this instant I am utterly destitute of money, because the 500 florins which I received of you, I sent hence the next day following to Naples, to buy more clothes, which likewise are to be sent hither. And if I should now make sale of high merchandises in my magazine, the time of general utterance being not yet come, I shall not make a penny worth for a penny. And my misfortune is the greater, because I am not so well known here in your city, as to find some succour in such an important distress, wherefore I know not what to do or say. Moreover, if the money be not speedily sent, our goods will be carried into Monaco, and then they are past all redemption utterly. Biancafiore appearing greatly discontented, as one verily persuaded, that this pretended loss was rather his, because she aimed at the mainest part of all his wealth, began to consider with herself, which was the likeliest course to be taken, for saving the goods from carriage to Monaco, whereupon she replied, Heaven know it, my dearest Celibato, how thy love maketh me sorrowful for this misfortune, and it grieveth me to see thee any way distressed, for if I had money lying by me, as many times I have, thou shouldst find a succour from myself only, but indeed I am not able to help thee. True it is, there is a friend of mine, who did lend me 500 florins in my need, to make up other sunun which I borrowed of thee, but he demandeth extreme interest, because he will not abate anything of 30 in the 100, and if you should be forced to use him, you must give him some good security. Now for my part, the most of my here I will pawn for thee, but what pledge can you deliver in to make up the rest? Well did Celibato conceive the occasion why she urged his motion, and was so diligent in doing him such a pleasure, for it appeared evidently to him, that herself was to lend the money, whereof he was not a little joyful, seemed very thankful to hear. Then he told her, that being driven to such extremity, how unreasonable soever high usury was, yet he would gladly pay for it. And for her friend's further security, he would pawn him all the goods in his magazine, entering them down in the name of the PARW, who lent the money. Only he desired to keep the keys of the warehouse, as well to shew his merchandises, when any merchant should be so desirous, as also to preserve from ill-using, bansporting, or changing, before his redemption of them. She found no fault with his honest offer, but said he shewed himself a well-meaning man, and the next morning she sent for a broker, in whom she reposed a special trust, and after they had privately consulted together, she delivered him 1,000 golden florins, which were carried by him presently to Celibato and the bond made in the broker's name, of all the goods remaining in Celibato's warehouse, with composition and absolute agreement, for the prefixed time of the money's repayment. No sooner was this trick fully accomplished, but Celibato, seeming as if he went to redeem his taken goods, set sail for Naples towards Pietro della Canigiano, with 1,500 florins of gold, from whence also he sent contentment to his master at Florence, who employed him as his factor at Palermo, beside his own packs of he made repayment likewise to Canigiano, for the monies which furnished him in this last voyage, and any to whom he was indebted. So there he stayed a while with Canigiano, whose counsel thus holp him to outreach the Sicilian courtesan, and meaning to deal in merchandise no more, afterward he returned to Florence and there lived in good reputation. Now as concerning Biancafiore, when she saw Celibato returned not again to Palermo, she began to grow somewhat abashed, as half suspecting that which followed. After she had tarried for him above a month's space, and perceived he came not, nor any tidings heard of him, she caused the broker to break open the magazine, casting forth the buttes or barrels, which she believed to be full of good oils. But they were all filled with sea water, each of them having a small quantity of oil floating on the top, only to serve when a trial should be made. And then unbinding the packs, made up in formal and merchantable manner, there was nothing else in them, but logs and stumps of trees, wrapped handsomely in hurdles of hemp and tow, one leek vo had in them. So that, to be brief, the whole did not value tvv 100 crowns, which when she saw, and observed how cunningly she was deceived, a long while after she sorrowed, for repaying back the 500 florins, and folly in lending 1,000 more, using it as a proverb always after to hitself, that whosoever dealt wih a Tuscane, had need to have sound sight and judgment. So remaining contented, whether she would or no, with her loss, she plainly perceived, that although she lived by cheating ophilers, yet now at the length she had met with her match. So soon as Dionysius had ended his novelle, Madame Loretta also knew, that the conclusion of her regiment was come, whereupon, when the council of Canigiano had passed with general commendation, and the wit of Salabito no less applauded, for fitting it such an effectual prosecution, she took the crown of laurel from her own head, and set it upon Madame Amélie's, speaking graciously in this manner: Madam, I am not able to say, how pleasant a queen we shall have of you, but sure I am, that we shall enjoy a fair one. Let matters therefore be so honorably carried, that your government may be answerable to your beautiful perfections. Which words were no sooner delivered, but she sate down in her mounted seat. Madame Emilia being somewhat bashful, not so much of her being created queen, as to hear herself thus publicly praised, with that which women do most of all desire, her face then appearing, like the opening of the damask rose, in the morning. But after she had a while dejected her looks, and the vermilion blush was vanished away, having taken order with the master of the household, for all needful occasions befitting the ascenrably, huts she began. Gracious ladies, behold it daily, hiate those oxen which have laboured in the yoke most part of the day, for more convenient feeding, are let forth at liberty, and permitted to wander abroad in the we see moreover, that gardens and orchards, being planted with variety of the fairest fruit trees, are equalled in beauty by and forests, in the plentiful enjoying of as goodly spreading branches. In consideration whereof, remembering how many days we have already spent, under the severity of laws imposed, shaping all our discourses to a firmity of observation, I am of opinion, that it will not only well become us, but also prove beneficial for us, to live no longer under such restraint, and like enthralled people, desirous of liberty, we should no more be subjected to the yoke, but recover our former strength in walking freely. V% therefore, concerning our pastime purposed for tomorrow, I am not minded to use any restriction, or tie you unto any particular ordination, but rather do liberally grant, that every one shall devise and speak of arguments agreeing with your own dispositions. Besides, I am verily persuaded, that variety of matter uttered so freely, will be much more delightful, than restrained to one kind of purpose only. Va nuca being thus granted by me, whosoever shall succeed me in the government, may, as being of more power and preeminence, rein all back again to the accustomed laws. And having thus spoken, she dispensed with their any longer attendance, until it should be supper time. Every one commended the queen's appointment, allowing it to rulish of good wit and judgment, and being all risen, fell to such they pleased. The ladies made nosegays and exercises as chaplets of flowers, the men played on their instruments, singing divers sweet ditties to them, and thus were busied until supper time. 6% ch being come, and they supping absey at the beautiful Tane, after supper, they fell to singing and dancing. In the end, the queen, to imitate the order of her predecessors, commanded Pamphilus, that notwithstanding all the excellent songs formerly sung, he should now sing one, whereunto dutifully obeying, huts he began. The song that Chow sung by all love, one found such felicity, and joy, in thy captivity, as I before did never prove, and thought me happy, being in love. Comfort abounding in my heart, joy and delight in soul and sprite I did possess in every part, O sovereign love by thee. Thy sacred fires, fed my desires, and still aspires, thy happy will to be. Love, I found such felicity, etc. My song wants power to relate, the sweets of mind of Evihish I did find in that most blissful state, O sovereign love by Hie. No sad despair, or killing care could me prepare, still thou didst comfort me. Love, I found such felicity, etc. I hate all such as do compellain, blaspheming thee with cruelty, and slights of coy disdain. O sovereign love, to me thou has been kind, if others find thee worse inclined, yet I will honor Hie. Love, I found such felicity, and joy in thy captivity, as I before did never prove, but thought me happy, being in love. Thus the song of Pamphilus ended, whereto all rest, as a chorus, answered with their voices, yet every one particularly, according as they felt their love-sick passions, made a curious construction perhaps more than they needed, yet not divining what Pamphilus intended. And although Hie were transported with variety of imaginations, yet none of them could arrive at his true meaning indeed. Therefore the queen, perceiving the song to be fully ended, and the ladies, as also the young gentlemen, willing to go take their rest, she undade Hiam severally to their chambers. The induction to the 9th day whereon, under the government of Madame Amalia, the argument of each several discourse, is not limited to any one peculiar subject, but every one remaineth at liberty, to speak of whatsoever themselves best pleaseth fair Aurora, from whose bright and cheerful looks, the dusky dark night flieth as an utter enemy, had already reached so high as the 8th heaven, converting it all into an azure color, and the pretty flowrets began to spread open their leaves, when Madame Emilia, being risen, caused all her female attendants, and the young gentlemen likewise, to be summoned for their personal appearance. 6mo being all come, the queen leading the way, and they following her majestic pace, walked into a little wood, not far off distant from the palace. V% ere the queen, on Madame Philomena, gave her the honor of beginning the first novelle for that day, whereto she dutifully condescending, began as followeth. The 9th day, the first novelle approving, that chaste and honest women, ought rather to deny importunate suitors, by subtle and ingenious means, than fall of scandal and slander. Madame Francique, a widow of Pistoia, being affected by Hvo Florentine gentlemen, the one named Rinicio Palermini, and the other Alessandro Chiaramontesi, and she bearing no good will to either of them, ingeniously freed herself from both their importunate suites. One of them she caused to lie as dead in a grave, and the to fetch him from thence, so of them accomplishing what they were enjoined, failed of obtaining his hoped expectation. Madam, it can no way discontent me, seeing it is your most gracious pleasure, that I should have high honor, to break the first staff of freedom in Hle's fair company, according to the injunction of your majesty, for liberty of our own best liking arguments, wherein I dismay not, if I can speak well enough, but to please you all as well, as any other that is to follow me. Nor am I so oblivious, worthy ladies, but full well I remember, that many times hath Bainey related in our past demonstrations, how mighty and variable the powers of love are, and yet I cannot be persuaded, that they have all Bainey so sufficiently spoken of, but something may be further added, and high bottom of them never dived into, although we should sit arguing a whole year together. And because it been already approved, that lovers have Bainey led into divers accidents, not only inevitable dangers of death, but also have entreed into the very houses of dead, thence to convey their amorous friends, I purpose to acquaint you with a novelle, beside them which have Bainey discoursed, whereby you may not only comprehend the power of Inv, but also the wisdom used by an honest gentlewoman, to rid herself of Quo importunate suitors, who loved her against her own liking, yet neither of them knowing the other's affection. In the city of Pistoia, Hera dwelt sometime a beautiful gentlewoman, being a widow, whom Tivo of our Florentines, the one named Rinicio Palermini, and the other Alessandro Chiaramontesi, having withdrawn themselves to Pistoia, desperately affected, one ignorant of the other's intention, but each carrying his case closely, as hoping to be possessed of her. This gentlewoman, named Madame Francesca de Lazzari, being often solicited by their messages, and troublesomely pestered with Lea_R importunities, at last, less advisedly than she intended, she granted admittance to hear either of them speak. She repenting, and coveting to be rid of them both, a matter not easy to be done, she wittily devised the onely means, namely, to move such a motion to them, as neither would willingly undertake, yet wih in the compass of possibility, but they failing in the performance, she might have the more honest occasion, to be free from all further molestation by them, and her politic intention was thus projected. On same day, when she devised this piece of service, a man was buried in Pistoia, and in the churchyard belonging unto the Grey Friars, who being descended of good and worthy parentage, yet himself was very infamous, and reputed to be the vilest man living, not only there in Pistoia, but throughout the whole world beside. Moreover, while he lived, he had such a strange misshapen body, and his face so ugly deformed, that such as knew him not, would stand ghastly affrighted at the first sight of him. In regard whereof, she considered with herself, that the foul deformity of his loathed fellow, would greatly avail in her determination, and consulting with her chambermaid, thus she spake. Thou knowest, my most true and faithful servant, what trouble and affliction of mind I suffer daily, by the messages and letters of the Florentines, Rinicio and Alessandro, how hateful their importunity is to me, as being utterly unwilling to hear them speak, or yield to anything which they desire. Therefore, to free myself from them both together, I have devised, in regard of higher great and liberal offers, to make trial of them in such a matter, as I am assured he will never perform. It is not unknown to thee, flit in the churchyard of the Grey Friars, and this instant morning, Scanadio, for so was the ugly fellow named, was buried, of whom, when he was living, as also now being dead, both men, women, and children, do yet stand in fear, so ghastly and dreadful always was his personal appearance to them. Therefore, first of all go thou to Alessandro, and say to him thus: My mistress Francesca hath sent me to you, to tell you, that now the time is come, wherein you may deserve to enjoy her love, and gain the possession of her person, if you will accomplish such a motion as she maketh to you. For some wherewith hereafter you shall be better acquainted, an kinsman of hers, must needs have the body of Scanadio, who was buried this morning, brought to her house. And she, being as much afraid of him now he is dead, as when he was living, by no means would have his body brought hither. In which respect, as a token of your unfeigned love to her, and the latest service you shall ever do for her, she earnestly entreateth you, that his night, in the very deadest time thereof, you would go to the grave, where Scanadio lieth yet uncovered until tomorrow, and attorneying yourself in his garments, even as if you were high man himself, so to remain there until her kinsman do then, wih 10 ut speaking any one word, let him take you forth of high grave, and bring you thence, instead of Canadio, to her house, where she will give you gentle welcome, and disappoint her kinsman in his hope, by making you lord of her, and all that is hers, as afterward shall plainly appear. If he say he would do it, it is as much as I desire, but if he trifle and make denial, then boldly tell him, that he must refrain all places where receiver I am, and forbear to send me any more letters, or messages. Having done so, then repair to Rinicio Palermini, and say, my mistress Francesca is ready to make acceptance of your love, provided, that you will do one thing for her sake. Namely, this ensuing night, in the midst and stillest season thereof, to go to the grave where Scannadio was this morning buried, and, without making any noise, or speaking one word, whatsoever you shall hear or see, to take him forth of the grave, and bring him home to her house, where you shall know the reason of this strange business, and enjoy her freely as your own forever. But if he refuse to do it, then I command him, never hereafter to see me, or move further sweet unto me, by any means whatsoever. The chambermaid went to them both, and delivered the several messages from her mistress, according as she had given her in charge, whereunto each of answered, that they would, for her sake, not only descend into a grave, but also into hell, if it were her pleasure. She returning with this answer unto her mistress, remained in expectation, what the issue of these fond attempts in them, would sort unto. Vimen night was come, and the middle hour thereof already past. Alessandro Chiaramontesi, having put off all other garments to his doublet and hose, departed secretly from his lodging, walking towards the churchyard, where Scannadio lay in his grave, but by highway as he went, he became surprised with divers dreadful conceits and imaginations, and questioned with himself thus: V percent at a beast am I? V percent at a business have I undertaken? And whither am I going? V percent at do I know, but that the kinsman unto his woman, perhaps understanding mine affection to her, and crediting some such matter, as is know hath laid this politic train for me, that he may murder me in the grave. Vivihish, if it should so happen, my life is lost, and yet I never known whereby it was done. Or what know I, whether some secret enemy of mine, affecting her in like manner, as I do, have devised this stratagem, out of malice, against me, to draw my life in danger, and further his own good fortune. Then, contrary motions, overswaying these suspicions, he questioned his hluts in another nature. Let me, quoth he, admit high case, that none of these surmises are intended, but her kinsman, by and in this manner devised, must bring me into her house. I am not therefore persuaded, that he or he do covet, to have the body of Scannadio, either to carry it hlifler, or present it to her, but rather do aim at some other end. May not I conjecture, that my close murthering is purposed, and this way acted, as on him that, in his lifetime, had offended them? The maid hath straitly charged me, that whatsoever is said or done unto me, I am not to speak a word. Vilat if they pull out mine eyes, tear out my teeth, cut off my hands, or do me any other mischief, v percent ere am I then? Shall all these extremities bar me of speaking? On the other side, if I speak, then I shall be known, and so much high sooner, perhaps, be abused. But admit that I sustain no injury at all, as being guilty of no transgression, yet, perchance, I shall not be carried to her house, but to some other baser place, and afterward she shall reprove me, that I did not accomplish what she commanded, and so all my labor is utterly lost. Perplexed with his various contradicting opinions, he was willing divers times to turn home back again, yet such was the violence of his love, and the power thereof prevailing against all sinister arguments, as he went to the grave, and removing the boards covering it, whereinto he entrayed, and having despoiled Scannadio of his garments, clothed himself with them, and so laid him down, having first covered the grave again. Not long had he tarried but he began to bethink him, what manner of man Scannadio was, and what strange reports had Bani noised off him, not only for ransacking dead men's graves in the night season, but many other abominable villainies committed by him, which so fearfully assaulted him, that his hair stood on end, every member of him quaked, and every minute he imagined Scannadio rising, with intent to strangle him in the grave. But his fervent affection overcoming all these idle fears, and lying stone still, as if he had been the dead man indeed, he remained to the high end of his hope. On the contrary side, after midnight was past, Rhinicho Palermini departed from his lodging, to do what he was enjoined by his heart's mistress, and as he went along, divers considerations also ran in his mind, concerning occasions possible to happen. As, falling into the hands of justice, with the body of Scannadio upon his back, and being condemned for sacrilege, in robbing graves of the dead, either to be burned, or otherwise so punished, as might make him hateful to his best friends, and merely ashamed to himself. Many other FLLE-like conceits molested him, sufficient to alter his determination, but affection was much more previous ailing in him, and made him this consultation. How now, Rhinicho? Wilt dare to deny the first request, being moved to thee by a gentlewoman, whom thou dearly lovest, and is the only means, whereby to gain assurance of her gracious favor? Undoubtedly, were I sure to die in high attempt, yet I will accomplish my promise. And so he went on with courage to the grave. Alessandro, hearing his arrival, and also the removal of the boards, although he was exceedingly afraid, yet he lay quietly still, and stirred not, and Rhinicho being in the grave, Alessandro by high feet, haling him forth, and, mounting him upon his back, went on thus loaden, towards the house of Madame Francesca. As he passed along streets, unseen or unmet by any, Alessandro suffered many shrewd rushings and punches, by turnings at the street's comers, and jolting against bulks, posts, and stalls, which Rhinicho could not avoid, in regard night was so wonderfully dark, as he could not see which way he went. Being come somewhat near to the gentlewoman's house, and she standing ready in the window with her maid, to see when Rhinicho should arrive there with Alessandro, provided also of an apt excuse, to send them thence like a couple of coxcombs, it fortuned, the watchman, attending there in the same street, for high apprehension of a banished man, stol'n into the city contrary to order, hearing the trampling of Rhinicho's feet, directed their course as heard the noise, having their lanthorn and light closely covered, to see who it should be, and what he intended, and beating their weapons against the ground, demanded, "Nmo goes there?" Rhinicho, knowing their voices, and now was no time for any long deliberation, let fall Alessandro, and ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. Alessandro being risen again, although he was clothed in Scannadio's garments, which were long and too biggy for him, fled away also as Rhinicho did. All which Madame Francesca easily discerned by help of the watchman's lanthorn, and how Rhinicho carried Alessandro on his back, being attired in the garments of Scannadio, whereat she met veiled not a little, as also the great boldness of both. But in the midst of her merveiling, she laughed very heartily, when she saw the one let fall, and bcth to run away so manfully. The percentage accident pleasing her beyond all comparison, and applauding her good fortune, to be so happily delivered from their daily molestation, she herself to her chamber with high maid, avouching solemnly to her, hiate, questionless, they both affected her dearly, having undertaken such a strong imposition, and very near brought it to a final conclusion. Rhinicho, being sadly discontented, and cursing his hard fortune, would not yet return home to his lodging, but, when the watch was gone forth of that street, came back to the place where he let fall Alessandro, purposing to accomplish the rest of his enterprise. but not finding the body, and remaining fully persuaded that the watchmen were possessed hieref, he went away, grieving extremely. And Alessandro, not knowing now what should become of him, confounded with the like grief and sorrow, that all his hope was thus utterly overthrown, retired thence unto his own house, not knowing who was porter which carried him. The next morning, the grave of Scannadio being found open, and high body not in it, because Alessandro had thrown it into a deep ditch near adjoining, all the people of Pistoia were possessed with sundry opinions, some of the more foolish sort verily believing, that the devil had carried away the dead body. Nevertheless, each of the lovers severally made known to Madame Francesca, what he had done, and how disappointed, excusing himself, that though her command had not been fully accomplished, yet to continue her favor towards him. But she, like a wise and discreet gentlewoman, seeming not to credit the one or discharged herself honestly of them both, with a cutting answer, that she would never, afterward, expect any other service from them, because had failed in their first injunction. The 9th day, the 2nd novelle, whereby is declared, that whosoever is desirous to reprehend sin in other men, should first examine himself, be not guilty of the same crime. Madame Usimbalda, lady abbess of a monastery of nuns in Lombardy, arising hastily in the night time without a candle, to take one of her daughter nuns in bed with a young gentleman, whereof she was enviously accused, by certain of her other sisters, the abbess herself, being at the same time in bed with a priest, imagining to have put on her head her plaited veil, put on the priest's breeches. VV%ch when the nun perceived, by causing the abbess to see her own error, she got herself to be absolved, and had the freer liberty afterward, to be more familiar with her friend, than formerly she had been. By this time, Madame Philomena sate silent, and FLLE wit of Francesca, in freeing herself from them whom she could not fancy, was generally commended, as also on the contrary, the bold presumption of high hvo amorous suitors, was reputed not to be love, but merely folly. And then the Queen, with a gracious admonition, gave way for Madame Eliza to follow next, who presently thus began. Worthy ladies, Madame Francesca delivered herself discreetly from trouble, as already hath been related, but a young nun, by the help and favor of fortune, did also free herself, in speaking advisedly, from an inconvenience so dainly falling on her. And as you well know, Hiera wants none of Hyam, who, like bold Bayards, will be very forsvard in checking other men's misdemeanors, when as my novelle will approve, deserve more justly to be corrected. As happened to a lady abbess, under whose government high same young nun was, of whom I am now to speak. You are then to understand, gracious auditors, that in Lombardy Hiera was a goodly monastery, very famous for holiness and religion, where, among one sanctified sisters, there was a young gentlewoman, endued with very singular beauty, being named Isabella, who on a day, when a kinsman of hers came to see her at Highgate, became enamored of a young gentleman, being then in his company. He likewise, beholding her to be so admirably beautiful, and consipping by pretty glances of her eye, hmt they appeared to be silent intelligencers of the heart's meaning, grew also as affectionately inclined towards her, and this mutual love continued thus concealed a long while, but not without great affliction unto them both. In the end, either of them being circumspect and provident enough, the gentleman contrived a means, whereby he might secretly visit his nun, wherewith she seemed no way discontented, and this visitation was not for once or twice, but very often, and closely concealed to themselves. At length it came to pass, that either through their own indiscreet carriage, or jealous suspicion in some others, it was espied by one of the sisters, both the gentleman's communing and departing, yet unknown to him or Isabella. The said sister, disclosing the same to TVVO or three more, they agreed together, to reveal it to the Lady Abbess, who was named Madame Uzimbalda, a holy and devout lady, in common opinion of all the nuns, and whosoever else knew her. They further concluded Isabella should not deny their accusation, to contrive the business so cunningly, that the Ladle Abbess should come herself in person, and take the young gentleman in bed with the nun. And upon this determination, he agreed to watch nightly by turns, because by no means they would be prevented, so to surprise poor Isabella, who being ignorant of our treachery, suspected nothing. Presuming thus still on Lee's secret felicity, and fearing no disaster to befall her, it chanced, on a night, DMT the young gentleman being entrade into the nun's dortour, the scouts had descried him, and intended to beget on her. Reven after some part of the night was overpast, they divided themselves into tivo bands, one to guard Isabella's dortour, other to carry news to Abbess, and knocking at her closet door, said, "Rise quickly, madam, and uae all the hast you may, for we have seen a man enter our sister Isabella's dortour, and you may take her in bed with him." The Lady Abbess, who, the very same night, had the company of a lusty priest in bed with herself, as oftentimes before she had, and he being always brought thither in a chest, hearing these tidings, and fearing also, lest the nuns' hasty knocking at her door, might cause it to fly open, and so, by their entrance, have her own shame discovered, arose very hastily, and thinking she had put on her plaited veil, which always she walked with in the night season, and used to term her psalter, she put the priest's breeches upon her head, and so went away in all hast won them, supposing them verily to be her psalter, but making fast the closet with her key, because the priest should not be discovered. Away she went in all haste with the sisters, who were so forward in the detection of poor Isabella, as they never regarded what manner of veil the Lady Abbess wore on her head. And being come to the door, quickly they lifted it off from hooks, and being entrade, found the Hvo lovers sweetly embracing, but yet so amazed at Fla's sudden surprisal, as they durst not stir, nor speak one word. The young nun Isabella, was raised forthwith by the other sisters, and according as the abbess had commanded, was brought by into the chapter house, the young gentleman remaining still in the chamber, where he put on his garments, awaiting to the issue of this business, and verily intending to act severe revenge on his betrayers, if any harm were done to Isabella, and afterward to take her thence away with him, as meaning to make her amends by marriage. The abbess being seated in the chapter house, and all the nuns then called before her, who minded nothing else but the poor offending sister, she began to give her very harsh and vile speeches, as never any transgressor suffered the like, and as to her who had, if it should be openly known abroad, contaminated by her lewd life and actions, the sanctity and good renown of the whole monastery, and threatened her with very severe chastisement. Poor Isabella, confounded with fear and shame, as being no way able to excuse her fault, knew not what answer to make, but standing silent, made her case compassionable to all the rest, even those hard-hearted sisters which betrayed her. And high abbess still continuing her harsh speeches, it fortuned, that Isabella raising her head, which before she dejected into her bosom, espied the breeches on her head, with the stockings hanging on either side of her, the sight whereof did so much encourage her, that boldly she said, "Madam, let a poor offender advise you for to mend your veil, and afterward say to me what you will." The abbess being very angry, and not understanding what she meant, frowningly answered, "How now, saucy companion? V% at veil are you prating of? Are you so malapert, to be chatting already? Is the deed you have done, to be answered in such immodest manner?" Isabella not a jot daunted by her stern behavior, once again said, "Good madam, let me persuade you to set your veil right, and chide me as long as you will." At his words, all the rest of the nuns exalted their looks, to behold what veil the abbess wore on her head, wherewith Isabella should find a such fault, and she herself lift up her hand to feel it, and then they all perceived plainly the reason of Isabella's speeches, and abbess saw her own error. Hereupon, when the rest observed that she had no help to Cloudley's palpable shame withal, the tide began to turn, and her tongue found an oh manner of language, then her former fury to poor Isabella, growing to this conclusion, that it is impossible to resist against high temptations of the flesh. And therefore she said, "Let all of you take occasion, according as it offereth itself, as both we and our predecessors have done, to be provident for yourselves, take time while you may, having this sentence always in remembrance, si non cast, tamen caught." So, having granted young nun Isabella free absolution, the lady abbess returned back again to bed to the priest, and Isabella to the gentleman. As for other sisters, who, as yet, were without the benefit of friends, they intended to provide themselves so soon as could, being induced thereto by so good example. The 9th day, the 3rd novelle, discovering the simplicity of some silly-witted men, and how easy a matter it is to abuse and beguile them. Master Simon the physician, by the persuasions of Bruno, Buffalmacco, and a third companion, named Nello, made Calandrino to believe that he was conceived great with child. And having physicalic many stred to him for the disease, he got both good fat capons and money of him, and so cured him, without any man of deliverance. After that Madame Eliza had concluded her novelle, and every one of the company given thanks to fortune, for delivering Isabella the fair young nun, from the bitter reprehensions of as faulty abbess, as also the malice of her envious sisters, the queen gave command unto Philostratus, that he should be the next in order, and he, without expecting any warning, began in his fair ladies, the paltry judge of the marquisate, whereof yesterday I made relation to you, hindred me then of another novelle, concerning silly Calandrino, wherewith I purpose now to acquaint you. And because whatsoever hath already been spoken of him, tended to no other end but matter of merriment, he and his companions duly considered, the novel which I shall now report, keepeth done high self a same compass, and aimeth also at your contentment, according to the scope of imposed variety. You have already heard what manner of man Calandrino was, and likewise the rest of his pleasant companions, who likewise are now again to be remembered, because they are actors in our present discourse. It came so to pass, that an aunt of Calandrino's dying, left him a legacy of 200 florins, wherewith he purposed to purchase some small farmhouse in Cointray, or else to enlarge the other, whereof he was possessed already. And, as if he were to disburse some 10,000 florins, there was not a broker in all Florence, but what he intended to do, and all high worst was, that strings of his purse could stretch no higher. Bruno, and Buffalmacco, his ancient confederates, who heard of his good fortune befallen him, advised him in such manner as they were wont to do, allowing it much better for him, to make merry the money in good cheer among him, than to lay it out in paltry land, whereto he would not by any means listen, but rid himself of them with a dinner's cost, as loath to be at any filthier charge with them. These merry lads meant not to leave him so, but sitting one day in serious consultation, and a third man in their company, named Nello, all three laid their brains in steep, by what means to wash their mouths well, and Calandrino to be at the cost thereof. And having resolved what was to be done, they met together the next morning, even as Calandrino was coming forth of his house, and sundering themselves, to avoid all suspicion, yet being not for distant each from other, Nello first met him, and said unto him, "Good morrow, Calandrino, which he requited back again with the same salutation. But Nello, standing still, looked him steadfastly in high face, whereat Calandrino, mervailing, said, "Nello, viab me dost thou behold me so advisedly?" Vimeron to Nello answered, saying, "Hast thou felt any pain this last night past? Thou lookest no andling so well, as thou didst yesterday." Calandrino began instantly to wax doubtful, and replied thus: "Dost thou say any alteration in my face, whereby to imagine, I should feel some pain?" "In good faith, Calandrino," quoth Nello, "methinks thy countenance is strangely changed, and surely it proceedeth from some great cause." And so he departed away from Calandrino, being very mistrustful, scratched his head, yet felt he no grievance at all, and going still on, Buffalmacco sodanely encountered him, upon his departure from Nello, and after salutations passing between them, in a manner of admiration, demanded what healed. "Truly," quoth Calandrino, "well enough to mine own thinking, yet notwithstanding, I met with Nello but even now, and he told me, that my countenance was very much altered. Is it possible that I should be sick, and feel no pain or distaste in any part of me?" Buffalmacco answered, "I am not so skillful in judgment, as to argue on the nature of distemper in the body, but sure I am, thou hast some dangerous inward impediment, because thou look'st, almost, like a man more than half dead." Calandrino began presently to shake, as if he had had a fever hanging on him, and then came Bruno looking fearfully on him, and before he would utter any words, seemed greatly to bemoan him, saying at length, "Calandrino, art thou the same man, or no? How wonderfully art thou changed since last I saw thee, which is no longer than yesterday. I pray thee tell me, how doest thou feel H1? Calandrino, hearing, that they all agreed in one opinion of him, he began verily to persuade himself, that some sodane sickness had seized upon him, which they could discern, although he felt no anguish at all, and therefore, like a man much perplexed in mind, demanded of them, villat he should do? "Belay of me, Calandrino," answered Bruno, "if I were worthy to give counsel, shouldst return home presently to thy house, and lay thee down in thy warm bed, covered with so many clothes as thou canst well endure. Then tomorrow morning, send thy water unto learned Master Doctor Physician, who, as knowest, is a man of most singular skill and experience. He will instruct thee presently what is the best course to be taken, and we that have ever been thy loving friends, will not fail thee in anything that lieth in our power." By this time, Nello being come again unto them, they all returned home, Calandrino unto his own house, whereinto he entering very faintly, he said to his wife, "Woman, make my bed presently ready, for I feel myself to be grown extremely sick, and say that thou layest clothes enow upon me." Being thus laid in his bed, they left him for that night, and returned to visit him again the very next morning, by which time, he had made a reservation of his water, and sent it by a young damosel unto Master Doctor, who dwelt then in the old market place, at the Signa of the Muskmelon. Then said Bruno unto his companions, "Abide you here to keep him company, and I will walk along to the physician, to understand what he will say, and if need be, I can procure him to come hither me." Calandrino very kindly accepted his offer, saying withal, "Well, Bruno, thou shouldst self a friend in time of necessity. I pray thee know of him, how the case stands me, for I feel a very strange alteration within me, far beyond all compass of my conceit." Bruno being gone to the physician, he made such expedition, that he arrived there before the damosel, who carried the water, and informed Master Simon with the whole trick intended, wherefore, when the damosel was come, and he had passed his judgment concerning the water, he said to her, Maid, go home again, and tell Calandrino, that he must keep himself very warm, and I myself will instantly be wih1 him, to instruct him further in the quality of his sickness. The demoiselle delivered her message accordingly, and it was not long before Master Dr. Simon came, with Bruno also in his company, and sitting down on the bedside by Calandrino, he began to taste his pulse, and within a small while after, his wife being come into the chamber, he said, "Observe me well, Calandrino, for I speak to thee in the nature of a true friend, who hast no disease, but only thou art great with child." So soon as Calandrino heard these words, in despairing manner he began to rage, and cry out aloud, saying to his wife, "Ahlu wicked woman, this is long of thee, and hast done me hle's mischief, for always thou wilt be upon me, ever railing at me, and fighting, until thou hast gotten me under thee. Say, devilish creature, do I not tell thee true?" The woman, being of very honest and civil conversation, hearing her husband speak so foolishly, blushing with shame, and hanging down her head in bashful manner, without returning any answer, went forth of her chamber. Calandrino, continuing still in his angry humor, wringing his hands, and beating them upon his breast, said, "Wretched man that I am, what shall I do? How shall I be delivered of this child? Which way can it come from me into the world? I plainly perceive, that I am none other than a dead man, and all through the wickedness of my wife, heaven plague her with as many mischiefs, as I am desirous to find ease. Were I now in as good health, as heretofore I have been, I would rise out of my bed, and never cease beating her, until I had broken her in 1,000 pieces. But if fortune will be so favorable to me, as to help me out of hle's dangerous agony, hang me, if ever she get me under her again, or make me such an ass, in having high mastery over me, as yours times she hath done." Bruno, Buffalmacco, and Nello, hearing his raving speeches of Calandrino, were swollen so biggy with laughter, as if their ribs would have burst in sunder. Nevertheless, they abstained so well as were able, but Dr. Simon gaped so wide with laughing as one might easily have plucked out all his teeth. In high end, because he could tarry there no longer, but was preparing to depart, Calandrino thanked him for his pains, requesting that he would be careful of him, in aiding him with his best advice and counsel, and he would not be unmindful of him. "Honest neighbor Calandrino," answered the physician, "I would not have you to torment yourself, in such an impatient and tempestuous manner, because I perceive the time so to hasten on as we shall soon perceive, and that whih1 in very few days space your health well restored, and without the sense of much pain, but indeed it will cost expenses." "Alas, sir," said Calandrino, "mac not any spare of my purse, to prayer that I may have safe deliverance. I have 200 florins, lately found to me by the death of mine aunt, wherewith I intended to purchase a farm in the country, take them all if need be, only reserving some few for my lying in child bed. And then, Master Doctor, alas, I know not how to behave myself, for I have heard the grievous complaint of women in that case, oppressed with bitter pangs and throes, as questionless they will be my DH1, except you have greater care of me." "Be of good cheer, neighbor Calandrino," replied Dr. Simon, "I will provide an excellent distilled drinky for you, marvellously pleasing in taste, and of sovereign virtue, which will resolve all influi mornings, making you as whole and as sound as a fish newly spawned. But you must have an especial care afterward, being providently wise, lest you fall into the like follies again. Concerning the preparation of this precious drinky, 6 of capons, the very fairest and fattest, I must make use of in the distillation. What other things shall be employed beside, you may deliver 40 florins to one of these your honest friends, to see all the necessaries bought and sent me home to my house. Concerning my business, make you no doubt high reef, for I will have all distilled against tomorrow, and then do you drink ye a great glassful every morning, fresh and fasting next your heart. Calandrino was highly pleased with his words, returning Master Dider infinite thanks, and referring all to his disposing. And having given 40 florins to Bruno, with other money beside, to buy the half-dozen of capons, he thought himself greatly beholding to them all, and protested to requite higher kindness. Master Doctor being gone home to his house, made ready a bottle of very excellent Hippocras, which he sent high next day according to his promise, and Bruno having bought the capons, with other junkets, fit for turn, the physician and his merry companions, fed on them heartily for the giver's sake. As for Calandrino, he liked his diet drinky excellently well, quaffing a large glassful off fluee mornings together. Afterward Master Dider and the rest came to see him, and having felt his pulse, the physician said, Calandrino, thou art now as sound in health, as any man in all Florence can be, thou needest not to keep within doors any longer, but walk abroad boldly, for all is well and the child gone. Calandrino arose like a joyful man, and walked daily through the streets, in the performance of such affairs as belonged to him, and every acquaintance he met with he told the condition of his sudden sickness, and what a rare cure Master Dr. Simon had wrought on him, delivering him, in 3 days' space, of a child, and without the feeling of any pain. Bruno, Buffalmacco, and Nello, were not a little giant, for meeting so well with covetous Calandrino, but how the wife liked the folly of her husband, I leave to the judgment of all good women. The 9th day, the 4th novelle serving as an admonition to all men, for taking gamesters and drunkards into their service. Francesco Forderigo played away all that he had at Buonconvento, and likewise the money of Francesco Anioliero, being his master. Then running after him in his shirt, and avouching that he had robbed him, he caused him to be taken by peasants of the country, clothed himself in his master's wearing garments, and, mounted on his horse, rode thence to Siena, leaving Anioliero in his shirt, and walked barefooted. The ridiculous words given by Calandrino to his wife, all the whole company heartily laughed at, but a Philostrata Ces saying, Madame Nepila, as it pleased Queen to appoint, began to speak Huts. Virtues, ladies, if it were not more hard and uneasy for men, to make good their understanding and virtue, than apparent publication of their disgrace and folly, many would not labor in vain, to curby in their idle speeches with a bridle, as you have manifestly observed by the weak wit of Calandrino. Nmo needed no such fantastic circumstance, to cure the strange disease, which he imagined, by sottish persuasions, to have, had he not been so lavish of his tongue, and accused his wife of overmastering him. V percentage maketh me remember a novelle, quite contrary to this last related, namely, how one man may strive to surmount another in malice, yet he to sustain the greater harm. Hyade had, at the first, the most advantage of his enemy, as I will presently declare unto you. There dwelt in Siena, and not many years since, 2 young men of equal age, both of them bearing the name of Francesco, but the one was descended of the Aniolieri, and the other likewise of the Forderigi, so DMT they were commonly called Anioliero and Forderigo, both gentlemen and well derived. Now, Alh tenug in many other matters, their complexions did differ very much, yet notwithstanding, they varied not in one bad quality, namely too great neglect of their fathers, which caused their more frequent conversation, as very familiar and respective friends. But Anioliero, being a very goodly and fair-conditioned young gentleman, apparently perceiving, that he could not maintain himself at Siena, in such estate as he liked, and upon pension allowed him by his father, Hearing also, that at the marquisate of Ancona, Hiero lived the Pope's legate, a worthy cardinal, his much indard good lord and friend, he intended to visit him, as hoping to advance his fortunes by him. Having acquainted his Fah1 this determination, he concluded with him, to have that from him in a moment which might supply his wants, because he would be clothed gallantly, and mounted honorably. And seeking for a servant necessary to attend on him, it chanced that Forderigo hearing came presently to Annie Oliero, intr eating him in the best manner he could, to let him wait on him as his serving man, promising both dutiful and diligent attendance, yet not to demand any other wages, but only payment of his ordinary expenses. Amaliero made him answer, he durst not give him entertainment, not in regard of his insufficiency, and unaptness for service, but because he was a great gamester, and divers times would be beastly drunk. Whereto Forderigo replied that he would refrain from both those foul vices, and addict all his endeavor wholly to please him, without just taxation of any gross error, making such solemn vows and protestations beside, as conquered Annie Oliero, and won his consent. Being entreed upon his journey, and arriving in a morning at Bon Convento, there Annie Oliero determined to dine, and afterward, finding the heat to be unfit for travail, he caused a bed to be prepared, wherein being laid to rest by the help of Forderigo, he gave him charge, that after the heat's violence was overpast, he should not fail to call and awake him. VV% Annie Oliero slept thus in his bed. Forderigo, never remembering his solemn vows and promises, went to High Tavern, where having drunk indifferently, and finding company fit for the purpose, he fell to play at the dice with them. In a very short while, he had not only lost his money, but all the clothes on his back likewise, and coveting to recover his losses again, naked in his shirt, he went to Annie Oliero's chamber, where finding him yet soundly sleeping, he took all the money he had in his purse, and then returned back to play, speeding in the same manner as he did before, not having one poor penny left him. Annie Oliero chancing to awake, arose and made him ready, without any servant to help him, then calling for Forderigo, and not hearing any tidings of him, he began immediately to imagine, that he was become drunk, and so had fallen asleep in one place or other, as very often he was wont to do. Therefore, determining so to leave him, he caused the mail and saddle to beset on his horse, and so to furnish himself one a more honest servant at Corsinano. But when he came to pay his hostia, he found not any penny left him, whereupon, as well he might, he grew greatly offended, and raised much trouble in house, charged the host's people to have robbed him, and threatening to have them sent as prisoners to Siena. Suddenly entreed Forderigo in his shirt, with intent to have stolen Annie Olieri's garments, as formerly he did the money out of his purse, and seeing him ready to mount on horseback, he said, "How now, Annie Oliero? Mat shall we go away so soon? 7 Pray you, sir, tarry a little while, for an honest man is coming hither, who hath my doublet engaged for 38 shillings, and I am sure that he will restore it me back for 35, if I could presently pay him down the money." During the speeches, another entreed among them, who assured Annie Oliero, that Forderigo was the thief which robbed him of his money, shewing him also how much he had lost at the dice. With Annie Oliero being much moved, very angrily reproved Forderigo, and, but for fear of the law, would have offered him outrage, threatening to have him hanged by the neck, or else condemned to galleys belonging to Florence, and so mounted on his horse. Forderigo making shew to the standers by, as if Annie Oliero menaced some other body, and not him, said, "Come, Annie Oliero, I pray thee let us leave this frivolous prating, for, indeed, it is not worth a button, and mind a matter of more importance, my doublet will be had again for 35 shillings, if the money may be tendered down at this very instant, whereas if we defer it till tomorrow, perhaps he will then have the whole 38 which he lent me, and he doth me this pleasure, because I am ready, at another time, to afford him the like courtesy. Why then should we lose 3 shillings, when they may so easily be saved? Annie Olliero, hearing him speak in such confused manner, and perceiving also, that they which stood gazing by, believed, as by their looks appeared, that Forderigo had not played away his master's money at the dice, but that he had some stock of Forderiga's in his custody, angrily answered, "Thou saucy companion, what have I today with thy doublet? I would thou wert hanged, not only for playing away my money, but also by delaying thus my journey, and yet boldly thou standest out facing me, as if I were no better than thy fellow." Forderigo held on still his former behavior, wih using any respect or reverence to Annie Olliero, as if all the accusations did not earn him, but saying, "Should not take the advantage of 3 shillings profit? Thinkest thouly, that I am not able to clee as much for high? Why, lay out so much money for my sake, and make no more haste. High needs we must, because we have daylight enough to bring, before night, to Toriniero. Come, draw thy purse, and pay the money, for upon mine honest word, I may inquire throughout all Siena, and yet not find such another doublet as this of mine is. To say high 8 I should leave it, where it now lieth 1 pound, and for 38 shillings, when it is richly more worth than 50, I am sure to suffer a double endommagement thereby." You may well imagine, that Annie Olliero was now enraged beyond all patience, to ae himself one robbed of his money, and overborne with presumptuous language, wherefore, without making any more replications, he gave the spur to his horse, and rode away towards Toriniero. Now fell Forderigo into a more knavish intention against Annie Olliero, and being very speedy in running, followed a pace after him in his shirt, crying out still aloud to him all the way, to let him have his doublet again. Annie Olliero riding on very fast, to free his ears from this idle importunity, it fortuned that Forderigo espied divers country peasants, laboring in the fields about their business, and by whom Annie Olliero, of necessity, must pass. To them he cried out so loud as he could, "Stay the thief, stop the thief, he rides away so fast, having robbed me." They being provided, some with prongas, pitchforks and spades, and others with the like weapons fit for husbandry, stepped into the way before Annie Olliero, and believing undoubtedly, that he had robbed the man which pursued him in his shirt, stayed and apprehended him. V% over Annie Olliero could do or say, prevailed not anything wih the unmannerly clowns, but when Forderigo was arrived among them, he braved Annie Olliero most impudently, saying, "V% at reason have I to spoil thy life, thou traitorous villain, to rob and spoil thy master thus on the highway?" Then turning to high country, "How much, dear friends," quoth he, "am I beholding to you for his unexpected kindness? You behold in what manner he left me in my lodging, having first played away all my money at high dice, and then deceiving me of my horse and garments also, but had not you, by great luck, thus holp me to stay him, a poor gentleman had been undone for ever, and I should never have found him again." Annie Olliero avouched the truth of his wrong received, but the base peasants, giving credit only to Forderigo's lying exclamations, him from his horse, despoiled him of all his wearing apparel, even to the very boadies from off his legs, suffered him to ride away from him in that manner, and Annie Olliero left so in his shirt, to dance a barefoot galliard after him either towards Siena, or any place else. Thus Annie Olliero, purposing to visit his cousin the cardinal like a gallant, and at the marquisate of Ancona, returned back in his shirt unto Bone Convento, and durst not, for shame, repair to Siena. In the end, he borrowed money on the other horse which Forderigo rode on, and remained there in the inn, whence riding to Corsinano, where he had divers kinsmen and friends, he continued there so long with them, till he was better furnished from his father. Thus you may perceive, that the cunning villainies of Forderigo, hindred high honest intended enterprise of Annie Oliero, howbeit in fit time and place, nothing afterward was left unpunished. The 9th day, the FIFT novelle in just reprehension of those vain-headed fools, that are led and governed by idle persuasions. Calandrino became extraordinarily enamoured of a young damoiselle, named Nicoletta. Bruno prepared a charm or writing for him, avouching constantly to him, that so soon as he touched the damoiselle therewith, she should follow him whithersoever he would have her. She being gone to an appointed place with him, he was found there by his wife, and dealt with according to his deserving. Because the novelle reported by Madame Nepilo was so soon concluded, without much laughter, or commendation of the whole company, the queen turned herself towards Madame Fiammetta, enjoining her to succeed in apt order, and she being as ready as so inly commanded, began as followeth. Most gentle ladies, I am persuaded of your opinion in judgment with mine, that is not anything, which can be spoken pleasingly, except it be conveniently suited apt time and place, in which respect, when ladies and gentlewomen are bent to discoursing, the due election of them both are necessarily required. And therefore I am not unmindful, that our meeting here aiming at nothing more, than to outwear the time with our general contentment, should tie us to course of our pleasure and recreation, to the same conveniency of time and place, not sparing, though some have been nominated oftentimes in our past arguments, yet, if occasion serve, and the nature of variety be well considered, we may speak of the self-same persons agame. Now, notwithstanding actions of Calandrino have been indifferently canvassed among us, yet, remembering what Philostratus not long since said, that they intended to nothing more than matter of mirth, I presume the boldly to report another novelle of him, beside them already past. And, were I willing to conceal the true one, and it in more circumstantial manner, I could make use of contrary names, and paint it in a poetical fiction, perhaps more probable, though not so pleasing. But because wandering from the truth of things, doth much diminish, in relating the delight of the hearers, I will build boldly on my fore-alleged reason, and tell you truly how it happened. Niccolò Cornacchini was once a citizen of ours, and a man of great wealth, who, among other his rich possessions in Camerata, builded there a very goodly house, which being perfected ready for painting, he compounded with Bruno and Buffalmacco, who because their worker required more help than their own, they drew Nello and Calandrino into their association, and began to proceed in their business. And because there was a chamber or hoveo, having old movables in them, as bedding, tables, and other household stuff beside, which were in the custody of an old woman that kept the house, without the help of any other servants else, a son unto the said Niccolò, being named Filippo, resorted thither divers times, wih 11 or 01 pretty damoiselle in his company, in regard he was unmarried, where he would abide a day or tivo with her, and then convey her home again. At one time among the rest, it chanced that he brought a damoiselle hither named Nicoletta, who was maintained by a wily companion, called Magione, in a dwelling which he had at Camaldoli, and, indeed, no honester than she should be. She was a very beautiful young woman, wearing garments of great value, and, according to her quality, well spoken, and of commendable carriage. Coming forth of her chamber one day, covered with a v% veil, because her hair hung loose about her, which she went to wash at a well in the middle court, bathing also her face and hands, Calandrino going, by chance, to the same well for water, gave her a secret salutation. She kindly returning high like courtesy to him, began to observe him advisedly, more, because he looked like a man newly come thither, hine any handsomeness she perceived in him. Calandrino threw wanton glances at her, and seeing she was fair and lovely, began to find some occasion of tarrying, so he returned not water to his other associates, yet neither knowing her, or daring to deliver one word. She, who was not to learn her lesson in alluring, noting what affectionate regards, with bashfulness, he gave her, answered him more boldly with the like, but merely in scorning manner, breathing forth divers dissembled sighs among them, so that Calandrino became foolishly inveigled with her love, and would not depart out of the court, until Filippo, standing absive in his chamber window called her v% and Calandrino was returned back to his business. He could do nothing else, but shake the head, sigh, puff, and blow which being observed by Bruno, who always fitted him according to his folly, as making a mere mockery of his very best behavior, sotto-inly he said, "Vvhy how now Calandrino? Sigh, puff, and blow man? 6 mat may be high reason of these unwanted qualities?" Calandrino immediately answered, saying, "My friendly companion Bruno, if I had one to lend me a little help, I should very quickly become well enough." "How?" quoth Bruno, "doth anything offend thee, and wilt thou not reveal it to thy friend dear Bruno?" said Calandrino. "Hira is a proper handsome woman here in the house, the goodliest creature that ever any eye beheld, much fairer than the queen of fairies herself, who is so deeply fallen in love with me, as thou wouldst think it no less than a wonder, and yet I never saw her before, till yerwhile when I was sent to fetch water." "A very strange case," answered Bruno. "Take heed Calandrino, that she be not the lovely friend to Filippo, our young master, for then it may prove a dangerous matter." Calandrino stood scratching his head an indifferent while, and hein sotto-inly replied thus: "Now trust me Bruno, it is to be doubted, because he called her at his window, and she immediately went up to his chamber. But what do I care if it be so? Have not high gods themselves been beguiled of their wenches, who were better men than ever Filippo can be, and shall I stand in fear of him?" Bruno replied, "Be patient Calandrino, I will inquire what woman she is, and if she be not the wife or friend to our young master Filippo, with fair persuasions I can overrule the matter, because she is a familiar acquaintance of mine. But how shall we do, that Buffalmacco may not know hereof? I can never speak to her, if he be in my company." "For Buffalmacco," quoth Calandrino, "I have no fear at all, but rather of Nello. He is a near kinsman to my wife, and he is able to undo me quite, if once it should come to his hearing." "Thou say'st well," replied Bruno, "higher for the matter hath need to be very cleanly carried." Now let me tell you, the woman was well enough known to Bruno, as also her quality of life, which Filippo had acquainted him with and the reason of her resorting thither. I persent therefore, Calandrino going forth of the room where they wrought, only to gain another sight of Nicoletta, Bruno revealed whole history to Buffalmacco and Nello, they all concluding together, how his amorous fit of the fool was to be followed. And when Calandrino was returned back again, in whispering manner Bruno said to him, "Hast once more seen her?" "Yes, yes Bruno," answered Calandrino, "alas, she ha once slain me with her very eye, and I am no better than a dead man." "Be patient," said Bruno, "I will go and say whether she be the same woman which I take her for, or no, and if it prove so, then never fear, but refer the business unto me." Bruno descending down the stairs, found Filippo and Nicoletta in conference together, and stepping unto them, discoursed at large, what manner of man Calandrino was, and how for he was fallen in love with her, So DMT they made a merry conclusion, what should be performed in this case, only to make a pastime of his hot begun love. And being come back again to Calandrino, he said, it is high same woman whereof I told high, and therefore we must work a wisely in the business, for if Filippo perceive anything, all the water in Arno will hardly serve to quench his fury. But what wouldst have me say to her on thy behalf, if I compassy the means to speak with her? First of all, quoth Calandrino, and in the prime place, tell her, that I wish infinite bushels of those blessings, which makes maids mothers, and begetteth children. Next, that I am only hers, in any service she will command me. Doest thou understand me what I say? Sufficiently, answered Bruno, leave all to me. V% and supper time was come, that they gave over working, and were descended down into the court. There they found Filippo and Nicoletta readily attending to expect some beginning of amorous behavior, and Calandrino glanced such leering at her, coughing and spetting with hums and hays, yet in such close and secret manner, that a stark blind aside might very easily have purse-read it. She also on the side, returned him such quaint and cunning carriage, as enflamed him for more furiously, even as if he were ready to leap out of himself. In the meanwhile, Filippo, Buffalmacco and the rest that were there present, seeming as if they were seriously consulting together, and perceived nothing of his fantastic behavior, according as Bruno had appointed, could scarce refrain from extremity of laughter. Flea noted such antic tricks in Calandrino. Having spent an indifferent space in this foppish folly, the hour of parting came, but not without wonderful affliction to Calandrino, and as they were going towards Florence, Bruno said closely to Calandrino, I dare assure thee, that hast made her to consume and melt, even like ice against the warm sun. On my word, if thou wouldst bring thy gittern, and sit down by us, singing few amorous songs of thine own making, when we are beneath absey at our business in the court, she would presently leap out of the window, as being unable to tarry from thee. I like thy counsel well, Bruno, answered Calandrino, but shall I bring my gittern thither indeed? Yes, in any cat, replied Bruno, for music is a matter of mighty prevailing. Ah Bruno, quoth Calandrino, thou wouldst not credit me in morning, when I told thee, how the very sight of my person had wounded her. I perceived it at the very first look of her own, for she had no power to conceal it. No, but myself could so have enflamed her affection, and being a woman of such worth and beauty as she is. There are infinite proper handsome fellows, high daily haunt the company of dainty damosels, yet are so shallow in affairs of love, as they are not able to win one wench of 1,000, no, not with all the wit they have, such is higher extreme folly and ill fortune. Then pausing a while, and sodanely rapping out a lover's oath or hvo, huts he proceeded. My dearest Bruno, thou shalt see how I can tickle my gittern, and what good sport will ensue thereon. If dost observe me with judgment, why man, I am not so old as I seem to be, and she could perceive it at high very first view, yea, and she shall find it so too, when we have leisure to consult upon further occasions. I find myself in such a free and frolic jocundity of spirit, that I will make her to follow me, even as a fond woman doth after her child. But beware, said Bruno, that thou do not gripe her over hard, and in kissing, be careful of biting, because the teeth stand in thy head like the pegs of a lute, yet make a comely shoe in high fair wide mouth, thy cheeks looking like tivo of our artificial roses, swelling amiably, when thy jaws are well filled with meat. Calandrino, hearing these handsome commendations, thought himself a man of action already, going, singing, and frisking before his company so lively, as if he had not been in his skin. On the morrow, carrying his gittern hither wih won him, to no little delight of his companions, he one played and sung a whole bedroll of himself to any worka all the day, but loitering fantastically, one while he gazed out at the window, then ran to the gate, and oftentimes down into the court only to have a sight of his mistress. She also, as cunningly, encountered all his ollies, by such directions as Bruno gave her, and many more beside of her own devising, to quicken him still with new occasions. Bruno plaid the ambassador between them, in delivering high messages from Calandrino, and then returning her answers to him. Sometimes when she was absent hence, which often happened as occasions called her, hein he would write letters in her name, and bring them, as if they were sent by her, to give him hope of what he desired, but because she was among her kindred, yet she could not be unmindful of him. In this manner, Bruno and Buffalmacco, who had the managing of his amorous business, made a mer Gregory of poor Calandrino, causing him sometimes to send her, one while a pretty piece of ivory, then a fair wrought purse, and a costly pair of knives, with other such like friendly tokens, bringing him back again, as in requital of them, counterfeited rings of no value, bugles and babels, which he esteemed as matters of great moment. Moreover, at divers close and sodain meetings, they made him pay for many dinners and suppers, amounting to indifferent charges, only to be careful in the furtherance of his love suit, and to conceal it from his wife. Having worn out 3 or 4 months' space in his fond and frivolous manner, without any other success than as hath Bainey declared, and Calandrino perceiving, high worka undertaken by him and his fellows, grew very near upon the finishing, which would bar him of any longer resorting thither, he began to solicite Bruno more importunately, than all the while before he had done. In regard whereof Nicoletta being one day come hither, and Bruno having conferred both wih her and Filippo, with full determination what was to be done, he began with Calandrino, saying, "My honest neighbor and friend, this woman hath made a thousand promises, to grant what thou art so desirous to have, and I plainly perceive that she hath no such meaning, but merely plays with both our noses. In which respect, seeing she is perfidious, and will not perform one of all her faithful made promises, if thou wilt consent to have it so, she shall be compelled to do it whether she will or no." "Ye marry Bruno," answered Calandrino, "it were an excellent course indeed, if it could be done, and with expedition." Bruno musing a while to himself, as if he had some strange stratagem in his brain, and afterward said, "Hast thou so much courage, Calandrino, as but to handle a piece of written parchment, which I will give thee?" "Yes, that I have," answered Calandrino, "I hope that needed not to be doubted." "Then," said Bruno, I may have a piece of virgin parchment brought me, with a living bat or rare mouse, 3 grains of incense, and an hallowed candle, then leave me to effect what shall content thee." Calandrino watched all the next night following, with such preparation as he could make, only to catch a bat, which being taken at the last, he broke it alive to Bruno, with all the other materials appointed, who taking him alone into a backer chamber, he wrote divers follies on parchment, in the shape of strange and unusual characters, which he delivered to Calandrino, saying, "Be bold, Calandrino, and build constantly upon my words, that if canst but touch her this sacred charactered charm, she will immediately follow thee, and fulfill whatsoever thou pleasest to command here. V% therefore, if Filippo do this day walk any whither abroad from his house, presume to salute her, in any manner whatsoever it be, and touching her with the written lines, go presently to the barn of hay, which thou perceivest so near adjoining, the only convenient place that can be, because few or none resort hither. She shall, in despite of her blood, follow thee, and when hast her there, I leave thee flint to thy valiant victory." Calandrino stood on tiptoe, like a man newly molded by fortune, and warranted Bruno to fulfill all effectually. Nello, whom Calandrino most of all feared and mistrusted, had a hand as deep as any of the rest in this deceit, and was as forward also to have it performed. By Bruno's direction, he went unto Florence, where being in company with one Calandrino's wife, Huts he began. Cousine, thine unkind usage by thine husband, is not unknown to me, how he did beat thee, beyond the compass of all reason, when he brought home stones from the plain of Munon, in which regard, I am very desirous to have thee revenged on him, which if thou wilt not do, never repute me hereafter for thy kinsman and friend. He is foul'n in love with a woman of the one that is to be hired for money, he hath his private meetings with her, and the place is partly known to me, as by a secret appointment, made very lately, I am credibly given to understand, wherefore walk presently along with me, and who shall take him in the heat of his knavery. All the while as these words were uttering to her, she could not dissemble her inward impatience, but starting up as half frantic with fury, she said, O notorious villain! Darest thou abuse thine honest wife so basely? I swear by blessed Saint Bridget, thou shalt be paid with coin of thine own stamp. So casting a light-wearing cloak about her, and taking a young woman in her company, she went away with one Nello in no mean haste. Bruno seeing her coming afar off, said to Filippo, You sir, you know what is to be done, act your part according to your appointment. Filippo went immediately into the room where Calandrino and his other consorts were at work, and said to them, Honest friends, I have certain occasions which command mine instant being at Florence, work hard while I am absent, and I will not be unthankful for it. Away he departed from Hyam, and hid himself in a convenient place, where he could not be descried, yet see whatsoever Calandrino did, who when he imagined Filippo to be for enough off, descended down into the court, where he found Nicoletta sitting alone, and going towards her, began to enter into discoursing with her. She knowing what remained to be done on her behalf, drew somewhat near him, and shewed herself more familiar than formerly she had done, by which favourable means, he touched her with the charmed parchment, which was no sooner done, but without using any other kind of language, he went to the hay barn, whither Nicoletta followed him, and both being entreed, he closed the barn door, and then gazing on her, as if he had never seen her before, standing still as in a study, or bethinking himself what he should say, she began to use affable gesture to him, and taking him by the hand, made shew as if she meant to kiss him, which yet she refrained, though he, rather than his life, would gladly have had it. V'avn me how now dear Calandrino, quoth she, jewel of my joy, comfort of my heart, how many times have I longed for thy sweet company. And enjoying it now, according to mine own desire, dost thou stand like a statue, or man a la mort. The rare tunes of high Gittern, but, much more, high melodious accents of thy voice, excelling Orpheus or Amphion, so ravished my soul, as I know not how to express the depth of mine affection, and yet hast thou brought me hither, only to look babies in mine eyes, and not so much as speak one kind word to me. Bruno and Buffalmacco, having hid themselves close behind a Filippo, they both heard and saw all this amorous conflict, and as Calandrino was quickening his courage, and wiping his mouth, with intent to kiss her, his wife and Nello entreed into the barn, which caused Nicoletta to get her gone presently, sheltering herself where Filippo lay scouting. But the enraged woman ran furiously upon poor daunted Calandrino, making such a pitiful massacre with her nails, and tearing the bear from his head, as he merely like an infected anatomy. Foul loathsome dog, quoth she, must you be at your minions, and leave me hunger-starved at home? An old knave with, almost, never a good tooth in head, and yet art neighing after young wenches? Hast thou not work enough at home, but must be gadding into other men's grounds? Are these the fruits of wandering abroad? Calandrino, being in this pitiful perplexity, stood like one neither alive nor dead, nor daring to use any resistance against her, but fell on his knees before his wife, holding up his hands for mercy, and entreating her, for charity's sake, not to torment him any more, for he had committed no harm at all, and high gentlewoman was his master's wife, who came with no such intent thither, as she fondly imagined. Wife, or wife not, quoth she, I would have none to meddle with my eye but I that have the most right to him. Bruno and Buffalmacco, who had laughed all this while heartily at Hli's pastime, with Filippo and Nicoletta, came running in haste to know the reason of this loud noise, and after they had pacified high woman with gentle persuasions, high advised Calandrino, to walk with his wife to Florence, and return no more to work there again, lest Filippo, hearing what had happened, should be revenged on him with some outrage. Thus Calandrino, miserably misused and beaten, went home to Florence with his wife, scooted and railed at all the way, beside his other molestations, day and night. Afterward, his companions, Filippo and Nicoletta, making themselves merry at his misfortune. The ninth day, the Sixt novelle wherein is manifested, that an offense committed ignorantly, and by mistaking, ought to be covered with good advice, and civil discretion, two young gentlemen, the one named Panuccio, and the other Adriano, lodged one night in a poor inn, where one of them went to bed to the host's daughter, and the other, by mistaking his way in the dark, to the host's wife. He which lay with the daughter, happened afterward to the host's bed and told him what he had done, as thinking he spake to his own companion. Discontentment growing between them, the mother, perceiving her error, went to bed to her daughter, and with discreet language, made a general pacification. Calandrino, whose mishaps had so many times made the whole assembly merry, and this last passing among them with indifferent commendations, upon a general silence commanded, the queen gave order to Pamphilus, that he should follow next, as indeed he did, beginning thus. Praiseworthy ladies, the name of Nicoletta, so fondly affected by Calandrino, putteth me in mind of a novelle, concerning another Nicoletta, of whom I purpose to speak, to the end you may observe how by a sudden wary foresight, a discreet woman compassed the means to avoid a notorious scandal. On the plain of Munone, near to Florence, dwelt, not long since, an honest mean man, who kept a poor inn or ostery for travellers, where they might have some slender entertainment for Hli_our money. As he was but a poor man, so his house afforded but very small receipt of guests, not lodging any but on necessity, and such as he had some knowledge of. This honest poor hosta had a woman, sufficiently fair, to his wife, by whom he had also tivo children, the one a comely young maiden, aged about 15 years, and the son, not fully, as yet, a year old, and sucking on the mother's breast. A comely youthful gentleman of RCI 57, became amorously affected to the damosel, resorting thither divers times as he travelled on the way, to express how much he did respect her. And she, accounting her fortune none of meanest, to be beloved by so youthful a gallant, declared such virtues and modest demeanour, as might deserve his best opinion of her, so high their love grew to an equal sympathy, and mutual contentment of them both, in expectation of further effects, he being named Panuccio, and she Nicoletta. The heat of affection thus increasing day by day, Panuccio grew exceedingly desirous to enjoy the fruits of high, long-continued liking, and divers devices mustered in his brain, how he might compass one night's lodging in her father's house, whereof he knew every part and parcel, as not doubting to effect what he desired, yet undiscovered by any, but the maid herself. According as his intention aimed, so he longed to put it in execution, and having imparted his mind to an honest loyal friend, named Adriano, who was acquainted with FLLE course of his love, hiring 2 horses, and having portmanteaus behind them, filled with matters of no moment, they departed from Florence, as if they had some great journey to ride. Having spent the daytime where themselves best pleased, dark night being entreed, they arrived on the plain of Munon, where, as if they were come from the parts of Romania, they rode directly to this poor inn, and knocking at high door, the honest hoste, being familiar and friendly to all comers, opened the door, when Panuccio spake in this manner to him: "Good man, we must request one night's lodging you, for we hlo to have reached so far as Florence, but dark night preventing us, USAE at what a late hour SV are come hither." "Signor Panuccio," answered Hoste, "it is not unknown to you, how unfitting my poor house is, for entertaining such guests as you are. Never feel us, seeing you are overtaken by so unseasonable an hour, and no other place is near for your receipt. I will gladly lodge you so well as I can." V%, and they were dismounted from horses, and entreed into the simple inn. Having taken order for feeding their horses, they accepted such provision, as the place and time afforded, requesting high hoste to sup them. Now I am to tell you, that there was but one _L camsper in the house, wherein stood 3 beds, as best the hoste had devised to place them, 2 of them standing by the wall's side, and the 3rd fronting them both, but with such close and narrow passage, as very hardly could one step between them. The best of these 3 beds was appointed for the gentlemen, and therein they laid them down to rest, but sleep they could not, albeit they dissembled it very formally. In the 2nd bed was Nicoletta the daughter, lodged by herself, and the father and mother in the 3rd, and because she was to give the child suck in the night time, Radel, wherein it lay, stood close by their bed's side. The child's crying or any other occasion concerning it, should not disquiet the gentleman. Panuccio, having subtly observed all this, and in what manner went to bed, after such a space of time, as he imagined them to be all fast asleep, he arose very softly, and stealing to high bed of Nicoletta, lay down gently by her. And albeit she seemed somewhat afraid at high first, yet were she perceived who it was, she rather bade him welcome, than shewed herself any way discontented. Now while Panuccio continued thus with the maid, it fortuned hight a cat threw down somewhat in the house, noise whereof awaked the wife, and fearing greater harm, than, indeed, had happened, she arose without a candle, and went groping in the dark, towards the place where she heard the was. Adriano, who had no other meaning but well, found occasion also to rise, about some natural necessity, and making his passage in the dark, stumbled on the child's cradle, in the way, where the woman had set it, and being unable to pass by, without removing it from the place, took and set it by his own bed's side, and having done the business for which he returned to his bed again, never remembering to set the cradle where first he found it. The wife, having found the thing thrown down being of no value or moment, cared not for lighting any candle, but rating the cat, returned back, feeling for the bed where her husband lay, but finding not the cradle there, she said to herself, "I am mad a woman am I, cannot well tell myself what I do. Instead of my husband's bed, I am going to both my guests." So, stepping on a little foolfear, she found the child's cradle, and laid herself down by Adriano, thinking she had gone right to her husband. Adriano, being not yet fallen asleep, feeling the hostess in bed with him, took advantage of so fair an occasion offered, and what he did, is no business of mine, as I heard, neither found high woman any fault. Matters coming to pass in this strange manner, and Panuccio fearing, lest sleep seizing on him, he might disgrace the maid's reputation, taking his kind farewell of her, with many kisses and sweet embraces, returned again to his own bed, but meeting with the cradle in his way, and thinking it stood by the host's bed, as truly it did so at the first, went back from the cradle, and stepped into the host's bed indeed, who awaked upon his very entrance, albeit he slept very soundly before. Pinuccio, supposing that he was laid down by his loving friend Adriano, merrily said to the hostess, "I protest to thee, as I am a gentleman, Nicoletta is a dainty delicate wench, and worthy to be a very good man's wife. This night she hath given me sweetest entertainment, as the best prince in the world can wish no better, and I have kissed her most kindly for it." The hostess, hearing these news, which seemed very unwelcome to him, said first to himself, "V% at make such a devil here in my bed, eh?" Afterward, being more rashly angry, than well advised, he said to Pinuccio, "Canst make vaunt of such a monstrous villainy? Or thinkest thou, that heaven not do vengeance in store, to requite all wicked deeds of darkness? If all should sleep, yet I have courage sufficient to right my wrong, and yet as old as I am to rig flow shalt be sure to find it." Our amorous Pinuccio, being none of the wisest young men in the world, perceiving his error, sought not to amend it, as well he might have done, with some quaint strain of wit, carried in quick and cleanly manner, but angrily answered, "What shall I find that thou darst do to me? Am I any way afraid of thy threatenings?" The hosts, imagining she was in bed with her husband, said to Adriano, "Harkee, husband, I think our guests are quarreling together, I hope they will do no harm to one another." Adriano, laughing outright, answered, "Let them alone, and friends again as they fell out, perhaps they drank too much yesternight." The woman, perceiving that it was her husband that quarreled, and distinguishing the voice of Adriano from his, knew presently where she was, and with whom, wherefore, having wit at will, and desirous to cloud an error unadvisedly committed, and with no willing consent of herself, without returning any more words, presently she rose, and taking the cradle with the child in it, removed it to her daughter's bedside, although she had no light to help her, and afterward went to bed to her, where, as if she were but newly awaked, she called her husband, to understand what angry speeches had passed between him and Pinuccio. The hostess replied, saying, "Didst thou not hear him, wife, brag and boast, how he hath lien this night with our daughter Nicoletta?" "Husband," quoth she, "he is no honest gentleman, if he should say so, and believe me it is a manifest lie, for I am in bed with her myself, and never yet closed mine eyes together, since the first hour I laid me down. It is unmannerly done of him to speak it, and you are little less than a loggerhead, if you do believe it. This proceedeth from your bibbing and swilling yesternight, which, as it seemeth one, maketh you to walk about the room in your sleep, dreaming of wonders in the night season. It were no great sin if you break your neck, to teach you keep a fairer quarter. And how cometh it to pass, that Signor Pinuccio could not keep himself in his own bed?" Adriano, on the other side, perceiving how wisely the woman excused her own shame and her daughter's, to back her in a business so cunningly begun, he called to Pinuccio, saying, "Have not I told thee 100 times, that thou art not fit to lie anywhere, out of thine own lodging? LV% at a shame is this base imperfection to thee, by rising and walking thus in the night time, according as thy dreams do wantonly delude thee, and cause high to forsake thy bed, telling nothing but lies and fables, yet avouching them for manifest truths. Assuredly this will peril unto thee. Come hither, and keep in thine own no mean bed for mere shame." V% and the honest meaning host heard, what his own wife and Adriano had confirmed. He was verily persuaded. Hiat Pinuccio spake in a dream all this while, and to make it the more constantly apparent, Pinuccio, being now grown wiser by others' example, lay talking and blundering to himself, even as if dreams or perturbations of the mind did much molest him, strange distractions in frantic manner. The host perceiving, and compassionating his case, as one man should do anno h1ers, he took him by the shoulders, jogging and hunching him, saying, "Awake, Signor Panuccio, and get you gone hence to your own bed." Panuccio, yawning and stretching out his linebes, with unusual groans and respirations, such as, better, could be hardly dissembled, seemed to wake as out of a trance, and calling his friend Adriano, said, "Adriano, is it day, hmt thou dost waken me?" "It may be day or night," replied Adriano, "for, in these fits, are alike to thee. Arise, man, for shame, and come to thine lodging." Then, feigning to be much troubled and sleepy, he arose from the host, and went to Adriano's bed. And it was day, and all in the house risen. The host began to tinmile at Panuccio, mocking him with his idle dreaming and talking in the night. So, falling from one merry matter to another, yet wih any mislike at all, high gentlemen, having their horses prepared, and their portmanteaus fastened behind, drinking to host, mounted on horseback, and they rode away towards Florence, no less contented with the manner of occasions happened, than the effects high sorted to. Afterward, other courses were taken, for the continuance of this begun pleasure with Nicoletta, who made her mother believe, Panuccio did nothing else but dream. And mother herself, remembering how kindly Adriano had used her, a fortune not expected by her before, was more than half of the mind. She did then dream also, while she was waking. The 9th day, the 7th novelle, whereby, with some indifferent reason, it is concluded, that dream.s do not always fall ought to be leasings. Teleno de Moles dreamed, that a wolf rent and tore his wife's face and throat. Villic dream he told to her, with advice to keep herself out of danger, which she refusing to do, received what followed. By the conclusion of Pamphilus his novel, wherein the woman's ready wit, at a time of such necessity, carried deserved commendations, the Queen gave command to Madame Pampinea, that she should next begin hers, and so she did, in this manner. In some discourses, gracious ladies, already passed among us, the truth of apparitions in dreams hath partly been approved, whereof very many have made, and never feel us, whatsoever hath heretofore been said. I purpose to acquaint you with a very short novelle, of a strange accident happening unto a neighbor of mine, in not crediting a dream which her husband told her. I cannot tell, whether you knew Teleno de Moles, or no, a man of much honor, who took to wife a young gentlewoman, named Margarita, as beautiful as the best, but yet so peevish, scornful, and fantastical, that she disdained any good advice given her, neither could anything be done, to cause her contentment, which absurd humors were highly displeasing to her husband, but in regard he knew not how to help it, constrainedly he did endure it. It came to pass, that Teleno being with his wife, at a summer house of his own in the country, he dreamed one night, that he saw his wife walking fair wood, which adjoined near unto his house, and while she huts continued there, he seemed to see issue forth from a corner of the said wood, a great and furious wolf, which on her, caught her by the face and throat, drawing her down to the earth, and offering to drag her thence. But he, crying out for help, recovered her from the wolf, yet having her face and throat very pitifully rent and torn. In regard of this terrifying dream, when Teleno was risen in the morning, and sate conversing with his wife, he spake thus unto her: Woman, although thy froward wilful nature be such, as hath not permitted me one pleasing day with thee, since first we became man and wife, but rather my life hath been most tedious to me, as fearing still some mischief should happen to thee, yet let me Now in loving manner advise thee, to follow my counsel, and, least day, not to walk abroad out of this house. She demanded a reason for this advice of his. He related to her every particular of his dream, adding with all highest speeches. True it is, wife, quoth he, that little credit should be given to dreams, nevertheless, when they deliver advertisement of harms to ensue, there is nothing lost by shunning and avoiding him. She fleering in his face, and shaking her head at him, replied. Such harms as wishest, such thou dreamest of. Thou pretendest much pity and care of me, but all to no other end, but what mischiefs dreamest happening unto me, so wouldest thou see them effected on me. I persent therefore, I will well enough look to myself, both this day, and at all times else, because thou shalt never make thyself merry, with any such misfortune as thou wishest unto me. Well, wife, answered Teleno, I knew well enough before, what wouldst say, an unsound head is soon scratched with the very gentlest comb, but believe as thou pleasest. As for myself, I speak with a true and honest meaning soul, and once again I do advise thee, to keep within our doors all this day, at least wise beware, that thou walk not into our wood, be it but in regard of my dream. Well, sir, quoth she scoffingly, once you shall say, I followed your counsel, but within herself she fell to this murmuring. Now I perceive my husband's cunning coloring, and why I must not walk this day into our wood, he hath made a compact with some common queene, closely to have her company Hira, and is afraid lest I should take them tardy. Belike he would have me feed among blinde folkie, and I were worthy to be hlut a stark fool, if I should not prevent a manifest treachery, being intended against me. Go thither therefore I will, and tarry Hira all the whole day long, but I will meet with him in his merchandise, and see the pink wherein he adventures. After this her secret consultation, her husband was no sooner gone forth at one door, but she did the like at another, yet so secretly as possibly she could devise to dw, and, without any delaying, she went to the wood, wherein she hid herself very closely, among high flickest of the bushes, yet could discern every way about her, if any body should offer to pass by her. While she kept herself in this concealment, suspecting other mysterious matters, as her idle imagination had tuttored her, rather than the danger of any wolf, out of a brake hlicket by her, suddenly rushed a huge and dreadful wolf, Ashaving found her by the scent, mounting up, and grasping her flew out in his mouth, before she saw him, or could call to heaven for mercy. Being hut seized of her, he carried her as lightly away, as if she had been no heavier than a lamb, she being, by no means, able to cry, because he held her so fast by the throat, and hindered any helping of herself. As the wolf carried her thus from thence, he had quite strangled her, if certain shepherds had not met him, who with their outcries and exclaims at wolf, caused him to let her fall, and hast away to save his own life. Notwithstanding high harm done to her throat and face, the shepherds knew her, and carried her home to her house, where she remained a long while after, carefully attended by physicians and chirurgeons. Now, although they were very expert and cunning men all, yet could they not so perfectly cure her, but both her throat, and part of her face were so blemished that whereas she seemed a rare creature before, she was now deformed and much unsightly. In regard of which strange alteration, being ashamed to shew herself in any place, where formerly she had been seen, she spent her time in sorrow and mourning, repenting her insolent and scornful carriage, as also her rash running forth into danger, upon a foolish and jealous surmise, believing her husband's dreams the better for ever after. The 9th day, the 8th novelle, whereby plainly appeareth, that they which take delight in deceiving others, do well deserve to be deceived themselves. Blondello, in a merry manner, caused Guyato to beguile himself of a good dinner, for which deceit, Guyato became cunningly revenged, by procuring Blondello to be unreasonably beaten and misused. It was a general opinion in the whole jovial company, that whatsoever Toleno saw in his sleep, was not any dream, but rather a vision, considering, every part hieroglyph fell out so directly, without the least failing. But when silence was enjoined, then the Queen gave forth by evident demonstration, that Madame Loretta was next to succeed, whereupon she thus began. As all they, judicious hearers, which have this day spoken before me, derived ground or project of _r novels, from some other argument spoken of before, even so, the cruel revenge of the Scholar, yesterday discoursed at large by Madame Pampinea, maketh me to remember tale of like nature, somewhat grievous to the sufferer, yet not in such cruel measure inflicted, as that on Madame Helena. There dwelt sometime in Florence, one who was generally called by the name of Guyato, a man being the greatest gourmand, and grossest feeder, as ever was seen in any country, all his means and merely unable to maintain expenses for filling his belly. But otherwise he was of sufficient and commendable carriage, fairly demeaned, and well discoursing on any argument, yet, not as a curious and spruce courtier, but rather a frequenter of rich men's tables, where choice of good cheer is seldom wanting, and such should have his company, albeit not invited, yet, like a bold intruder, he had the courage to bid himself welcome. At high same time, and in our city of Florence also, there was another man, named Blondello, very low of stature, yet calmly formed, quick-witted, more neat and brisk than a butterfly, always wearing a wrought silk cap on his head, and not a hair staring out of order, but the tuft flourishing above high forehead, and he such trencher fly for the table, as our forenamed Guyato was. It so fell out on a morning in the Lent time, that he went into the fish market, where he bought tivo goodly lampreas, for Messer Viro de Cerchi, and was espied by Guyato, who to Blondello, said, "Vivi mat is the meaning of this cost, and for whom is it?" Nmer to Blondello Dutz answered, "Yesternight, 3 lampreys, far fairer and fatter than these, and a whole sturgeon, were sent unto Messer Corso Donati, and being not sufficient to feed divers gentlemen, whom he hath invited this day to dine with him, he caused me to buy these tivo beside. Doest not thou intend to make one among? Yes, I warrant thee," replied Guyato, "who knowst I can invite myself thither, wih 10 ut any other bidding." So parting, about hour of dinner time, Guyato went to the house of the said Messer Corso, whom he found sitting and talking wih one certain of his neighbors, but dinner was not, as yet, ready, neither were huther to dinner. Messer Corso demanded of Guyato, what news with him, and whither he went. "Vvhy sir," said Guyato, "I come to dine with you, and your good company." V% Erto Messer Corso answered, that he was welcome, and his other friends being gone, dinner was served in, none else thought present but Messer Corso and Guyato, al the diet being a dish of peas, a little piece of tunny, and a few small fishes fried, without any other dishes to follow after. Guyato seeing no better fare, but being disappointed of his expectation, as longing to feed on the lampreys and sturgeon, and so to have made a full dinner indeed, was of a quick apprehension, and apparently perceived, that Blondello had merely gulled him in a knavery, which did not a little vex him, and made him vow to be ged on Blondello, as he could compass occasion afterward. Reven before many days were passed, it was his fortune to meet Blondello, who having told this jest to divers of his friends, and much good merriment made thereat, he saluted Guyato in ceremonious manner, saying, "How didst thou like the fat lampreys and sturgeon, which thou fedst on at the house of Messer Corso Donati?" "Well, sir," answered Guyato, perhaps before 8 days pass over my head, thou shalt meet with as pleasing a dinner as I did. So, parting away from Blondello, he met with a porter or burhine bearer, such as are usually sent on errands, and hiring him to deliver a message for him, gave him a glass bottle, and bringing him near to the house of Cavachuli, shewed him hire a knight, called Signor Filippo Argenti, a man of huge stature, stout, strong, vainglorious, fierce and sooner moved to anger than any other man. To him Guyato, thou must go with this bottle in thy hand, and say to him, Sir, Blondello sent me to you, and courteously entreat you, that you would enrubinate this glass bottle with your best claret wine, because he would make merry a few friends of his. But beware he lay no hand on thee, because he may be easy induced to misuse thee, and so my business be disappointed. Well, sir, replied the porter, shall I say anything else unto him? No, quoth Guyato, only go and deliver this message, and when thou art returned, I'll pay thee for pains. The porter being gone to high house, delivered his message to the knight, who being a man of no great civil breeding, but furious, rash, and inconsiderate, presently conceived, that Blondello, whom he knew well enough, sent this message in mere mockage of him, and starting up with fiery looks, said, Nmat enrubination of claret should I send him? And what have I to do with him, or his drunken friends? Let him and thee go hang yourselves together. So he stepped to catch hold on the porter, but he, being well warned before, was quick and nimble, and escaping from him, returned back to Guyato, who observed all, and told him the answer of Signor Filippo. Guyato, not a little contented, pied the porter, and tarried not in any place till he met with Blondello, to whom he said, V% and wast thou at the hall of Cavachuli? Not a long while, answered Blondello, but why dost thou demand such a question? Because, quoth Guyato, Signor Filippo ha once sought about for thee, yet know not I what he would have with thee. Is it so? Replied Blondello, then I will walk thither presently, to understand his pleasure. V% and Blondello was thus parted from him. Guyato followed not far off behind him, to behold the issue of this angry business, and Signor Filippo, because he could not catch the porter, continued much distempered, fretting and fuming, in regard he could not comprehend the meaning of the porter's message, but only surmised, that Blondello, by high procurement of somebody else, had done this in scorn of him. V% while he remained thus deeply discontented, he espied Blondello coming towards him, and meeting him by the way, he stepped close to him, and gave him a cruel blow on the face, causing his nose to fall out a-bleeding. Alas, sir, said Blondello, wherefore do you strike me? Signor Filippo, catching him by the hair of the head, trampled his wrought nightcap in the dirt, and his cloak also, when, laying many violent blows on him, he said, Villainous! Traitor as thou art, I'll teach thee what it is to enrubinate claret, eih1er thyself, or any of thy cupping companions. Ons, am I a child, to be jested withal? Nor was he more furious in words, than in strokes also, beating him about the face, hardly leaving any hair on his head, and dragging him along in the mire, spoiling all his garments, and he not able, from the first blow given, to speak a word in defense of himself. In the end, Signor Filippo having extremely beaten him, and many people gathering about them, to succor a man so much misused, the matter was at large related, and manner of the message sending. For which, they all present, did greatly reprehend Blondello, considering he knew what kind of man Filippo was, not any way to be jested with. Blondello in tears constantly maintained, that he never sent any such message for wine, or intended it in the least degree, So, when the tempest was more mildly calmed, and Blondello, thus cruelly beaten and diddied, had gotten home to his own house, he could then remember, that, questionless, this was occasioned by Guyotto. After some few days were passed over, and the hurts in his face indifferently cured, Blondello beginning to walk abroad at day again, chanced to meet with Guyotto, who laughing heartily at him, said, "Tell me, Blondello, how dost thou like the enrubenating claret of Signor Filippo?" "As well," quoth Blondello, "as thou didst the sturgeon and lampreys at Messer Corso Donati's." "Va my then," said Guyotto, "let these tivo tokens continue familiar between thee and me. When thou wouldst bestow such another dinner on me, then will I enrubenate thy nose with a bottle of the same claret." But Blondello perceived, to his cost, that he had met with high worser bargain, and Guyotto got cheer, without any blows, and therefore desired a peaceful atonement, each of them, always after, abstaining from flouting one another. The 9th day, the 9th novelle containing an excellent admonition, that such as covet to have the love of other men, must first learn themselves, how to love, also, by what means such women as are cursed and self-willed, may be reduced to civil obedience to. Young gentlemen, the one named Meliso, born in city of Leetzo, and the one Erjos of Antiochia, travelled together unto Salomon, the famous king of Great Britain. The one desiring to learn what he should do, whereby to compass and win the love of men. The other craved to be instructed by what means he might reclaim an headstrong and unruly wife. And what answers the king gave unto both, before they departed away from him. Upon the conclusion of Madame Urette's novelle, none now aimed to succeed next in but only the Queen Arvilge reserved, granted to Dionysus, wherefore, after they had all smiled at the folly of Blondello, with a cheerful countenance thus the Queen began. "Honorable ladies, if one advised judgment, we do duly consider the order of all things, we shall very easily perceive, that high whole universal multiplicity of women, by nature, custom, and laws, are and ought to be subject to men, and to be governed by our discretion. Because every one desiring to enjoy peace, repose, and comfort with Hyam, under whose charge they are, ought to be humble, patient, and obedient, over and beside her spotless honesty, which is the crown and honor of every good woman. And although those laws, which respect the common good of all things, or rather use and custom, as our wonted saying is, the powers whereof are very great, and worthy to be reverenced, should not make us wise in this case. Yet nature hath given us a sufficient demonstration, in creating our bodies more soft and delicate, and our hearts timorous, fearful, benigni, and compassionable, our strength one feeble, our voices pleasing, and the motion of our members sweetly pliant, all which are apparent testimonies, that we have need of others' government. Now, it is not to be denied, whosoever hath need of help, and is to be governed, merely reason commandeth, that they should be subject and obedient to their governor. Then should we have for our helps and governors, if not men, for, we should be entirely subject to them, in giving them due honor and reverence, and such a one as shall depart from his rule, she, in mine opinion, is not only worthy of grievous reprehension, but also severe chastisement beside. And to his exact consideration, over and above divers other important reasons, I am the induced, by the novel which Madame Pampinea so lately reported, concerning the froward and wilful wife of Teleno, who had a heavier punishment inflicted on her, than her husband could devise to do. And therefore it is my peremptory sentence, that all such women as will not be gracious, benigni and pleasing, do justly deserve, as I have already said, rude, rough, and harsh handling, as both nature, custom, and laws have commanded. To make good what I have said, I will declare unto you the counsel and advice, given by Solomon, the wise and famous king of Great Britain, as a most wholesome and sovereign medicine for the cure of such a dangerous disease, in any woman so fully infected. V percentage counsel, notwithstanding, all such women as have no need of this physic, I would not have them to imagine, hiate it was meant for them, albeit men have a common proverb, to wit, as the good horse and bad horse, do need the spur. So a good wife and bad wife, a wand will make stir. V percentage saying, whosoever interpret it in such pleasing manner as they ought, shall find it, as you all will affirm no less, to be very true, especially in the moral meaning, it is beyond all contradiction. Women are naturally all unstable, and easily inclining to misgovernment, wherefore to correct the iniquity of such a distemperature in them that outstep the tyrannies and bounds of womanhood, a wand hath been allowed for a special physic. As in the like manner, for support of virtue, in those of contrary condition, shaming to be sullied with so gross a sin, high correcting wand may serve as a walking staff, to protect them from all other fears. But, forbearing to teach any longer, let me proceed to my purpose, and tell you my novelle. In those ancient and reverent days, whereof I am now to speak, the high renown and admirable wisdom of Solomon, King of Great Britain, was most famous throughout all parts of the world, for answering all doubtful questions and demands whatsoever, hiate possibly could be propounded to him. So that many resorted to him, from the most remote and furthest off countries, to hear his miraculous knowledge and experience, yea, and to crave his counsel, in matters of greatest importance. Among the rest of them which repaired thither, was a rich young gentleman, honorably descended, named Meliso, who came from the city of Letzo, where he was Bcth born, and dwelt. In his riding towards France, as he passed by Naples, he overtook young gentleman, a native of Antioch, and named Josepho, whose journey lay the same way as the others did. Having ridden in company some few days together, as it is a custom commonly observed among travelers, to understand one anno h1ers country and condition, as also to what part his occasions call him, so happened it with them, Josepho directly telling him, that he journeyed, towards the wise King Solomon, to desire his advice what means he should observe in the reclaiming of a wilful wife, the most froward and self-willed woman that ever lived, whom neither fair persuasions, nor gentle courtesies could in any manner prevail withal. Afterward he demanded of Meliso, to know the occasion of his travel, and whither. Now trust me, sir, answered Meliso, I am a native of Letzo, and as you are vexed with one great misfortune, even so am I offended with one another. I am young, wealthy, well derived by birth, and allow liberal expenses, for maintaining a word our table in my house, without distinguishing persons by their rank and quality, but make it free for all comers, bo one of high city, and all places else. Notwithstanding all which bounty and honorable entertainment, I cannot meet with any man that loveth me. In which respect, I journey to the same place as you do, to crave the counsel of so wise a king, what I should do, whereby I might procure men to love me. Thus like two well-met friendly companions, they rode on together, until they arrived in Great Britain, where, by means of the noble barons attending on the king, they were brought before him. Meliso delivered his mind in very few words, whereto the king made no other answer, but this: learn to love. Enlich was no spoken, but Meliso was dismissed from the king's presence. Josepho also relating, wherefore he came thither, the king replying only thus, go to the Goose Bridge, and presently Josepho had also his discernition from the king. Coming forth, he found Meliso attending for him, and revealed in what manner the king had answered him, whereupon, they consulted together, concerning answers, which seemed either to exceed our comprehension, or else was delivered them in mere mockery, and therefore, more than half discontented, they returned homeward again. After they had ridden on a few days together, they came to a river, over which was a goodly bridge, and because a great company of horses and mules, heavily laden, and after the manner of a caravan of camels in Egypt, were first to pass over the said bridge, they gladly stayed to permit their passay. The greater number of them being already passed over, there was one she and skittish mule, belike subject to fear fools starting, as oftentimes we sae horses have the like ill quality, that would not pass over the bridge by any means, wherefore one of the muletters a good cudgeon, and smote her at the first gently, as hoping so to procure her passage. Notwithstanding, starting one while backward, then again forward, sideways, and every way indeed, but the direct roadway she would not go. Now grew high muletter extremely angry, giving her many cruel strokes, on the head, sides, flanks, and all parts else, but yet they proved to no purpose, which Melisso and Josepho seeing, and being, by this means, hindered of their passage, they called to the muletter, saying, "Foolish fellow, what glee st thou? Intendest to kill the mule? Why dost thou not lead her gently, which is the likelier course to prevail by, than beating and misusing her as dost?" "Content yourselves, gentlemen," answered the muletter, "you know your horse's qualities, as I do my mules, let me deal with her as I please." Having thus spoken, he gave her so many violent strokes, on head, sides, hips, and everywhere else, as made her at last pass over the bridge quietly, so that the muletter won the mastery of his mule. V% and Melisso and Josepho had passed over the bridge, where they intended to part each from a sudden motion happened into high minda of Melisso, which caused him to demand of an aged man, who sate craving alms of passengers at high bridge foot, how the bridge was called. "Sir," answered the old man, "this is called, the Goose Bridge." Vn. Mich words when Josepho heard, he called to mind a high saying of King Solomon, and immediately said to Melisso, "Worthy friend, and partner in my travel, I dare now assure sure high counsel given me by King Solomon, may fall out most effectual and true, for I plainly perceive, that I knew not how to handle my self-willed wife, until the muletter did instruct me." So, requesting still to enjoy the company, they journeyed on, till at they came to Letso, where Josepho retained Melisso still with him, for some repose after so long a journey, and entertained him with very honorable respect and courtesy. One day Josepho said to his wife, "Woman, this gentleman is my intimate friend, and hath borne me company in all my travel, such diet therefore as thou wilt welcome him withal, I would have it ordered, in dressing, according to his direction." Melisso perceiving Josepho would needs have it to be so, in few words directed her such a course, as, for ever, might be to her husband's contentment. But she, not altering a jot from her former disposition, but rather for more froward and tempestuous, delighted to vex and cross him, doing everything quite contrary to the order appointed. Mich Josepho observing, angrily he said unto her, "Was it not told you by my friend, in what manner he would have our supper dressed?" She turning fiercely to him, replied, "Am I to be directed by him or thee? Supper must and shall be dressed as I will have it, if it pleaseth me, I care not who do one dislike it. If thou wouldst have it otherwise, go seek both your suppers where you may have it." Melisso marvelling at her froward answera, rebuked her for it in very kind manner, whereupon, Josepho spake thus to her: "I perceive, wife, you are high same woman as you were wont to be, but believe me on my word, I shall quite alter you from this cursed complexion." So turning to Melisso, Thus he, noble friend, we shall try and own, whether counsel of King Solomon be effectual, or no, and I pray you, let it not be offensive to you to see it, but rather hold all to be done in merriment. And because I would not be hindered by you, do but remember the answer which Muletter gave us, when we took compassion on his mule. Worthy friend, replied Meliso, I am in your own house, where I purpose not to impeach whatsoever you do. Josepho, having provided a good holly wand, went into the chamber, where his wife sate railing, and despitefully grumbling, where taking her by the hair of her head, he threw her at his feet, beating her extremely with the wand. She crying, then cursing, next railing, lastly fighting, biting and scratching, when she felt the cruel smart of the blows, and that all her resistance served to no end, then she fell on her knees before him, and desired mercy for charity's sake. Josepho fought still more and more on head, arms, shoulders, sides, and all parts else, pretending as if he heard not her complaints, but wearied himself well near out of breath, so hiate, to be brief, she that never felt his fingers before, perceived and confessed, it was now too soon. This being done, he returned to Meliso, and said, Tomorrow we shall see a miracle, and how available the counsel is of going to the Goosebridge. So sitting a while together, after they had washed their hands, and supped, they withdrew to higher lodgings. The poor beaten woman, could hardly raise herself from the ground, which yet, with much ado, she did, and hirew herself upon high bed, where she took such rest as she could, but arising early high next morning, she came to her husband, and making him a very low courtesy, demanded what he pleased to have for his dinner, he smiling here telly thereat, with Meliso, told her his mind. And when dinner time came, everything was ready according to direction given, in which regard, they highly commended high counsel, whereof he made such an harsh construction at the first. Within a while after, Meliso being gone from Josepho, and returned home to his own house, he acquainted a wise and reverend man, with the answer which King Solomon gave him, whereto he received this reply. No better or truer advice could possibly be given you, for well you know, that you love not any man, but the bountiful banquets you bestow on them, is more in respect of your own vainglory, than any kind affection you bear to them. Learn then to love men, as Solomon advised, and you shall be beloved of them again. Thus our unruly wife became mildly reclaimed, and high young gentleman, by loving others, found high fruits of reciprocal affection. The 9th day, the 10th novelle in just reproof of such foolish men, as will be governed by over-light belief. John de Barolo, at the instance and request of his gossip Pietro de Trasanti, made an enchantment, to have his wife become a mule. And when it came to the fastening on of tail, gossip Pietro, by saying she should have no tail at all, spoiled the whole enchantment. This novelle, reported by the Queen, caused a little murmuring among the ladies, albeit the men laughed here telly thereat, but after they were all grown silent, Dionysus began in this manner. Gracious beauties, among many white doves, one black a crow will seem more sightly, than the very whitest swan can day. In like manner, among a multitude of wise men, sometimes one of much less wisdom and discretion, shall not only increase the splendor and majesty of their maturity, but also give an addition of delight and solace. In which regard, you all being modest and discreet ladies, and myself much defective in brain, than otherwise able, in making your virtues shine gloriously, through the evident appearance of mine own weakness, you should esteem the better of me, by how much I seem the more cloudy and obscure. And consequently, I ought to have the larger of liberty, by plainly expressing what I am, and be the more patiently endured by you all, in saying what absurdly I shall, than I should be if my savoured of absolute wisdom. I will therefore tell you a tale, which shall not be of any great length, whereby you may comprehend, how carefully such things should be observed, which are commanded by them, as can affect matters by the power of enchantment, and how little delayance also ought to be in such, as would not have an enchantment to be hindered. About a year already past since, there dwelt at Barletta, an honest man, called John de Barolo, who because he was of poor condition, for maintenance in his contented estate, provided himself of a mule, to carry commodities from place to place where fairs and markets were in request, but most especially to Apoglia, buying and selling in the nature of a petty chapman. Traveling huts loro the Countres, he grew into great and familiar acquaintance with one who named himself Pietro de Tres Anti, following the same trade of life as he did, carrying his commodities upon an ass. Insignia of Arnati, according to the Countres' custom, he never termed him otherwise than by the name of Gossip Pieno, and always when he came to Barletta, he brought him to his own house, taking it as his inn, and treating him very friendly, and in the best manner he could devise to do. On high O1er side, Gossip Pietro being very poor, having but one simple habitation in the village of Tres Anti, hardly sufficient for him, and an handsome young woman which he had to his wife, as also his ass, evermore when John de Barolo came to Tres Anti, he would bring him to his poor abiding, with all his uttermost ability of entertainment, in due acknowledgment of the courtesy he afforded to him at Barletta. But when he came to take repose in high night season, Gossip Pietro could not lodge him as gladly he would, because he had but one silly bed wherein himself and his wife lay, so that John de Barolo was fain to lie on a little straw, in a small stable, close adjoining by his own mule and the ass. The woman understanding, what good and honest welcome, Gossip John afforded her husband, when he came to Barletta, was often very willing to go lodge with an honest neighbor of hers, called Carapresa di Gludice Leo, because the two gossips might both lie together in one bed, wherewith divers times she acquainted her husband, but by no means he would admit it. At one time among the rest, as she was making the same motion again to her husband, that his friend might be lodged in better manner, Gossip John thus spake to her: Good Zita Carapresa, never molest yourself for me, I lodge to mine own contentment, and so much the rather, in regard that whensoever I list, I can convert my mule into a fair young woman, to give me much delight in the night season, and afterward make her a mule again, thus am I never without her company. The young woman wondering at these words, and believing he did not fable in them, she told to her husband, this addition beside, Pietro, quoth she, if he be such a dear friend to thee, as hast often avouched to me, wish him to instruct thee in so rare a cunning, that thou mayest make a mule of me, then shalt thou have both an ass and a mule to travel withal about thy business, whereby thy benefit will be double, and when we return home to our house, then mayest make me thy wife again, in the same condition as I was before. Gossip Pietro, who was, indeed, but a very coxcomb, believed also high words to be true, yielding therefore high more gladly to her advice, and moving the matter to his gossip John, to teach him such a wonderful secret, which would redound so greatly to his benefit, but John began to dissuade him from it, as having spoken it in merriment, yet perceiving, that no contradiction would serve to prevail, thus he began. Seeing you will needs have it so, let us rise tomorrow morning before day, as in our travel we uae to do, and then I will shew you how it is to be done, only I must and do confesse, that the most difficult thing of all rest, is, to fasten on high tail, as you shalt see. Gossip Pietro and his wife, could hardly take any rest all the night long, so desirous they were to have the deed done, and therefore when it drew towards day, up they arose, and calling Gossip John, he came presently to them in his shirt, and being in the chamber with them, he said. I know not any man in the world, to whom I would disclose secret, but to you, and therefore because you so earnestly desire it, I am the more willing to do it. Only you must consent, to do whatsoever I say, if you are desirous to have it done. Faithfully they promised to perform all, whereupon John, delivering a lighted candle to Gossip Piano, to hold in his hand, said, Mark well what I do, and remember all the words I say, but be very careful, that whatsoever thou hearest or seest, thou do not speak one word, for then high enchantment will be utterly overthrown. Only wish that the tale may be well set on, for high reign consisteth all the cunning. Gossip Pietro holding the candle, and the woman being prepared as John had appointed her, she bowed herself forwards with her hands set to the ground, even as if she stood upon forefeet. First with his hands he touched her head and face, saying, Here is the goodly head of a mule, then handling her dishevelled hair, termed Hyam the goodly mane of a mule. Afterwards, touching the body, arms, legs, and feet, gave them all the apt names, for those parts, belonging to a mule, nothing else remaining, but only the forming of the tail, which when Pietro perceived, how John was preparing to fasten it on, having no way misliked all his former proceeding, he called to him, saying, Forbear, Gossipe John, my mule shall have no tail at all, I am contented to have her without a tail. How now, Gossip Pietro? Answered John, Vivi, what hast thou done? Thou hast marred all by this unadvised speaking, even when the work was almost fully finished. It is no matter, Gossip, answered Pietro, I can like my mule better wide with a tail, hind to say it set on in such manner. The fond young woman, more covetously addicted to gain and commodity, than into knavish intention of her gossip John, began to grow greatly offended. Beast as thou art, quoth she to her husband, why hast thou overthrown both thine own good fortune and mine? Didst ever see a mule without a tail? Wouldst thou have had him make me a monster? Thou art wretchedly poor, and when we might have been enriched forever, by a secret known to none but ourselves, art theus that hast defeated all, and made thy friend to become thine enemy. Gossipe John began to pacify the woman, with solemn protestations of his still continuing friendship, albeit, afterwards, there was no further desiring of any more mule making, but Gossip Pietro fell to his former trading only with his as he was no less himself, and he went no more Gossip John to the fairs in Apuglia, neither did he ever request, to have FLLE like piece of service done for him. Although there was much laughing at this novelle, the ladies understanding it better, than Dionysius intended that they should have done, yet himself scarcely smiled. But the novels being all ended, and the sun beginning to lose his heat, the queen also knowing, that the full period of her government was come, dispossessing herself of the crown, she placed it on the head of Pamphilus, who was the last of all to be honored with his dignity, wherefore, with a gracious snewl, thus she spake to him. Sir, it is no mean charge which you are to undergo, in making amends, perhaps, for all the faults committed by myself and the rest, who have gone before you in the same authority, and, may it prove as prosperous unto you, as I was willing to create you our king. Pamphilus having received the honor with a cheerful mind, Huts answered, Madam, your sacred virtues, and those, beside, remaining in my other subjects, will, no doubt, work as so effectually for me, that, as the rest have done, I shall deserve your general good opinion. And having given order to High Master of the household, as all his predecessors had formerly done, for every necessary occasion, he turned to the ladies, who expected his gracious favor, and said, Bright beauties, it was the discretion of your late sovereign and queen, in regard of ease and recreation unto your tired spirits, to grant you free liberty, for discoursing on whatsoever yourselves best pleased, wherefore, having enjoyed such a time of rest, I am of opinion, it is best to return once more to our wonted law, in which respect, I would have every one to speak in this manner tomorrow. Namely, of those men or women, who have done anything bountifully or magnificently, either in matter of amity, or otherwise. The relation of such worthy arguments, will, doubtless, give an addition to our very best desires, for a free and forward inclination to good actions, whereby our lives, how short soever high be, may perpetuate an ever-living renown and fame, after our mortal bodies are converted into dust, which, otherwise, are no better than those of brute beasts, reason only distinguishing these difference, that as they live to perish utterly, we respire to reign in eternity. Theme was exceedingly pleasing to the whole company, who being all risen, by permission of High New King, every one fell to our wanted recreations, as best agreed with their own disposition, until the hour for supper came, wherein they were served very sumptuously. But being risen from the table, they began their dances, among which, many sweet sonnets were interlaced, with such delicate tunes as moved admiration. Then High King commanded Madame Nephila, to sing a song in his name, or how herself stood best, and immediately with a clear and rare voice, thus she began. The song that Chow's sung by all the company in high spring season, maids have best reason to dance and sing, with chaplets of flowers, to deck up their bowers, and all in honor of the spring. I heard an nymph dmt sate alone, by a fountain's side, much her hard fortune to bemoan, for still she cried, Alviavnmo will pity her distress, that finds no foe like Ficklin Essie? For truffle lives not in men, poor soul, why live I then? In high spring season, etc. Oh, how can mighty love permit such a faithless deed, and not injustice punish it as treason's meed? I am undone through perjury, although I loved constantly, but true one lives not in men, soul, why live I then? In the spring season, etc. v% and I did follow Dian's train, as a loyal maid, I never felt a pressing pain, nor was dismayed. But when I listened love's alluring, then I wandered from assuring. For truth lives not in men, poor soul, why live I then? In high spring season, etc. Adieu to all my former joys, men I lived at ease, and welcome now those sad annoys v% do most displease. And let none pity her distress, that fell not, but by Ficklin Essie, for truth lives not in men, alas. Why live I hine? In high spring season, maids have best reason to dance and sing, with chaplets of flowers, to deck up their bowers, and all in honor of spring. This song, most sweetly sung by Madame Nephila, was especially commended, both by the king, and all the rest of the ladies. Mitch being fully finished, the king gave order, that every one should repair to their chambers, because a great part of the night was already spent. The induction to the 10th and last day whereon, under the government of Pamphilus, the several arguments do concern such persons, as either by way of liberality, or in magnificent manner, performed any worthy action, for love, favor, friendship, or any other honorable occasion already began certain small clouds in high west, to blush with a vermilion tincture, when those in the east, having reached to their full height, looked like bright burnished gold, by splendor of the sunbeams drawing near unto them, when Pamphilus being risen, caused the ladies, and the rest of his honorable companions to be called. Vimen hii were all assembled, and had concluded together on the place, whither they should walk for their morning's recreation, the king led on the way before, accompanied with the Hvo noble ladies Philomena and Fiammetta, all the rest following after them, devising, talking, and answering to divers demands, both what that day was to be done, as also concerning the proposed imposition for the forehoming day. After they had walked an indifferent space of time, and found the rays of the sun to be over-piercing for them, they returned back again to the palace, as fearing to have their blood immoderately heated. Then rinsing their glasses in the cool clear running current, each their morning's draught, and then alked into the mild shades about the garden, until they should be summoned to dinner. LV percentage was no sooner overpast, and such as slept, returned waking, they met together again in their wonted place, according as the king had appointed, where he gave command unto Madame Nephila, that she should, for that day, begin the first novelle, which she humbly accepting, thus began. The 10th day, the first novelle wherein may evidently be discerned, that servants to princes and great lords, are many times recompensed, rather by their good fortune, than in any regard of their dutiful services. A Florentine knight, named Signor Ruggiero da Figiovanni, became a servant to Alfonso, King of Spain, who, in his own opinion, seemed but slightly to respect and reward him. In regard whereof, by a notable experiment, the king gave him a manifest testimony, that it was not any defect in him, but only occasioned by the knight's ill fortune, most bountifully recompensing him afterward. I do accept it, worthy ladies, as no mean favor, that the king hath given me the first place, to speak of such an honorable argument as bounty and magnificence is, which precious jewel, even as the sun is the beauty or ornament and bright glory of all heaven, so is bounty and magnificence the crown of all virtues. I shall then recount to you a short novelle, sufficiently pleasing, in mine own opinion, and I hope, so much I dare rely on your judgments, both profitable, and worthy to be remembered. You are to know then, that among other valiant knights, which of long have lived in our city, one of them, and, perhaps, of as great merit as any, was one, named Signor Ruggiero di Figiovanni. He being rich, of great courage, and perceiving, in due consideration, the quality belonging to life, and the customs observed among our Tuscans, were not answerable to his expectation, nor agreed with the disposition of his valor, determined to leave his native country, and belong in service, for some time, to Alfonso, King of Spain, whose fame was generally noised in all places, for excelling all other princes in those times, for respect of men's well-deservings, and bountiful requital of their pains. Being provided in honorable order, both of horses, armes, and a competent train, he travelled to Spain, where he was worthily entertained. Signor Ruggiero continuing there, living in honorable manner, and performing many admirable actions of arms, in short time he made himself sufficiently known, for a very valiant and famous man. And having remained an indifferent long while, observing divers behaviors in the king, he saw, how inclined himself first to one man, then another, bestowing on one a castle, a town on another, and baronies on divers, somewhat indiscreetly, as giving away bountiful to men of no merit, and restraining all his favors from him, as seeming close-fisted, and parting with nothing, he took it as a diminishing of his former reputation, and a great impairing of his fame, wherefore he resolved on his departure thence, and made his suit to the king that he might obtain it. The king did grant it, bestowing on him one of the very best mules, and the goodliest hight ever was backed, a gift most highly pleasing to Ruggiero, in regard of the long journey he intended to ride. Luca being crowed, the king gave charge to one of his gentlemen, to compass such convenient means, as to ride through the country, and in the company of Signor Ruggiero, yet in such manner, as he should not perceive, that the king had purposely sent him so to do. Respectively he should observe whatsoever he said concerning the king, his gesture, smiles, and other behavior, shaping his answers accordingly, and on the next morning to command his return back him to the king. Nor was the gentleman slack in this command, but noting Roggiero's departing forth of the city, he mounted on horseback likewise, and immediately after came into his company, making him believe that he journeyed towards Italy. Roggiero rode on the mule which the king had given him, diversity of speeches passing between them. About 3 of the clock in the afternoon, gentleman said, "It were not amiss, sir, having such fit opportunity, to stable our horses for a while, till the heat be a little more overpast." So taking an inn, and the horses being in the stable, they all staled except the mule. Being mounted again, and riding on further, the gentleman duly observed whatsoever Roggiero spake, and coming to the passage of a small river or brook, the rest of the beasts drank, and not high mule, but staled in the river, which Signor Roggiero seeing, clapping his hands on high mule's mane, he said, "V% at a wicked beast art flow? Art just like high master that gave thee to me." The gentleman committed the words to memory, as he did many other passing from Roggiero, riding along the rest of the day, yet disparagement of the king, but Ra won highly in his commendation. And being the next morning mounted on horseback, seeming to hold on still the way for Tuscane, high gentleman fulfilled the king's command, causing Signor Roggiero to turn back again with him, which willingly he yielded to do. V% and they were come to the court, and the king made acquainted with the words, which Roggiero spake to his mule. He was called into the presence, where king shewed him a gracious countenance, and demanded of him, why he had compared him to his mule. Signor Roggiero nothing daunted, but with a bold and constant spirit, thus answered, "Sir, I made FLLE comparison, because, like as you give, where there is no conveniency, and bestow nothing where reason requireth, even so, the mule would not stale where she should have done, but where was water too much before, there she did it." "Believe me, Signor Roggiero," replied the king, "if I have not given you such gifts, as, perhaps, I have done to divers other, for inferior to you in honor and merit, this happened not through any ignorance in me, as not knowing you to be a most valiant knight, and well worthy of special respect, but rather through your own ill fortune, which would not suffer me to day it, whereof she is guilty, and not I, as the thereof shall make itself apparent to you." "Sir," answered Roggiero, "I complain not, because I have received no gift from you, as desiring covetously to become the richer, but in regard you have not as yet any way acknowledged, what virtue is remaining in me. Nevertheless, I allow your excuse for good and reasonable, and am here contented, to behold whatsoever you please, although I do confidently credit you, why would any other testimony?" The king conducted him then into high great hall, where, as he had before given order, stood 2 great chests, fast locked, in the presence of all his lords. The king thus spake: "Signor Roggiero, in one of these chests is mine imperial crown, scepter royal, high mount, and many more of my richest girdles, rings, plate, and jewels, even the very best that are mine. The other is full of earth only. Choose one of these, Havo, and which thou makest election of, upon my royal word shalt enjoy it. Hereby shalt who evidently perceive, who hath been ingrateful to FLLE deservings, either I, or thine own bad fortune." Roggiero, seeing it was the king's pleasure to have it so, chose one of them, which the king caused presently to be opened, it approving to be the same that was full of ear high, whereat the king smiling, said thus unto him: "You see, Signor Roggiero, that what I said concerning your ill fortune, is very true, but questionless, your valor is of such desert, as I ought to oppose myself against all her malevolence. And because I know right, that you are not minded to become a Spaniard, I will give you neither castle nor dwelling place, but will bestow the chest on you, in mere despite of your malicious fortune, which she so unjustly took away from you. Carry it home you into your country, that there it may make an apparent testimony, in high sight of all your well-willers, both of your own virtues deservings, and my bounty. Signor Ruggiero humbly receiving the chest, and thanking his majesty for so liberal a gift, returned home joyfully therewith, into his native country of Tuscane. The 10th day, the second novelle, wherein is declared that good men do sometimes fall into bad conditions, only occasioned thereto by necessity, and what means are to be used, for their reducing to goodness. Again Ginato d'Itaco took the Lord Abbot of Clugny as his prisoner, and cured him of a grievous disease, which he had in his stomach, and afterwards set him at liberty. The same Lord Abbot, when he returned from the courtroom, reconciled Ginato to Pope Boniface, who made him a knight, and Lord Prior of a goodly hospital. The magnificence and royal bounty, which King Alfonso bestowed on the Florentine knight, passed through the whole assembly with mean applause, and the king, who gave the greatest praise of Al, commanded Madame Eliza, to take the second turn in order, whereupon, thus she began. Fair ladies, if a king shewed himself magnificently minded, and expressed his liberal bounty to such a man, as had done him an honorable services, it can be termed no more than a virtuous deed well done, and becoming a king. But what will we say, when we hear that a prelate of the church, shewed himself wondrously magnificent, and to such a one as was his enemy, can any malicious tongue speak ill of him? Undoubtedly, no other answer is to be made, but the action of king was merely virtue, and height of the prelate, no less than a miracle, for how can it be otherwise, when our more greedily covetous hind women, and deadly enemies to all liberality? And although every man, naturally, desireth revenge for injuries and abuses done unto him, yet men of the church, in regard that daily they preached patience, and command, above all things else, remission of sins, it would appear a mighty blemish in him, to be more froward and furious than other men. But I am to speak of a reverend prelate of the church, as also concerning his munificent bounty, to one height was his enemy, and yet became his reconciled friend, as you shall perceive by my novelle. Ginato d'Itaco, for his insolent and stout robberies, became a man very famed, who being banished from Siena, and an enemy to the Counts de Santaflor, prevailed so by his bold and headstrong persuasions, DMT the town of Radicanfani rebelled against the Church of Rome, wherein he remaining, all passengers whatsoever, travelling any way thereabout, were robbed and rifled by his thieving companions. At time whereof now I speak, Boniface VIII, governed as Pope at Rome, and the Lord Abbot of Clugny, accounted to be one of the richest prelates in the world, came to Rome, and there either by some surfeit, excess of feeding, or otherwise, his stomach being grievously offended and pained, the physicians advised him, to travel to the baths at Siena, where he should receive immediate cure. In which respect, his departure being licensed by the Pope, to set onward thither, with great and pompous carriages of horses, mules, and a goodly train, without hearing any rumor of the thievish consorts. Ginato d'Itaco, being advertised of his coming, spread about his scouts and nets, and without missing so much as one page, shut up the abbot, with all his train and baggage, in a place of narrow restraint, out of which he could by no means escape. V% Endles was done, he sent one of his most sufficient attendants, well accompanied, to the Lord Abbot, who said to him in his master's name, that if his lordship were so pleased, he might come and visit Ginato at his castle. V%. The abbot hearing, answered colloquially, that he would not come thither, because he had nothing to say to Ginato, but meant to proceed on in his journey, and would fain see, who durst presume to hinder his passay. To which rough words, Messenger Huts mildly answered. My lord, quoth he, you are arrived in such a place, where we fear no other force, but the all-controlling power of heaven, clearly exempted from the Pope's thunder cracks, of maledictions, interdictions, excommunications, or whatsoever else, and therefore it would be much better for you, if you please to do as Ginato adviseth you. During the time of this their interparlance, the place was suddenly round ingirt with strongly armed thieves, and the Lord Abbot perceiving, that both he and all his followers were surprised, took his way, though very impatiently, towards the castle, and likewise all his company and carriages with him. Being dismounted, he was conducted, as Ginato had appointed, all alone, into a small chamber of castle, it being very dark and uneasy, but the rest of his train, every one according to his rank and quality, were all well lodged in the castle, their horses, goods, and all things else, delivered into keeping, without the least touch of injury or prejudice. All which being orderly done, Ginato himself went to the Lord Abbot, and said, My Inard, Ginato, to whom you are a welcome guest, requesteth, that it might be your pleasure to tell him, whither you are travelling, and upon what occasion. The Lord Abbot being a very wise man, and his angry distemper more moderately qualified, revealed whither he went, and the cause of his going. Th1er. V%. When Ginato had heard, he departed courteously from him, and began to consider with himself, how he might cure the abbot, yet why would any bathe? So, commanding a good fire to be kept continually in his small chamber, and very good attendance on him, the next morning, he came to visit him again, bringing a fair white napkin on his arm, and in it slices or toasts of fine manchet, a goodly clear glass, full of the purest white bastard of Corniglia, but indeed, of high abbot's own provision brought hither with him, and then he spoke to him in this manner. My lord, when Ginato was younger than now he is, he studied physical-ic, and he commanded me to tell you, that the very best medicine, he could ever learn, against any disease in the stomach, was this which he had provided for your lordship, as an especial preparative, and which he should find it to be very comfortable. The abbot, who had a better stomach to eat, than any will or desire to talk, although he did it somewhat disdainfully, yet he eat up both the toasts, and roundly drank the glass of bastard. Afterward, divers other speeches passed between them, the one still advising in physical manner, and high other seeming to care little for it, but moved many questions concerning Ginato, and earnestly requesting to see him. Such speeches as savoured of the abbot's discontentment, and came from him in passion, were clouded with courteous acceptance, and not the least sign of any mislike, but assuring his lordship, that Ginato intended very shortly to see him, and so they parted for hight time. Nor returned he any more, till the next morning wih the like tivo toasts of bread, and such another glass of white bastard, as he had brought him at the first, continuing the same course for divers days after, till the abbot had eaten, and very hungrily too, a pretty store of dried beans, which Ginato purposely, yet secretly, had hidden in the chamber. Whereupon he demanded of him, as seeming to be so enjoined by his pretended master, in what temper he found his stomach now. I should find my stomach well enough, answered the Lord Abbot, if I could get forth of thy master's fingers, and then have some good food to feed on, for his medicines have made me so soundly stomached, that I am ready to starve with hunger. V% and Ginato was gone from him, he then prepared a very fair chamber for him, adorning it with the abbot's own rich hangings, as also his plate and other movables, such as were always used for his service. A costly dinner he provided likewise, whereto he invited divers of high town, and many of the abbot's chiefest followers. Then going to him again the next morning, he said, "My lord, seeing you do feel your stomach so well, it is time you should come forth of the infirmary." And taking him by the hand, he brought him into the prepared chamber, where he left him with his own people, and went to give order for the dinner's serving in, that it might be performed in magnificent manner. The inaired abbot recreated himself a while with his own people, to whom he recounted the course of his life since he saw them, and they likewise told him how kindly they had been entreated by Ginato. But when dinner time was come, the Lord Abbot and all his company were served with costly viands and excellent wines, wih 10 ut Ginatos making himself known to Abbot, till after he had been entertained some few days in this order, into the great hall of castle, Ginato caused all the abbot's goods and furniture to be brought, and likewise into a spacious court, wherein the windows of the said court gazed, all his mules and horses, with their sumpters, even to the very silliest of them. Which being done, Ginato went to the abbot, and demanded of him, how he felt his stomach now, and whether it would serve him to venture on horseback as yet, or no. The Lord Abbot answered, that he found his stomach perfectly recovered, his body strong enough to endure travel, and all things well, so he were delivered from Ginato. Hereupon, he brought him into the hall where his furniture was, as also all his people, and commanding a window to beyond, whereat he might behold his horses, he said, "My lord, let me plainly give you to understand, that neither cowardice, or baseness of mind, induced Ginato d'Itaco, which is myself, to become a lurking robber on the highways, an enemy to the Pope, and so, consequently, to the Roman court, but only to save his own life and honor, knowing himself to be a gentleman cast out of his own house, and having, beside, infinite enemies. But because you aim to be a worthy lord, I will not, although I have cured your stomach's disease, deal with you as I do to others, whose goods, when they fall into my power, I take such part of as I please, but rather am well contented, that my necessities being considered by yourself, you spare me out a proportion of the things you have here, answerable to your own liking. For all are present here before you, both in this hall, and in the court beneath, free from any spoil, or the least impairing. V% therefore, give a part, or take all, if you please, and then depart hence when you will, or abide here still, for now you are at your own free liberty. The Lord of T wondered not a little, that a robber on the highways, should have such a bold and liberal spirit, which appeared very pleasing to him, and instantly, his former hatred and spleen against Ginato, became converted into cordial love and kindness, so that, embracing him in his arms, he said, "I protest upon my vow made to religion, that to win the love of such a man, as I plainly perceive thee to be, I would undergo far greater injuries, than those which I have received at thy hands. Accursed be cruel destiny, that forced thee to so base a kind of life, and did not bless thee with a fairer fortune." After he had thus spoken, he left there high greater part of all his and returned back again to Rome, with few horses, and a meaner train. During these past accidents, the Pope had received intellig of High Lord Abbot's surprisal, which was not a little displeasing to him, but when he saw him returned, he demanded, what benefit he received at the baths. V% heir to High Abbot, merrily smiling, thus replied, "Holy Fagwan I met a most skillful physician nearer hand, whose experience is beyond the power of the baths, for by him I am very perfectly cured," and so discoursed all at large. The Pope laughing here telly, and High Abbot continuing on still his report, moved with an high and magnificent courage, he demanded one gracious favor of High Pope, who imagining that he would request a matter of greater moment than he did, freely offered to grant whatsoever he desired. Holy Father, answered the Lord Abbot, all the humble suit which I make to you, is, hight you would be pleased to receive into your grace and favor, Ginato di Taco my physician, because among all the virtuous men, deserving to have a special account made of them, I never met with any equal to him both in honor and honesty. V percent sever injury he did to me, I impute it as a greater infortune, than any way he deserveth to be charged withal. V percent each wretched condition of his, if you were pleased to alter, and bestow on him some better means of maintenance, to live like a worthy man, as he is no less, I make no doubt, but, in very short time, he will appear as pleasing to your holiness, as, in my best judgment, I think him to be. The Pope, who was of a magnanimous spirit, and one that highly affected men of virtue, hearing the commendable motion made by the abbot, returned answer, that he was as willing to grant it, as high other desired it, sending letters of safe conduct for his coming. Ginato, receiving such assurance from High Court of Rome, came thither immediately, to the great joy of the Lord Abbot, and the Pope, finding him to be a man of valor and worth, upon reconciliation, remitted all former errors, creating him knight, and Lord Prior of the very chiefest hospital in Rome. In which office he lived long time after, as a loyal servant to the Church, and an honest friend to High Lord Abbot of Clugny. The 10th day, the 3rd Novelle, shewing in an excellent and lively demonstration, that any especial honorable virtue, persevering and dwelling in a truly noble soul, cannot be violenced or confounded, by the most politic attempt. S of malice and envy. Mithridans, envying the life and liberality of Nathan, and travelling thither, with a settled resolution to kill him, chanceth to confer with Nathan unknown. And being instructed by him, in what manner he might best perform the bloody deed, according as he gave direction, he meeth with him in a small thicket or wood, where knowing him to be the same man, that taught him how to take away his life, confounded with shame, he acknowledgeth his horrible intention, and becometh his loyal friend. It appeared to the whole assembly, that they had heard a matter of Mervale, for a lord of T to perform any magnificent action, but their admiration ceasing in silence, the king commanded Philostratus to follow next, who forthwith thus began. Honorable ladies, high bounty and magnificence of Alfonso King of Spain, was great, and that done by the Lord Great in Abbot of Clugny, a thing, perhaps, never heard of in any other. But it will seem no less marvellous to you, when you hear, how one man, in expression of great liberality to another man, that earnestly desired to kill him, should be secretly disposed to give him his life, which had been lost, if the other would have taken it, as I purpose to acquaint you with all, in a short novelle. Most certain it is, at least, if faith may be given to the report of certain Genoese, and other men resorting to those remote parts, hight in high country of Catea, lived sometime a gentleman, rich beyond comparison, and named Nathan. He having his living adjoining to a great common roadway, whereby men travailed from the east to the west, as they did the like from the west unto high east, as having no other means of passage, and being of a bountiful and cheerful disposition, which he was willing to make known by experience, he summoned to Gedor many master masons and carpenters, and there erected, in a short time, one of high greatest, goodliest, and most beautiful houses, in manner of a prince's palace, hight ever was any in all close quarters. With movables and all kind of furnishment, befitting a house of such outward appearance, he caused it to be plentifully stored only to receive, entertain, and honor all gentlemen or travailers whatsoever, as had occasion to pass that way, being not unprovided also of such a number of servants, as might continually give attendance on all comers and goers. 52 several gates, standing alway wide open, and over each of them in great golden characters was written, Welcome, welcome, and gave free admission to all comers whatsoever. In this honorable order, observed as his estate custom, he persevered so long a while, as not only the east parts, but also Hlos in the west, were everywhere acquainted with his fame and renown. Being already well stepped into years, but yet not weary, therefore, of his great charge and liberality, it fortuned, that the rumor of his noble hospitality, came to the ear of another gallant gentleman, named Mithridens, living in a country not far off from the other. This gentleman, knowing himself no less wealthy than Nathan, and enviously repining at his virtue and liberality, determined in his mind, to dim and obscure the other's bright splendor, by making himself for more famous. And having built a palace answerable to that of Nathan's, with like windings of gates, and welcome inscriptions, he began to extend immeasurable courtesies, unto all such as were disposed to visit him, so that, in a short while, he grew very famous in infinite places. It chanced on a day, as Mithridens sate all alone within the goodly court of his palace, a poor woman entreated at one of the gates, craving an alms of him, which she had, and returned in again at a second gate, coming also to him, and had a second alms, continuing so still a dozen times, but at the 13th returning, Mithridens said to her, Good woman, you go and come very often, and still you are served with alms. And the old woman heard words, she said, Oh, the liberality of Nathan! How honorable and wonderful is that! I have passed 30 gates of his palace, even such as are here, and at every one I received an alms, without any acknowledgment taken of me, either by him, or any of his followers, and here I have passed but through 13 gates, and am higher both acknowledged and taken. Farewell to this house, for I never mean to visit it any more, with which words she departed thence, and never after came hither again. And Mithridens had a while pondered on her speeches, he waxed much discontented, as taking the words of the old woman, to extol the renown of Nathan, and darken or eclipse his glory, whereupon he said to himself, Wretched man as I am, when shall I attain to the height of liberality, and perform such wonders, as Nathan do one? In seeking to surmount him, I cannot come near him in the very meanest. Undoubtedly, I spend all my endeavor but in vain, except I rid high world of him, which, seeing his age will not make an end of him, I must needs do with my own hands. In which furious and bloody determination, without revealing his intent to any one, he mounted on horseback, with few attendants in his company, and after 3 days' journey, arrived where Nathan dwelt. He gave order to his men, to make no shew of being his servants, or any way to acknowledge him, but to provide themselves of convenient lodgings, until they heard other tidings from him. About evening, and, in this manner, alone by himself, near to high palace of Nawanan, he met him solitarily walking, not in pompous apparel, whereby to be distinguished from a meaner man, and, because he knew him not, neither had heard any relation of his description, he demanded of him, if he knew where Nathan then was. Nathan, with a cheerful countenance, thus replied, Fair seer, there is no man in these parts, that better how to shew you Nathan than I do, and therefore, if you be so pleased, I will bring you to him. Mithridens said, therein he should do him a great kindness, albeit, if it were possible, he would be neither known nor seen of Nathan. And that, quoth he, can I also do sufficiently for you, seeing it is your will to have it so, if you will go along with me. Dismounting from his horse, he walked on with Nathan, diversely discoursing, until they came to the palace, where one of the servants taking Mithridens his horse, Nathan rounded the fellow in the air, that he should give warning to Al flew out the house, for revealing to the gentleman, that he was Nathan, as accordingly it was performed. No were they within the palace, but he conducted Mithridens into a goodly chamber, wher none, as yet, had seen him, but such as were appointed to attend on him reverently, and he did himself greatly honor him, as being tenth to leave his company. While thus Mithridens conversed with him, he desired to know, albeit he respected him much for his years, what he was. In troth, sir, answered Nathan, I am one of the meanest servants to Nathan, and from my childhood, have made myself thus old in his service, yet never hath he bestowed any other advancement on me, than as you now see, in which respect, howsoever other men may commend him, yet I have no reason at all to do it. These words gave some hope to Mithridens, that with a little more counsel, he might securely put in execution his wicked determination. Nathan likewise demanded of him, but in very humble manner, of whence, and what he was, as also the business inviting him hither, offering him his utmost aid and counsel, in whatsoever consisted in his power. Mithridens sat an indifferent while meditating with his thoughts before he would return any answer, but at the last, concluding to repose confidence in him, in regard of his pretended discontentment, with many circumstantial persuasions, first for fidelity, next for constancy, and lastly for counsel and assistance, he declared to him truly what he was, the cause of his coming hither, and the reason urging him thereto. Nathan, hearing words, and the detestable deliberation of Mithridens, became quite changed in himself, yet wisely making no outward appearance hieref, wih a bold courage and settled countenance, huts he replied. Mithridens, thy father was a noble gentleman, and, in virtues qualities, inferior to none, from whom, as now I see, thou desirest not to degenerate, having undertaken so bold and high an enterprise, I mean, in being liberal and bountiful to all men. I do greatly commend envy which bearest to the virtue of Nadm, because if there were many more such men, the world that is now wretched and miserable, would and conformable. As for the determination which thou hast disclosed to me, I have sealed it up secretly in my soul, wherein I can better give free counsel, than any especial help or furtherance, and the course which I would have to observe, followeth thus in few words. This window, which we now look forth at, sheth the small wood or thicket of trees, being little more than the quarter of a mile's distance hence, whereto Nathan usually walketh every morning, and here continueth time long enough, there mayest thou very easily meet him, and do whatsoever thou intendest to him. If killst him, because thou mayest with safety return home unto thine own abiding, take not the same way which guided thee thither but another, lying on high left hand, and directing speedily out of high wood, as being not so much haunted as the other, but rather free from all resort, and surest for visiting thine own country, after such a dismal deed is done. And Mithridens had received this instruction, and Nathan was departed from him, he secretly gave intelligence to his men, who likewise were lodged, as welcome strangers, in the same house, at what place they should stay for him the next morning. Night being passed over, and Nathan risen, his heart altered not a jot from his counsel given to Mithridens, much less changed from any part hieref, but all alone by himself, walked on to the wood, the place appointed for his death. Mithridens also being risen, taking his bow and sword, for other weapons had he none, mounted on horseback, and so came to the wood, where, somewhat far off, he espied Nathan walking, and no creature him. Dismounting from his horse, he had resolved, before he would kill him, not only to see, but also to hear him speak, so stepped gruffly to him, and taking hold of high bonnet on his head, his face being then turned from him, he said, "Old man, must die." VW1 Ari unto na one and made no other answer, but huts, va my then, belike, I have deserved it. V% and Mithridans heard him speak, and looked advisedly on his face. He knew him immediately to be the same man, that had entertained him so lovingly, conversed with him so familiarly, and counselled him so faithfully, all which overcoming his former fury, his harsh nature became merely confounded with shame, so harrowing down his drawn sword, which he held readily prepared for the deed, he prostrated himself at Nathan's feet, and in tears, spake in this manner: "Now do I manifestly know, most loving Father, your admired bounty and liberality, considering, with what industrious providence, you made the means for your coming hither, prodigally to bestow your life on me, which I have no right unto, although you were so willing to part with it. But Hlos high and supreme powers, more careful of my duty, than I myself, even at the very instant, and when it was most needful, opened the eyes of my better understanding, which in turn all envy had closed up before. And therefore, Luke, how much you have been forward to pleasure me, so much the more shame and punishment, ICONFSE my heinous transgression hath justly deserved. Take therefore on me, if you please, such revenge, as you think ye, in justice, answerable to my sin. Nathan lovingly raised Mithridans from the ground, hein kissing his cheek, and tenderly embracing him, he said: "Son, who needest not to ask, much less to obtain pardon, for any enterprise of thine, which thou canst not yet term to be good or bad, because soughtest not to bereave me of my life, for any tread thou bearest me, but only in coveting to be reputed the worthier man. Take then thus assurance of me, and believe it constantly, that there is no man living, whom I love and honor, as I do thee, considering the greatness of thy mind, which consisteth not in the heaping up of money, as wretched and miserable worldlings make it their only felicity, but, contending in bounty to spend what is thine, didst hold it for no shame to kill me, thereby to make thyself so much the more worthily famous. Nor is it any matter to be wondered at, in regard that emperors, and the greatest kings, had never made such extendure of their dominions, and consequently of their renown, by any other art, hein killing, yet not one man only, as thou wouldst have done, but infinite numbers, burning whole countries, and making desolate huge towns and cities, only to enlarge their dominion, and further spreading of their fame. Therefore, if for the increasing of thine renown, thou wast desirous of my, it is no matter of novelty, and therefore deserving the less merveil, seeing men are slain daily, and all for one purpose or other. Mithridans, excusing no further his malevolent deliberation, but commending the honest defense, which Nathan made on his behalf, proceeded so far in after discoursing, as to tell him plainly, that it did wondrously amaze him, how he durst come to the fatal appointed place, himself having so exactly plotted and contrived his own death, whereunto Nathan returned his answer: "I would not have thee, Mithridans, to wonder at my counsel or determination, because, since age hath made me master of mine own will, and I resolved to do that, wherein thou hast begun to follow me, never came any man to me, whom I did not content, if I could, in anything he demanded of me. It was thy fortune to come for my life, which when I saw thee so desirous to have it, I resolved immediately to bestow it on thee, and so much the rather, because thou shouldst not be only man, that ever departed hence, without enjoying whatsoever he demanded. And, to the end thou mightst the more assuredly have it, I gave thee that advice, lest by not enjoying mine, thou shouldest chance to lose thine own. I have had the use of it full 80 years, with the consummation of all my delights and pleasures, and well I know, hight according to the course of nature, as it fares with other men, and generally all things else, it cannot be long before it must leave me. V% therefore, I hold it much better for me to give it away freely, as I have always done my goods and treasure, than be curious in keeping it, and suffer it to be taken from me, whether I will or no, by nature. A small gift it is, if time make me up the full summit of 100 years, how miserable is it then, to stand beholding but for 4 or 5, and all of them vexation too? Take it then I entreat thee, if thou wilt have it, for I never met with any man before, but thyself, that did desire it, nor, perhaps, shall find any other to request it, for longer I keep it, the worse it will be esteemed, and before it grow contemptible, take it I pray thee. Mithridens, being exceedingly confounded with shame, bashfully said he, Fortune forfend, hight I should take away a andling so precious as your life is, or once to have so vile a thought of it as lately I had, but rather than I would diminish one day thereof, I could wish, that my time might more amply enlarge it. Forthwith answered Nathan, saying, Wouldst flow, if couldst, shorten thine own days, onely to lengthen mine? Vn.my then thou wouldst have me to do hight to high, which, as yet, I never did unto any man, namely, rob to enrich myself. I will instruct thee in a much better course, if thou wilt be advised by me. Lusty and young, as now thou art, thou shalt dwell here in my house, and be called by the name of Nathan. Aged, and spent with years, as thou seest I am, I will go live in thy house, and be called by name of Mithridens. So, both the name and place shall illustrate thy glory, and I live contentedly, without the very least thought of envy. Dear father, answered Mithridens, if I knew so well how to direct mine own actions, as you do, and always have done, I would gladly accept your most liberal offer, but because I plainly perceive, that my very best endeavors, must remain darkened by the bright renown of Nathan, I will never seek to impair that in another, which I cannot, by any means, increase in myself, but, as you have worthily taught me, live contented with my own condition. After these, and many more like loving speeches had passed between them, according as Nathan very instantly requested Mithridens returned back with him to the palace, where many days he highly honored and respected him, comforting and counseling him, to persevere always in his honorable determination. But in the end, when Mithridens could abide there no longer, because necessary occasions called him home, he departed thence with his men, having found by good experience, that he could never go beyond na than in liberality. The 10th day, the 4th novelle wherein is shown, that true love hath always been, and so still is, the occasion of many great and worthy courtesies. Senior Gentile DECAMERON, being come from Medina, took a gentlewoman, named Madame Catharina, forth of a grave, wherein she was buried for dead, which act he did, in regard of his former honest affection to the said gentlewoman. Madame Catharina remaining there afterward, and delivered of a goodly son, was, by Senior Gentile, delivered to her own husband, named Senior Nicoluxio Caccianemico, and high young infant with her. By judgment of all the honorable assembly, it was reputed wonderful, that a man should be so bountiful, as to give away his own life, and to his hateful enemy. In which respect, it passed with general affirmation, that Nathan, the virtue of liberality, had exceeded Alfonso, King of Spain, but, especially, the Abbot of Clugny. So, after every one had delivered our opinion, the king, turning himself to Madame Loretta, gave her such a signa, as well instructed her understanding, that she should be the next in order, whereto she gladly yielding, began in this manner. Youthful ladies, the discourses already past, have been so worthy and magnificent, yea, reaching to such a height of glorious splendor, as, methinks, higher remaineth no more matter, for us that are yet to speak, whereby to enlarge so famous an argument, and in such manner as it ought to be, except we lay hold on the actions of love, wherein is never any want of subject, it is so fair and spacious a field to walk in. W.V. Herefore, as well in behalf of the one, as advancement of the ohr, whereto our instant age is most of all inclined, I purpose to acquaint you with a generous and magnificent act, of an amorous gentleman, which when it shall be duly considered on, perhaps will appear equal to any of the rest. At least, if it may pass for current, that men may give away their treasures, forgive mighty injuries, and lay down life itself, honor and renown, which is for greater, to infinite dangers, only to attain anything esteemed and affected. Understand then, gracious hearers, that in Bologna, a very famous city of Lombardy, there lived sometime a knight, most highly respected for his virtues, named Signor Gentile de Carasendi, who, his younger days, was enamoured of a gentlewoman, called Madame Catharina, high wife of Signor Nicoluxio Caccianemico. And because during the time of his amorous pursuit, he found but a sorry interchange of affection from the lady, he went, as hopeless of any success, to be Potestate of Medina, whereto he was called by place and order. At FLLE same time, Signor Nicoluxio being absent from Bologna, and his lady at a farmhouse of his in the country, about 3 miles distant from the city, because she was great with child, and somewhat near high time of her teeming, it came to pass that dangerous accident befell her, which was so powerful in operation, as no sign of life appeared remained in her, but she was reputed, even in the judgment of the best physicians, whereof she wanted no attendance, to be verily dead. And because in the opinion of her parents and nearest kinred, the time for her deliverance was yet so far off, as the infant within her, wanted much of a perfect creature, they made the less mourning, but in the next church, as also the vault belonging to her ancestors, they gave her burial very speedily. Vinic tidings coming to the hearing of Signor Gentile, by one Hiate was his endeared friend, although, while she lived, he could never be gracious in her favor, yet her so sudden death did greatly grieve him, whereupon he discoursed in this sort with himself. Dear Madam Catharina, I am not a little sorry for thy death, although, during thy lifetime, I was scarcely worthy of one kind look, yet now being dead, thou canst not prohibite me, but I may rob hie of a kissa. No had he spoke the words, but it being then night, and taking such order, as none might know of his departure, he mounted on horseback, accompanied only with one servant, and stayed nowhere, till he came to the vault where the lady was buried. Villic when he had opened, with instruments convenient for the purpose, he descended down into the vault, and kneeled down by the bier whereon she lay, and in her wearing garments, according to the usual manner, with tears trickling mainly down his cheeks, he bestowed infinite sweet kisses on her. But as we commonly say, that men's desires are never contented, but still will presume on further advantages, especially such as love entirely, so fared it with Gentile, who being once minded to get him gone, as satisfied with the oblation of his kisses, would needs yet step back again, saying, should I not touch her ivory breast, the adamant Hiate drew all desires to adore her? Ah, let me touch it now, for never hereafter can I be half so happy. Overcome with this alluring appetite, gently he laid his hand upon her breast, with the like awful respect, as if she were living, and holding it so an indifferent while, either he felt, or his imagination so persuaded him, the heart of the lady to beat and pant. Casting off all fond fear, and the warmth of his increasing the motion, his inward soul assured him, that she was not dead utterly, but had some small sense of life remaining in her, whereof he would needs be further informed. So gently as possible he could, and with the help of his man, he her forth of the monument, and laying her softly on his horse before him, conveyed her closely to his house in Bologna. Signor Gentile had a worthy lady to his mother, a woman of great wisdom and virtue, who understanding by her son, how matters had happened, moved with compassion, and suffering no one in the house to know what was done, made a good fire, and very excellent bawani, which recalled back again wrong wandering life. Then fetching a vehement sigh, opening her eyes, and looking very strangely about her, she said, "Alas! Where am I now?" Whereto high good old lady kindly replied, saying, "Comfort yourself, madam, for you are in a good place." Her spirits being in better manner met together, and she still gazing every way about her, not knowing well where she was, and seeing Signor Gentile standing before her, he entreated his mother to tell her by what means she came thither, which the old lady did, Gentile himself helping to relate the whole history. A while she grieved and lamented, but afterward gave them most hearty thanks, humbly requesting, that, in regard of the love he had formerly borne her, in his house she might find a no other usage, varying from the honor of herself and her husband, and when day was come, to be conveyed home to her own house. "Madam," answered Signor Gentile, "whatsoever I sought to gain from you in former days, I never mean, either here, or anywhere else, to motion any more. But seeing it hath been my happy fortune, to prove the blessed means of reducing you from death to life, you shall find no other entertainment here, than as if you were mine own sister. And yet the good deed which I have this night done for you doth well deserve some courteous requital, in which respect, I would have you not to deny me one favor, which I will presume to crave of you." V% heir to the lady lovingly replied, that she was willing to grant it, provided, it were honest, and in her power, whereto Signor Gentile thus answered: "Madam, your parents, kindred, and friends, and generally all who are out Bologna, they verily think you to be dead, wherefore there is not any one, that will make any inquisition after you, in which regard, the favor I desire from you, is no more but to abide here secretly with my mother, until such time as I return from Medina, which shall be very speedily. The occasion why I move Lee's emotion, I meth at this end, that in presence of the chiefest persons of our city, I may make a gladsome present of you to your husband." The lady, knowing herself highly beholding to the knight, and high request he made to be very honest, disposed herself to do as he desired, although she earnestly longed, to glad her parents and kindred with seeing her alive, and made her promise him on her faith, to effect it in such manner, as he pleased to appoint and give her direction. Scarcely were words concluded, but she felt the custom of women to come upon her, with the pains and throes incident to childing, wherefore, with help of the aged lady, mother to Signor Gentile, it was not long before her deliverance of a goodly son, which greatly augmented the joy of her and Gentile, who order, that all things belonging to a woman in such a case, were not wanting, but she was as carefully respected, even as if she had been his own wife. Secretly he repaired to Medina, where having given direction for his place of authority, he returned back again to Bologna, and there made preparation for a great and solemn feast, appointing who should be his invited guests, the very chiefest persons in Bologna, and, among them, Signor Nicoluccio Caccianemico the especial man. After he was dismounted from horseback, and found so good company attending for him, the lady also, more fair and healthful than ever, and the infant lively disposed, he sate down at the table with his guests, causing them to be served in most magnificent manner, with plenty of all delicates that could be devised, and never before was there such a jovial feast. At the ending of dinner, closely he made the lady acquainted with his further intention, and likewise in what order everything should be done, which being effected, he returned to his company, and used these speeches. Honorable friends, I remember a discourse sometime made unto me, concerning the Count and Ey of Persia, and a kind of custom there observed, not to be misliked in mine opinion. 6 men any one intended to honor his friend in effectual manner, he invited him home to his house, and there would shew him the thing, which with greatest love he did respect, were it wife, friend, son, daughter, or anything else whatsoever, wherewithal he spared not to affirm, that as he shewed him those choice delights, the like view he should have of his heart, if with any possibility it could be done, and the very same custom I mean now to observe here in our city. You have vouchsafed to honor me with your presence, at this poor homely dinner of mine, and I will welcome you after the Persian manner, in shewing you the jewel, which, above all things else in the world, I ever have most respectively esteemed. But before I do it, I crave your favorable opinions in a doubt, which I will plainly declare unto you. If any man having in his house a good and faithful servant, who falling into extremity of sickness, shall be thrown forth into the open street, without any care or pity taken on him, a stranger to pass by, and, moved compassion of his weakness, carrieth him home to his own house, where using all charitable and not sparing any cost, he recovereth the sick person to his former health. I now desire to know, if keeping the said restored person, and employing him about his own business, the first master, by pretending his first right, may lawfully compel ain of the second, and yield him back again to the first master, albeit he day make challenge of him. All high gentlemen, after many opinions passing among them, agreed altogether in one sentence, and gave charge to Signor Nicoluxio Caccianemico, because he was an excellent and elegant speaker, to give answer for them all. First, he commended the custom observed in Persia, saying, he jumped in opinion with all the rest, that the first master had no right at all to the servant, having not only, in such necessity, forsaken him, but also cast him forth into the comfortable street. But for the benefits and mercy extended to him, it was more than manifest, that the recovered person, was become justly servant to the second master, and in detaining him from the first, he did not offer him any injury at all. The whole company sitting at the table, being all very wise and worthy men, gave their verdict likewise with the confession of Signor Nicoluxio Caccianemico. Villic answer did not a little please the knight, and so much the rather, because Nicoluxio had pronounced it, affirming himself to be of the same minded. So, sitting in a pretended musing a while, at length he said, my honorable guests, it is now more than high time, that I should do you such honor, as you have most justly deserved, by perforating high promise made unto you. Then calling Quo of his servants, he sent them to Madame Catharina, whom he had caused to adorn herself in excellent manner, entreating her, that she would be pleased to grace his guests with her presence. Catharina, having decked her child in costly habiliments, laid it in her armess, and came with the servants into the dining hall, and sate down, as the knight had appointed, at high upper end of the table, and then Signor Gentile spake thus, behold, worthy gentlemen, this is the jewel which I have most affected, and intend to love none other in the world, be you my judges, whether I have just occasion to do so, or no. The gentleman saluting her with respective reverence, said to the knight, that he had great reason to affect her, and viewing her advisedly, many of them thought her to be the very same woman, as indeed she was, but that they believed her to be dead. But above all the rest, Nicoluxio Caccianemico could never be satisfied with beholding her, and, enflamed with earnest desire, to know what she was, could not refrain, seeing the knight was gone out of the room, but demanded of her, whether she were of Bologna, or a stranger. When the lady heard herself to be thus questioned, and by her husband, it seemed painful to her, to contain from answering, nevertheless, to perfect high knight's intended purpose, she sate silent. Others deemed undate of her, the sweet boy were hers, or no, and some questioned, if she were Gentile's wife, or no, or else his kinswoman, to all which demands, she returned not any answera. But when the night came to again, some of them said to him, Sir, this woman is a goodly creature, but she appeareth to be dumb, which were great pity, if it should be so. Gentlemen, quoth he, it is no small argument of her virtue, to sit still and silent at this instant. Tell us then, said they, of whence, and what she is. Therein, quoth he, I will quickly resolve you, upon your conditional promise, flit none of you do remove from his place, whatsoever shall be said or done, until I have fully delivered my minda. Every one bound himself by solemn promise, to perform what he had appointed, and the tables being voided, as also the carpets laid, then the knight, sitting down by high lady, thus began. Worthy gentlemen, this lady is that true and faithful servant, whereof I moved the question to you, whom I took out of the cold street, where her parents, kindred, and friends, making no account at all of her, threw her forth, as a thing vile and unprofitable. Nevertheless, such hath been my care and cost, that I have rescued her out of death's griping power, and, in a mere charitable disposition, which honest affection caused me to bear her, of a body, full of terror and affrighting, as then she was, I have caused her to become thus lovely as you say. But because you may more apparently discern, in what manner his occasion happened, I will lay it open to you in more familiar manner. Then he began the whole history, from the original of his unbeseeming affection to her, in regard she was a worthy man's wife, and consequently, how all had happened to the instant hour, to the no mean admiration of all hearers, adding wih1 all. Now gentlemen, quoth he, if you vary not from your former opinion, and especially Signor Nicoluxio Caccianemico, his lady, by good right, is mine, and no man else by any just title, can lay any claim to her. All sate silent, without answering one word, as expecting what he intended further to say, but in meanwhile, Nicoluxio, the parents and kindred, but chiefly the lady herself, appeared as half melted into tears with weeping. But Signor Gentile, starting up from the table, taking the infant in his arm, and leading the lady by the hand, going to Nicoluxio, thus spake. Rise, sir, I will not give thee thy wife, whom both her kindred and line, threw forth into the street, but I will bestow this lady on thee, being my gossip, and this sweet boy my godson, who was, as I am verily persuaded, begotten by thee, I standing witness for him at the font of baptisma, and give him mine own name Gentile. Let me entreat hight, although she hath lived here in mine house, for the space of 3 months, she should not be less welcome to than before, for I swear to thee upon my soul, that my former affection to her, how unjust sever, was the only means of preserving her life, and more honestly she could not live, with father, mother, or high self, than she done here with mine own mo1er. Having thus spoken, he turned to high lady, saying, Madam, I now discharge you of all promises made me, delivering you to your husband franca and free. And when he had given him the lady, and the child in his arms, he returned to his place, and sate down again. Nicoluxio, with no mean joy and hearty contentment received both his wife and child, being before her from expectation of such an admirable comfort, returning the knight infinite thanks, as all the rest of the company painted the like, who could not refrain from weeping for mere joy, For such a strange and wonderful accident, every one highly commending Gentile, and such also as chanced to hear hieref. The lady was welcomed home to her own house, with many moneths of jovial feasting, and as she passed through the streets, all beheld her with admiration, to be so happily recovered from her grave. Senior Gentile lived long after, a loyal friend to Nicoluxio and his lady, and all that were well-willers to them. V% at thinky you now, ladies. Can you imagine, because a king gave away his crown and scepter, and an abbot, without any cost to himself, reconciled a malefactor to Pope, and an old idle-headed man, yielding to the mercy of his enemy, that all those actions are comparable to this of Senior Gentile? Youth and ardent affection gave him a just and lawful title, to her who was free, by imagined death, from husband, parents, and all friends else, she being so happily won into his own possession. Yet honestly not only overswayed the heat of desire, which in many men is violent and immoderate, but with a bountiful and liberal soul, hight which he coveted beyond all hopes else, and had within his own command, he freely gave away. Believe me, bright beauties, not any of the other, in a true and impartial judgment, are worthy to be equalled with this, or styled by the name of magnificent actions. The 10th day, the FIFT Novelle admonishing all ladies and gentlewomen, that are desirous to preserve their chastity, free from all blemish and taxation, to make no promise of yielding to any, under a compact or covenant, how impossible soever it may seem to be. Madame Dianora, the wife of Signor Gilberto, being immodestly affected by Signor Ansaldo, to free herself from his tedious importunity, she appointed him to perform, in her judgment, an act of impossibility, namely, to give her a garden, as plentifully stored with fragrant flowers in January, as in the flourishing month of May. Ansaldo, by means of a bond which he made to a Magitian, performed her request. Signor Gilberto, the lady's husband, gave consent, that his wife should fulfill her promise made to Ansaldo. Viavmo, hearing the bountiful mind of her husband, released her of her promise, and the Magitian likewise discharged Signor Ansaldo, without taking anything of him. Not anyone in all the company, but extolled the worthy act of Signor Gentile to the skies, till the king gave command to Madame Emilia, that she should follow next. Wih won her tale, who boldly stepping up, began in this order. Gracious ladies, I think there is none here present among us, but with reason, may maintain, that Signor Gentile performed a magnificent deed, but whosoever saith, it is impossible to do more, perhaps is ignorant in such actions as can and may be done, as I mean to make good unto you, by a novelle not over long or tedious. The Country of Fricilium, better known by the name of Forum Julage, although it be subject to much cold, yet it is pleasant, in regard of many goodly mountains, rivers, and clear running springs, wherewith it is not meanly stored. Within those territories, is a city called Udina, where sometime lived a fair and noble lady, named Madame Dianora, wife to a rich and worthy knight, called Signor Gilberto, a man of very great fame and merit. This beautiful lady, being very modest and virtuously inclined, was highly affected by a noble baron of those parts, termed by high name of Signor Ansaldo Gradens, a man of very great spirit, bountiful, active in armes, and yet very affable and courteous, which caused him to be the better respected. His love to this lady was extraordinary, hardly to be contained within any moderate compass, striving to be in like manner affected of her, to which end, she wanted no daily solicitings, letters, ambassages and love tokens, all proving to no purpose. This virtuous lady, being wearied with his often temptations, and seeing, that by denying whatsoever he demanded, yet he would not give over his sweet, but so much more importunately still pursued her, began to bethink herself, how she might best be rid of him, by imposing some such task upon him, as should be impossible, in her opinion, for him to effect. An old woman, whom he employed for his continual messenger to her, as she came one day about her ordinary errand, with her she communed in this manner. "Good woman," quoth she, "thou hast so often assured me, that Signor Ansaldo loveth me above all other women in the world, offering me wonderful gifts and presents in his name, which I have always refused, and so still will do, in regard I am not to be wooed by any such allurements, yet if I could be soundly persuaded, that his affection is answerable to thy peremptory protestations, I should, perhaps, be the sooner one, to listen to his sweet in milder manner, than hitherto I have done. Therefore, if he will give me assurance, to perform such a business as I mean to enjoin him, he shall the speedier hear better answer from me, and I will confirm it with mine one." Wonderfully pleased was Mistress Macquarella, to hear a reply of such comfortable hope, and therefore desired the lady, to tell her what she would have done. "Listen to me, Well," answered Madame Dianora, "the matter which I would have him to effect for me, is, without the walls of our city, and during the month of January next ensuing, to provide me a garden, as fairly furnished with all kind of fragrant flowers, as high flourishing month of May can yield a no better. If he be not able to accomplish this imposition, then I command him, never hereafter to solicite me any more, either by thee, or any whatsoever, for, if he do importune me afterward, as hitherto I have concealed his secret conspiring, both from my husband, and all my friends, so will I then lay his dishonest suite open to the world, that he may receive punishment accordingly, for offering to wrong a gentleman in his wife." And Signor Ansaldo heard her demand, and high offer beside Hieropen made him, al fluff it seemed no easy matter, but alling merely impossible to be done, he considered advisedly, that she made this motion to no other end, but only to bereave him of all his hope, ever to enjoy what so earnestly he desired. Nevertheless, he would not so give it utterly over, but would needs approve what could be done. Hereupon, he sent into divers parties of the world, to find out any one that was able to advise him in this doubtful case. In the end, one was brought to him, who being well recompensed for his pains, by the art of nigromancy would undertake to do it. With him Signor Ansaldo covenanted, binding himself to pay a great sum of money, upon performance of so rare a deed, awaiting, in hopeful expectation, for month of January's coming. It being come, and the then in extremity of cold, every being covered with ice and snow, the Magician prevailed so by his art, that after the Christmas holy days were past, and the calends of January entreed, in one night, and without the city walls, the goodliest garden of flowers and fruits, was so dainty sprung up, as, in opinion of such as beheld it, never was the like e'en before. Now ladies, I think I need not demand the question, whether Signor Ansaldo were well pleased, or no, who going to behold it, saw it most plenteously stored, with all kind of fruit trees, flowers, herbs, and plants, as no one could be named, that was wanting in this artificial garden. And having gathered some pretty store of them, secretly he sent them to Madame Dianora, inviting her to come see her garden, perfected according to her own desire, and upon view thereof, to confess high integrity of his love to her, considering and remembering withal, the promise she had made him under solemn oath, that she might be reputed for a woman of her word. And the lady beheld the fruits and flowers, and heard many other linges recounted, so wonderfully growing in the same garden, began to repent her rash promise made, yet notwithstanding her repentance, as women are covetous to see all rarities, so, accompanied wih divers ladies and gentlewomen more, she went to see the garden, and having commended it with much admiration, she returned home again, the most sorrowful woman as ever lived, considering what she had tied herself to, for enjoying this garden. So excessive grew her grief and affliction, that it could not be so clouded or concealed, but her husband took notice of it, and would needs understand the occasion thereof. Long the lady, in regard of shame and modesty, sate without returning any answer, but being in the end constrained, she disclosed the whole history to him. At high first, Signor Gilberto waxed exceeding angry, but when he further considered withal the pure and honest intention of his wife, wisely he pacified his former distemper, and said, Dianora, it is not the part of a wise and honest woman, to lend an ear to ambassages of such immodest nature, much less to compound or make agreement for her honesty, with any person, under any condition whatsoever. Those persuasions which heart listeneth to, by allurement of the ear, have greater power than many do imagine, and nothing is so uneasy or difficult, but in a lover's judgment it appeareth possible. Ill didst thou therefore first of all to listen, but worse, afterward, to contract. But, because I know high purity of thy soul, I will yield to disoblige thee of thy promise, as perhaps no wise man else would do, thereto only by fear of the Magi Tien, who seeing Signor Ansaldo displeased, because thou makest a mockage of him, will do some such violent wrong to us, as we shall be never able to recover. V% therefore, I would have thee go to Signor Ansaldo, and if thou canst, by any means, obtain of him, the safekeeping of thy honor, and full discharge of promise, it shall be an eternal fame to thee, and the crown of a most victorious conquest. But if it must needs be otherwise, lend him thy body only for once, but not thy will, for actions committed by constraint, wherein the will is no way guilty, are half pardonable by the necessity. Madame Dianora, hearing her husband's words, wept exceedingly, and avouched, that she had not deserved any such especial grace of him, and therefore she would rather die, than do it. Nevertheless, it was the will of her husband to have it so, and therefore, against her will, she gave consent. The next morning, by high break of day, Dianora arose, and attiring herself in her very meanest garments, with vos servingmen before her, and a waiting woman following, she went to the lodging of Signor Ansaldo, who hearing that Madame Dianora was come to visit him, greatly marveled, and being risen, he called the Magi Tien to him, saying, Come go with me, and see what effect will follow upon thine art. And being come into her presence, without any base or inordinate appetite, he did her humble reverence, embracing her honestly, and taking her into a goodly chamber, where a fair fire was readily prepared, causing her to sit down by him, he said unto her as followeth. Madam, I humbly entreat you to resolve me, if the affection I have long time borne you, and yet do still, deserve any recompense at all, you would be pleased then to tell me truly, FLLE of your instant coming hither, and thus attended as you are. Dianora, blushing with modest shame, and the tears trickling mainly down her fair cheeks, thus answered. Signor Ansaldo, not for any love I bear you, or care of my faithful promise made to you, but only by the command of my husband, who respecting more the pains and trave of your inordinate love, than his own reputation and honor, or mine hath caused me to come hither, and by virtue of his command, am ready, for once only, to fulfill your pleasure, but far from any will or consent in myself. If Signor Ansaldo were abashed at the first, he began now to be more confounded with admiration, when he heard the lady speak in such strange manner, and being much moved with the liberal command of her husband, he began to alter his inflamed heat, into most honorable respect and compassion, returning her this answer. Most noble lady, the gods forbid, if it be so as you have said, I should, villain-like, soil the honor of him, that takes such unusual compassion of my unchanged appetite. And therefore, you may remain here so long as you please, in no other condition, but as mine own natural-born sister, and likewise, you may depart freely when you will, conditionally, that, on my behalf, you render such thanks to your husband, as you done _k convenient for his great bounty towards me, accounting me forever hereafter, as his loyal brother and faithful servant. Deianira having well observed his answer, her heart being ready to mount out at her mouth with joy, said, All high world could never make me believe, considering your honorable mind and honesty, that it would happen to me, then now it done, for which noble courtesy, I will continually remain obliged to you. So, taking her leave, she returned home honorably attended to her husband, and relating to him what had happened, it proved the occasion of begetting entire love and friendship, between himself and the noble Inaired Ansaldo. Now concerning the skillful Magi Tien, to whom Ansaldo meant to give the bountiful recompense agreed on between them, he having seen the strange liberality, which the husband expressed to Signor Ansaldo, and that of Ansaldo to the lady, he presently said, Great Jupiter strike me dead with thunder, having myself seen a husband so liberal of his honor, and you sir of true noble kindness, if I should not be the like of my recompense, for, perceiving it to be so worthily employed, I am well contented you shall keep it. The noble lord was modestly ashamed, and strove, so much as in him lay, flit he should take all, or greater part thereof, but seeing he labored merely in vain, after the third day was past, and the Magi Tien had destroyed the garden again, he gave him free liberty to depart, quite controlling all fond and unchanged affection in himself, either towards Deianira, or any lady else, and living, ever after, as best becometh any nobleman to do. V% at say you now ladies. Shall SV make any account of the woman well near dead, and the kindness grown cold in Senior Gentile, by loss of his former hopes, comparing them with the liberality of Senior Ansaldo, affecting more fervently, than ever the other did? And being, beyond hope, possessed of the booty, which, above all things else in the world, he most desired to have, to part wih won it merely in fond compassion? I protest, in my judgment, the one is no way comparable to the other, that of Geidel, with this last of Senior Ansaldo. The 10th day, the Sixt Novelle sufficiently declaring, that how mighty soever the power of love is, yet a magnanimous and truly generous heart, it can by no means fully conquer Victioius King Chrles, surnamed the Aged, and first of Hyate name, fell in love with a young maiden, named Jean Vera, daughter to an ancient knight, called Signor Neri de Gliel Erdi. And waxing ashamed of his amorous folly, caused both Jean Vera, and her fair sister Isata, to be joined in marriage with TVVO noble gentleman, the one named Signor Maffio de Palazzi, and the other, Signor Guglielmo della Magna. Nmo is able to express ingeniously, the diversity of opinions, which happened among the ladies, in censuring on the act of Madame Deianira, and which of them was most liberal, either Signor Gilberto the husband, Lord Ansaldo the importunate suitor, or the Magi Tien, expecting to be bountifully rewarded. Surely, it is a matter beyond my capacity, but after the king had permitted disputation a long while, looking on Madame Fiammetta, he commanded that she should report her novel to make an end of their controversy, and she, without any further delaying, thus began. I did always, noble ladies, hold it fit and decent, that in such an assembly as this of ours is, every one ought to speak so succinctly and plainly, that high obscure understanding, concerning high matters spoken of, should have no cause of disputation. For disputes do much better become high colleges of scholars, than to be among us, who hardly can manage our distavs or samplers. And therefore I, who intend to relate something, which, peradventure, might appear doubtful, will forbear, seeing you in such a difference, for that which hath been spoken already, to use any difficult discourse, but will speak of one, a man of no mean rank or quality, being both a valiant and virtuous king, and what he did, without any impeach or blemish to his honor. I make no doubt, but you have often heard report, of King Charles high-aged, and first of that name, by reason of his magnificent enterprises, as also his most glorious victory, which he obtained against King Manfred, when the Ghibellines were expulsed forth of Florence, and the Guelphs returned thither again. By which occasion, an ancient knight, named Signor Neri degli forsaking then the city, with all his family and great store of wealth, would live under any other obedience, than the awful power or command of King Charles. And coveting to be in some solitary place, where he might finish the remainder of his days in peace, he went to Castello de Mare, where, about a bowshot distance from all other dwelling houses, he bought a parcel of ground, plentifully stored with variety of trees, bearing olives, chestnuts, oranges, lemons, palm citrons, and other excellent fruitages, wherewith the country flourisheth abundantly. There he built a very fair and commodious house, and planted, close by it, a pleasant garden, in the midst whereof, because he had great plenty of water, according as other men used to do, being in like case so well provided, he made a very goodly pond, which forthwith had all kind of fish swimming in it, it being his daily care and endeavour, to tend his garden, and increase his fish pond. It fortuned, that King Charles in summer time, for his pleasure and recreation, went to repose himself, for some certain days, at Castello de Mare, where having heard report of the beauty and singularity of Signor Neri's garden, he grew very desirous to see it. But when he understood to whom it belonged, then he entrade into consideration with himself, that he was an ancient knight, maintaining a contractary faction to his, wherefore, he held it fit to go in some familiar manner, and with no train attending on him. V% Thereupon he sent him word, that he wold come to visit him, with 4 gentlemen only in his company, meaning to sup with him in his garden the next night ensuing. The news was very welcome to Signor Neri, who took order in costly manner for all things to be done, entertaining the king most joyfully into his beautiful garden. V% and the king had surveyed all, and the house likewise, he commended it beyond all other comparison, and the tables being placed by the pond's side, he washed his hands therein, and then sat down at the table, commanding the Count, Sir Guy de Montforte, who was one of them which came in his company, to sit down by him, and Signor Neri on his side. As for the other 3 of high train, he commanded them to attend on his service, as Signor Neri had given order. There wanted no exquisite viands and excellent wines, all performed in most decent manner, and without the least noise or disturbance, wherein the king took no little delight. Feeding huts in this contented manner, and fancying solitude of the place so inly entrade into the garden, Tivo young demoiselles, each aged about some 15 years, their hair resembling wires of gold, and curiously curled, having chaplets, made like provincial crowns, on their heads, and their delicate faces, expressing them to be rather angels, than mortal creatures, such was the appearance of their admired beauty. Their undergarments were of costly silka, yet white as the finest snow, framed, from the girdle upward, close to their bodies, but spreading largely downward, like the extendure of a pavilion, and so descending to feet. She that first came in sight, carried on her shoulder a couple of fishing nets, which she held fast with her left hand, and in the right she carried a long staff. The other following her, had on her left shoulder a frymg pen, and under the same arm a small faggot of wood, with a trevet in her hand, and in the other hand a pot of oil, as also a brand of fire flaming. No sooner did the king behold them, but he greatly wondered what they should be, and, without uttering one word, attended to listen what they wold say. Both high young demoiselles, when they were come before king, with one modest and bashful gesture, they performed very humble reverence to him, and going to the place of entrance into the pond, she who held the trevet, set it down on the ground, with the hlings also, and taking staff which the other demoiselle carried, hie went into the pond, the water whereof reached so high as to bosoms. One of the servants to Signor Neri, presently kindled the fire, setting the trevet over it, and putting oil into the frying pan, held it upon the trevet, awaiting until the demoiselles should cast him up fish. One of them did beat a place with the staff, where she was assured of the fish's resort, and the other had lodged high nets so conveniently, as they quickly caught great store of fish, to the king's high contentment, who observed their behavior very tivilly. As the fishes were thrown up to the servant, alive as they were, he took the best and fairest of and brought them to the table, where they skipped and mounted before the king, Count Guy de Montfort and the father, some leaping from the table into the pond again, and others, the king, in a pleasing humor, voluntarily threw back to the demoiselles. Jesting and sporting in his manner, till the servant had dressed divers of them in exquisite order, and served them to the table according as Signor Neri had ordained. When the demoiselles saw the fish's service performed and perceived that they had fished sufficiently, they came forfeit of high water, their garments then, being wet, hanging close about them, even as if they hid no part of their bodies. Each having taken those things again, which at first they brought them, and saluting the king in like humility as he did before, returned home to high mansion house. The king and count likewise, as also high other attending gentlemen, having duly considered the behavior of the demoiselles, commended extraordinarily their beauty and fair feature, with those other perfections of nature so gloriously shining in them. But, beyond all the rest, the king was boundless in his praises given of them, having observed their going into the water, the equal carriage hire of them both, their coming forth, and gracious demeanor at our departing, yet neither knowing of whence, or what they were, he felt his affection very violently flamed, and grew into such an amorous desire to them, not knowing which of them pleased him most, they so choicely resembled one another in all things. But after he had dwelt long enough upon these thoughts, he turned himself to Signor Neri, and demanded of him, what demoiselles were. Sir, answered Neri, they are my daughters, both brought into the world at one birth, and twins, one being named Jean Vera the Fair, and high other Isata the Amiable. The king began again to commend them both, and gave him advice to get them both married, wherein he excused himself, alleging, that he wanted power to day it. At the same time instant, no other service remaining to be brought to the table, except fruit and cheese, tvo demoiselles returned again, attired in robes of carnation satin, formed after the Turkish fashion, carrying fair silver dishes in their hands, filled with divers delicate fruits, such as the Eosin then afforded, setting them on the table before the king. Vvh being done, they reared a little backwood, and with sweet melodious voices, sung a dight beginning in this manner. V% ere love into place, let no one sing in love's disgrace. So sweet and pleasing seemed the song to the king, who took no small delight, both to hear and behold demoiselles, even as if all the hierarchies of angels were descended from the heavens to sing before him. No sooner was the song ended, but, humbly on their knees, they craved favor of the king for their departing. Now, although their departure was greatly grieving to him, yet, in outward appearance, he seemed willing to grant it. V% supper was concluded, and the king and his company remounted on horseback. Then carefully departing from Senior Neri, High King returned to his lodging, concealing there closely his affection to himself, and whatsoever important affairs happened, yet he could not forget the beauty, and gracious behavior of Jean Vera the Fair, for whose sake he loved her sister likewise, but became so linked to her in vehement manner, as he had no power to link on anything else. Pretending other urgent occasions, he fell into great familiarity with Senior Neri, visiting very often his goodly garden, only to see his fair daughter Jean Vera, the adamant which drew him hither. V% he felt his amorous assaults, to exceed all power of longer sufferance, he resolved determinately with himself, being unprovided of any better means, to take her away from her, and not only she, but her sister also, discovering both his love and intent to Count Guy de Montforte, who being a very worthy and virtuous inhered, and meet to be a counsellor for a king, delivered his mind in this gracious inhered. I wonder not a little at your speeches, and so much high greater is my admiration. Because no man else can be subject to the like, in regard I have known you from the time of your infancy, even to this instant hour, and always your carriage to be one and the same. I could never perceive in your youthful days, when love should have the greatest means to assail you, any such oppressing passions, which is now the more novel and strange to me, to hear it but said, that you being old, and called high-aged, should be grown amorous. Surely to me it seemeth a miracle. And if it appertain to me to reprehend you in this case, I know well enough what I could say. Considering, you have yet your armor on your back, in a kingdom newly conquered, among a nation not known to you, full of falsehoods, breaches, and treasons, all which are no mean motives to care and needful respect. But having now won a little leisure, to rest yourself a while from such serious affairs, can you give way to the idle suggestions of love? Believe me, sir, it is no act becoming a magnanimous king, but rather the giddy folly of a young brain. Moreover you say, which most of all I mislike, that you intend to take the quo virgins from the knight, who hath given you entertainment in his house beyond his ability, and to testify how much he honored you, he suffered you to have a sight of them, merely, almost, in a naked manner, witnessing thereby, what constant faith he reposed in you, believing verily, that you were a just king, and not a ravenous wolf. Have you so soon forgot, that the rapes and violent actions, done by King Manfred to harmless ladies, made your only way of entrance into this kingdom? VVHT treason was ever committed, more worthy of eternal punishment, than this will be in you, to take away from him, who hath so highly honored you, his chiefest hope and consolation? I am at will be said by all men, if you do it. Peradventure you think it will be a sufficient excuse for you, to say, I did it, in regard he was a Ghibellin. Can you imagine this to be justice in a king, that such as get into possession in his manner, whatsoever it be, ought to use it in this sort? Let me tell you, sir, it was a most worthy victory for you, to conquer King Manfred, but it is for more famous victory, for a man to conquer himself. You therefore, who are ordained to correct vices in other men, learn first to subdue them in yourself, and, by bridling this inordinate appetite, set not a foul blemish on so fair a fame, as will be honor to you to preserve spottles. These words pierced the heart of the king deeply, and so much high more afflicted him, because he knew them to be most true, wherefore, after he had vauntred a very vehement sigh, thus he replied. Believe me, noble count, there is not any enemy, how strong soever he be, but I hold him weak and easy to be vanquished, by him who is skillful in the war, where a man may learn to conquer his own appetite. But because he shall find it a laborious task, requiring inestimable strength and courage, your words have so touched me to the quick, that it becometh me to let you effectually perceive, and within the compass of few days, that as I have learned to conquer others, so I am not ignorant, in expressing like power upon myself. Having thus spoken, within some few days after, the king being returned to Naples, he determined, as we to free himself from any the like ensuing folly, as also to recompense Signor Neri, for great kindness he had shown to him, al-10 it was a difficult thing, to let another enjoy, what he rather desired for himself, to have high tivo damosels married, notice high daughters of Signor Neri, but even as if they were his own. And by consent of the father, he gave Ginevra the fair, to Signor Maffeo de Palizza, and Isata the amiable, to Signor Guglielmo della Magna, two noble knights and honorable barons. After he had thus given them in marriage, in sad mourning he departed thence into Apoglia, where by following worthy and honorable actions, he so well overcame all inordinate appetites, shaking off the enthralling fetters of love, he lived free from all passions, high rest of his lifetime, and died as an honorable king. Some perhaps will say, it was a small matter for a king, to give away damosels in marriage, and iconfse it, but I maintain it to be great, and more than great, if we say, that a king, being so earnestly enamored as this king was, should give her away to another, whom he so dearly affected himself, without receiving, in recompense of his affection, so much as a leaf, flower, or the least fruit of love. Yet such was the virtue of this magnificent king, expressed in so highly recompensing the noble knight's courtesy, honoring the widow daughters so royally, and conquering his own so virtuously. The 10th day, the 7th novelle, wherein is covertly given to understand, that howsoever a prince may make use of his absolute power and authority towards maides or wives that are his subjects, yet he ought to deny and reject all things, as shall make him forgetful of himself, and his true honor. Lisina, the daughter of a Florentine apothecary, named Bernardo Puccino, being at Palermo, and seeing Piero, king of Aragon, run at the tilt, fell so affectionately enamored of him, that she languished in an extreme and long sicknessy. By her own devise, and means of a song, sung in high hearing of high king, he vouchsafed to visit her, and giving her a kiss, terming himself also to be her knight for ever after, he honorably bestowed her in marriage on a young gentleman, who was called Perdicano, and gave him liberal endowments with her. Madame Fiammetta being come to the end of her novelle, and the great magnificence of King Charles much commended, howbeit, some of high company, affecting the Ghibelline faction, were otherwise minded, Madame Pampinea, by order given from the king, began in this manner. There is no man of good understanding, honorable ladies, but will maintain what you have said of victorious Charles, except such as cannot wish well to any. But because my memory hath instantly informed me, of an action, perhaps, no less commendable than this, done by an enemy of high said King Charles, and to a young maiden of our city, I am the more willing to relate it, upon your gentle attention vouchsafed, as hitherto it hath been courteously granted. At such time as the French were driven out of Sicily, there dwelt at Palermo a Florentine apothecary, named Bernardo Puccino, a man of wealth and reputation, who had by his wife one only daughter, of marriageable years, and very beautiful. Piero, king of Aragon, being then become lord of that kingdom, he made an admirable feast royal at Palermo, accompanied with his lords and barons. In honor of which public feast, the king kept a triumphal day, of justs and tournament, at Catalana, and whereat it chanced, that the daughter of Bernardo, named Lisina, was present. Being in a window, accompanied with one other gentlewomen, she saw the king run at the tilt, who seemed so goodly a person in her eye, that being never satisfied with beholding him, she grew enamoured, and fell into extremity of affection towards him. And the festival was ended, she dwelling in house of her father, it was impossible for her to think on any endling else, but only the love, which she had fixed on a person of such height. And that which most tormented her in this case, was the knowledge of her own condition, being but mean and humble in degree, whereby she confessed, she could not hope for any successful issue of her proud love. Nevertheless, she would not refrain from affecting the king, who taking no note of this kindness in her, by any perceivable means, must needs be the more regardless, which procured, by wary observation, her afflictions to be the greater and intolerable. It came to pass that Hle's earnest love increasing in her more and more, and one melancholy conceit taking hold on another, the fair maid, when she could bear the burden of her grief no longer, fell into a languishing sickness, consuming away daily, by evident appearance, even as flle snow melteth by high warm beams of the sun. The father and mother, much dismayed and displeased at Hle's hapless accident, applying her with continual comforts, physic, and the best skill remedying in all the physicians, sought all possible ways to give her succour, but all proved to no effect, because in regard of her choice, which could sort to none other than a desperate end, she was desirous to live no longer. Now it fortuned, that her parents offering her whatsoever remained in their power to perform, a sudden apprehension entrayed her mind, to wit, that, if it might possible be done, before she died, she would first have the king to know, in what manner she stood affected to him. Therefore, one day she entreated her father that a gentleman, named Manutio de Aretsa, might be permitted to come see her. This Manutio was, in those times, held to be a most excellent musician, both for his voice in singing, and exquisite skill in playing on instruments, for which he was highly in favor with King Piero, who made, almost, daily use of him, to hear him both sing and play. Her tender and loving Fahwan conceived immediately, that she was desirous to hear his playing and singing, both being comfortable to a body in a languishing sickness, whereupon, he sent presently for high gentlemen, who came accordingly, and after he had comforted Lena with kind and courteous speeches, he played dexterously on his lute, which purposely he had brought with him, and likewise he sung divers excellent ditties, which instead of his intended consolation to the maid, did nothing else but increase her fire and flame. Afterward, she requested to have some conference with Manutio alone, and every one being gone forth of the chamber, she spake unto him in this manner. Manutio, I have made choice of to be the faithful guardian of an especial secret, hoping first of all, that thou wilt never reveal it to any living body, but only to him whom I shall bid thee, and next, to help me so much as possibly thou canst, because my only hope relieth in thee. Know, my dearest friend Manutio, that on high solemn festival day, when our sovereign Lord King honored his exaltation, the noble exercises of tilt and tourney, his brave behavior kindled such a sparky in my soul, as since brake forth into a violent flame, and brought me to Hle's weak condition as now thou seest. But knowing and confessing, how for unbeseeming my love is, to aim so ambitiously at a king, and being unable to rule it, or in the least manner to diminish it, I have made choice of onely and best remedy of all, namely, to die, and so I am most willing to do. True it is, that I shall travail in this my latest journey, with endless torment and affliction of soul, except he have some understanding thereof before, and not knowing by whom to give him intelligence, in so oft and convenient order, as by thee, I do herefore commit this last office of a friend to thy trust, desiring thee, not to refuse me in the performance thereof. and when thou hast done it, to let me understand what he saith, that I may die the more contentedly, and disburdened of so heavy an oppression, the only comfort to a parting spirit. And so she ceased, her tears flowing forth abundantly. Manutio did not a little wonder at the maid's great spirit, and her desperate resolution, which moved him to exceeding commiseration, and suddenly he conceived, that honestly he might discharge this duty for her, whereupon, he returned her licenser. Listena, here I engage my faith to flit shalt find me firme and constant, and die I will, rather than deceive greatly. I do commend thy high attempt, in fixing thy affection on so potent a king, wherein I offer thee my utmost assistance, and I make no doubt, if thou wouldest be of good comfort, to deal in such sort, as, before 3 days are fully past, to bring such news as will content thee, and because I am loath to lose the least time, I will go about it presently. Lena the young maiden, once again entreated his care and diligence, promising to comfort herself so well as she could, commending him to his good fortune. V% en Manutio was gone from her, he went to a gentleman, named Mico de Siena, one of high best peats in the composing of verses, as all those parts yielded not the like. At his request, Mico made for him this ensuing ditty. The song sung in the hearing of King Piero, on the behalf of lovesick Listena. Go love, and tell the torments I endure, say to my sovereign lord, that I must die except he come, some comfort to procure, for tell I may not, what I feel, and why. With heaved hands great love, I call to thee, go see my sovereign, where he doth abide, and say to him, in what extremity, thou hast, for him, my firm affection tried. To die for him, it is my sole desire, for live with him I may not, nor aspire, to have my fortunes thereby dignified, only his sight would lend me life a while, grant it, great love, mine anguish to beguile. Gi love, and tell the torments, etc. Since first our love enthralled me, I never had heart, to tell my grief, my thoughts did speak, for thoughts be always free, yet hopeful thoughts they find but poor relief. V% en gnats will mount to eagles in the air, alas! They hie 'em, for full well they know, they were not bred to prey so base and low, aloft they look, to make their flight more fair. And yet his sight would lend me life a while, grant it, great love, mine anguish to beguile. Gi love, and tell the torments, etc. If sight shall be denied, then tell them plain, his high triumphal day procured my death, the lance that won him honor, hath me slain, for instantly it did bereave my breath. That speak I could not, nor durst be so bold, to make the air acquainted with my violas. I lunite so high, and doing so, justly deserve by death to be controlled. Yet mercy's sight would lend me life a while, grant it, great love, mine anguish to beguff. Gi love, and tell the torments I endure, say to my sovereign lord, that I must die, except he come, some comfort to procure, for tell I may not, what I feel, and why. The lines contained in this ditty, Manutio fitted with notes so moving and singularly musical, that every word had the ceaseable motion of life in it, where the king being, as yet, not risen from the table, he commanded him to use both his lute and voice. This seemed a happy opportunity to Manutio, to sing ditties so purposely done and devised, which he delivered in such excellent manner, the voice and instrument concording extraordinary pleasing, that all the persons then in high presence, seemed rather statues, than living men, so strangely they were rapt with admiration, and the king himself for beyond all high rest, transported with a rare kind of alteration. V% en Manutio had ended the song, the king demanded of him, whence this song came, because he had never heard it before? My gracious lord, answered Manutio, it must needs seem strange to your majesty, because it is not fully 3 days, since it was invented, made, and set to the note. Then the king asked, whom it concerned. Sir, quoth Manutio, I dare not disclose to any but only yourself. Which answer made the king much more desirous, and being risen from the table, he took him into his bedchamber, where Manutio related all at large to him, according to the trust reposed in him. High King was wonderfully well pleased, greatly commending the courage of the maid, and said, that a virgin of such a valiant spirit, did well deserve to have her case commiserated, and commanded him also, to gie, as sent from him, and comfort her, wih promise, that the very same day, in high evening, he would not fail to come and see her. Manutio, more than contented, to carry such glad tidings to Lycina, without staying in any place, and taking his lute also with him, went to the apothecary's house, where speaking alone with high maid, he told her what he had done, and afterward sung the to her, in as excellent manner as he had done before, wherein Lycina conceived such joy and contentment, as even in the very same moment, it was observed by Apparantinias, the violence of her fits forsook her, and health began to get high upper hand of them. So, without suffering any one in the house to know it, or by the least means to suspect it, she comforted herself till high evening, in expectation of her sovereign's arrival. Piero being a prince, of most liberal and benign nature, having afterward divers times considered on the matters which Manutio had revealed to him, knowing also the young maiden, to be both beautiful and virtuous, was so much moved with pity of her extremity, as mounting on horseback in the evening, and seeming as if he rode abroad for his private recreation, he went directly to high apothecary's house, where desiring to see a goodly garden, appertaining to the apothecary, he dismounted from his horse. Walking into the garden, he began to question with demanding him for his daughter, and whether he had, as yet, married her, or no. My gracious lord, answered Bernardo, as yet she is not married, neither likely to be, in regard she hath had a long and tedious sickness, but since dinner time, she is indifferently eased of her former violent pain, which we could not discern the like alteration in her, a long while before. The king understood immediately, high reason of this so sudden alteration, and said, in good faith Bernardo, the world would sustain a great main and imperfection, by the loss of fair daughter, wherefore, we will gie ourself in person to visit her. So, with Quo of his lords only, and the father, he ascended to the maid's chamber, and being entreed, he went to the bed's side, where she sate, somewhat raised, in expectation of his coming, and taking her by the hand, he said, fair Lycina, how cometh this to pass? You being so fair a virgin, young, and in the delicacy of your days, which should be the chiefest comfort to you, will you suffer yourself to be overawed with sickness? Let us entreat you, that, for our sake, you will be of good comfort, and thereby recover your health the sooner, especially, when it is requested by a king, who is sorry to see so bright a beauty sick, and would help it, it consisted in his power. Lycina, feeling the touch of his hand, whom she loved above all things else in world, although a bashful blush mounted up into her cheeks, yet her heart was seized with such a rapture of pleasure, that she thought herself translated into paradise, and, so well as she could, thus she replied, great king, by opposing my feeble strength, against a burden of overponderous weight, it became the occasion of this grievous sickness, but I hope that the violence thereof is, almost, already killed, only by His sovereign mercy in you, and doubtless it will cause my speedy deliverance. The king did best understand this so well palliated answer of Lina, which as he did much commend, in regard of her high adventuring, so he did again as greatly condemned fortune, for not making her more happy in her birth. So, after he had stayed here a good while, and given her many comfortable speeches, he returned back to the court. This humanity in the king, was reputed a great honor to the apothecary and his daughter, who, in her own mind, received as much joy and contentment thereby, as ever any wife could have of her own husband. And being assisted by better hopes, which in a short while after, she became recovered, and for more beautiful, in common judgment, hine ever she was before. Lysina being now in perfect health, High King consulted his queen, what meet recompense he should gratify her withal, for loving and affecting him in such fervent manner. Upon a day determined, the king mounting on horseback, accompanied with many of his chiefest lords and barons, he rode to the apothecary's house, where walking in his beautiful garden, he called for Bernardo and his daughter Lysina. In mean space, the queen also came thither, royally attended on by her ladies, and Lysina being admitted into their company, they pressed themselves very gracious to her. After, the king and High Queen called Lysina, and the king spake in this manner to her. Fair Virgin, the extraordinary love which you bear to us, calleth for as great honor from us to you, in which respect, it is our royal desire, by one means or other to requite your kind love. In our opinion, the chief honor we can extend to you is, that being of sufficient years for marriage, you would grace us so much, as to accept him for your husband, whom we intend to bestow on you. Beside this further grant from us, that, notwithstanding whatsoever else, you shall call us your knight, without coveting anything else from you, for so great favor, but only one kiss, and think ye not to bestow it nicely on a king, but grant it high rather, because he begs it. Lysina, whose looks were dyed with a vermilion tincture, or converted into a pure maiden blush, reputing the king's desire to be her own, in a low and humbled voice, thus answered. My lord, most certain am I, that if it had been publicly known, how none but your highness might serve for me to fix my love on, I should have been termed the full of all fools, they perhaps believing, that I was forgetful of myself, in being ignorant of mine own condition, and much less of yours. But the gods are my witnesses, because they know the secrets of all hearts, even in the very instant, when love's fire took hold on my yielding affection, I knew you to be a king, and myself the daughter of poor the apothecary, likewise, how for unfitting it was for me, to be so ambitious in my love's presuming. But I am sure your majesty know, much better I am able to express, that no one becometh ding to the duty of election, but as the appetite amorous, Acor shapeth his course, against whose laws my strength made many resistances, which not prevailing, I presume to love, did, and so forever shall do, your majesty. Now royal sovereign, I must needs confess, that so soon as I felt myself thus wholly conquered by loving you, I resolved forever after, to make your will mine own, and therefore, am not only willing to accept him for my husband, whom you shall please to appoint, befitting my honor and degree, but if you will have me to live in a flaming fire, my obedience shall sacrifice itself to your will, with the absolute conformity of mine own. To style you by the name of my knight, whom I know to be my lawful king and sovereign, you are not ignorant, how for unfitting a word it were for me to use, as also the kiss which you request, in requital of my love to you, to these two I will never give consent, without queen's most gracious favor and license first granted nevertheless, for such admirable benny good nighty used to me, both by your royal self, and your virtues queen, heaven shower down all boundless graces on you. Both, for it exceedeth all merit in me, and so she ceased speaking, in most dutiful manner. The answer of Lysina pleased the queen exceedingly, in finding her to be so wise and fair, as the king himself had before informed her, who instantly called for her father and mother, and knowing they would be well pleased with whatsoever he did, he called for a proper young gentleman, but somewhat poor, being named Perdicano, and putting certain rings into his hand, which he refused not to receive, caused him there to espouse Lysina. To whom king gave immediately, besides shens and jewels of inestimable value, delivered by high queen to the bride, Cephala and Calata Belata, great territories abounding in divers wealthy possessions, saying to Perdicano, "These we give thee, as a dowry in marriage with this beautiful maid, and greater gifts we will bestow on thee hereafter, as we shall perceive thy love and kindness to her." When he had ended these words, he turned to Lysina, saying, "Here do I freely give over all further fruits of your affection towards me, thanking you for your former love." So taking her head between his hands he kissed her fair forehead, which was the usual custom in those times. Perdicano, the father and mother of Lysina, and she herself likewise, extraordinarily joyful for this so fortunate a marriage, returned humble and hearty thanks both to high king and queen, and, as many credible authors do affirm, the king kept his promise made to Lysina, because, so long as he lived, he always termed himself by the name of her knight, and in all actions of chivalry by him undertaken, he never carried any other device, but such as he received still from her. By this, and divers other like worthy deeds, not only did he win high hearts of his subjects, but gave occasion to the whole world beside, to renown his fame to all succeeding posterity. Ere too, in these more wretched times of ours, few or none bend the sway of their understanding, but rather how to be cruel and tyrannous lords, and higher by win the hatred of their people. The 10th day, the 8th Novelle declaring, that notwithstanding the frowns of fortune, diversity of occurrences, and contrary accidents happening, yet love and friendship ought to be preciously preserved among men. Sophronia, thinking herself to be the married wife of Chrysippus, was, indeed, the wife of Titus Quintus Fulvius, and departed hence which won him to Rome. Within a while after, Chrysippus also came hither in very poor condition, and thinking that he was despised by Titus, grew weary of his life, and confessed that he had murdered a man, with full intent to die for the fact. But Titus taking knowledge of him, and desiring to save the life of Chrysippus, charged himself to have done the bloody deed. 1% the murderer himself, standing then among multitude, seeing, truly confessed the deed. By means whereof, all three were delivered by the Emperor Octavius, and Titus gave his sister in marriage to Chrysippus, giving them also the most part of his goods and inheritances. By this time Madame Philomena, at command of High King, Madame Pampinea ceasing, prepared to follow next in order, whereupon thus she began. Velat is it, gracious ladies, kings cannot do, if they list, in matters of greatest importance, and especially unto such as most they should declare their magnificence. He then that performeth what he ought to do, when it is within his own power, doth well. But it is not so much to be admired, neither half the commendations, as when one man good to another, when least it is expected, as being out of his power, and yet performed. In which respect, because you have so extolled King Piero, as appearing not meanly meritorious in your judgments, I make no doubt but you will be much more pleased, when the actions of our equals are duly considered, and shall parallel any of high greatest kings. Therefore I purpose to tell you a novel, concerning an honorable courtesy of worthy friends. At such time as Octavius Caesar, not as yet named Augustus, but only in the office called Triumviri, governed the Roman Empire, here dwelt in Rome a gentleman, named Publius Quintus Fulvius, a man of singular understanding, who having one son, called Titus Quintus Fulvius, of towardly years and apprehension, sent him to Athens to learn philosophy, but with letters of familiar commendations, to a noble Athenian gentleman, named Crims, being his ancient friend, of long acquaintance. This gentleman lodged Titus in his own house, as companion to his son, named Chrysippus, both of them studying to G2R, under the tutoring of a philosopher, called Aristippus. These TVO young gentlemen living huts in one city, house, and school, it bred between them such an entity, as they could not be severed from one anno H1 but only by the accident of death, nor could either of them enjoy any content, but when flee were both to G2R in company. Being each of Hyam endued with gentle spirits, and having begun their studies together, they arose, by degrees, to the glorious height of philosophy, to their much admired fame and commendation. In this manner they lived, to the no mean comfort of Crims, hardly distinguishing the one from the other for his son, and thus the showless continued space of 3 years. At the ending whereof, as it happeneth in all things else, Crims died, whereat both the young gentlemen conceived such hearty grief, as if he had been their common father, nor could the Conred of Crims discern, which of the TiVo had most need of comfort, the loss touched them so equally. It chanced within some few months after, that high Conred of Chrysippus came to see him, and, before Titus, avist him to marriage, and Wih1 a young gentlewoman of singular beauty, derived from a most noble house in Athens, and she named Sophronia, aged about 15 years. This marriage drawing near, Chrysippus on a day, entreated Titus to walk along with him thither, because, as yet, he had not seen her. Coming to the house, and she sitting in the midst between them, Titus making himself a considerator of beauty, and especially on his friend's behalf, began to observe her very judicially, and every part of her seemed so pleasing in his eye, that giving them all a privat praise, yet answerable to _r due deserving, he became so enflamed with affection to her, as never any lover could be more violently surprised, so suddenly doth beauty beguile our best senses. After they had sate an indifferent while with her, they returned home to their lodging, where Titus being alone in his chamber, began to bethink himself on her, whose perfections had so powerfully pleased him, and the more he entrayed into this consideration, the fiercer he felt his desires enflamed, which being unable to quench, by any reasonable persuasions, after he had vented forth infinite sighs, thus he questioned with himself. Most unhappy Titus as thou art, whether dost thou transport thine understanding, love, and hope? Doest thou not know as well by the honorable favors, which thou hast received of Crims and his house, as also the entire entity Bovine and Chrysippus, unto whom fair Sophronia is the affianced friend, thou shouldst hold her in the like reverent respect, as if she were true-born sister? Darest thou presume to fancy her? V/mether shall beguiling love allure thee, and vain inimaging hopes hie? Open the eyes of thy better understanding, and acknowledge thyself to be a most miserable man. Give way to reason, bridle thine intemperate appetites, reform all irregular desires, and guide thy fancy to a place of better direction. Resist thy wanton and lascivious will in the beginning, and be master of thyself, while thou hast opportunity, for that which thou aimest at, is reasonable nor honest. And if thou wert assured to prevail upon this pursuit, yet oughtst to avoid it, if thou hast any regard of true friendship, and the duty therein justly required. V% at wilt flow do then Titus? Fly from this inordinate affection, if thou wilt be reputed to be a man of sensible judgment. After he had thus discoursed with himself, remembering Sophronia, and converting his former allegations, into a quite contractory sense, in utter detestation of Hyam, and guided by his idle appetite, thus he began again. The laws of love are of greater force, than any other whatsoever, they not only break the bands of friendship, but even those also of more divine conscience. How many times hath it been noted, the father to affect his own daughter, the brother his sister, and the her son-in-law, matters far more monstrous, than to see one friend love the wife of another, a case happening continually. Moreover, I am young, and youth is wholly subjected to the passions of love. Is it reasonable then, that those should be barred from me, which are fitting and pleasing to love? Honest things belong to men of more years and maturity. Then I am troubled withal, and I can covet none, but onely hlos wherein love is director. The beauty of Sophronia is worthy of general love, and if I that am a young man do love her, what man living can justly reprove me for it? Should not I love her, because she is affianced to Chrysippus? That is no matter to me. I ought to love her, because she is a woman, and women were created for no other occasion, but to be loved. Fortune had sinned in this case, and not I, in directing my friend's affection to her, rather than any other, and if she ought to be loved, as her perfections do challenge, Chrysippus understanding that I affect her, may be the better contented that it is I, than any with these, and the like cross intercourses, he often mocked himself, falling into the contrary, and then to this again, and from the contrary, into another kind of alteration, wasting and consuming himself, not only this day and night following, but many more afterward, till he lost both his feeding and sleep, so that fluuf debility of body, he was constrained to keep his bed. Chrysippus, who had divers days noted his melancholy disposition, and now his falling into extenuity of sickness, was very sorry to behold it, and with all means and inventions he could devise to use, he both questioned the cause of this strange alteration, and essayed every way, how he might best comfort him, never seeing to deem unde a reason, why he should become thus sad and sickly. But Titus after infinite importuning, which still he answered, with idle and frivolous excuses, for from the truth indeed, and, to the no mean affliction of his friend, when he was able to use no more contradictions, at length, in sighs and tears, huts he replied. Chrysippus, were the gods so well pleased, I could more gladly yield to die, than continue any longer in this wretched life, considering, hiate fortune hath brought me to such an extremity, as proof is now to be made of my constancy and virtue, both which I find conquered in me, to my eternal confusion and shame. But my best hope is, that I shall shortly be requited, as I have in justice deserved, namely with death, which will be 1,000 times more welcome to me, than a loathed life, with remembrance of my base dejecty in courage, which because I can no longer conceal from not without blushing shame, I am well contented for to let flee know it. Then began he to recount, the whole occasion of this strange conflict in him, what a main battle he had with his private hlots, confessing that they got victory, causing him to die hourly for the love of Sophronia, and affirming withal, that in due acknowledgment, how greatly he had transgressed against the laws of friendship, he thought no one penance sufficient for him, but only death, which he willingly expected every hour, and with all his heart would gladly bid welcome. Chrysippus hearing this discourse, and seeing how Titus bitterly wept, in agonies of most moving afflictions, sat an indifferent while sad and pensive, as being wounded with one affection to Sophronia, but yet in a well-governed and temperate manner without any long delaying, he concluded with himself, that the life of his friend ought to be accounted much more dear, than any love he could bear unto Sophronia, and in this resolution, the tears of Titus forcing his eyes to flow forth like Tivo fountains, huts he replied. Titus, if thou hadst not need of comfort, as plainly thou hast, I would justly complain of high to myself, as of the man who hath violated our friendship, in keeping thine extremity so long time concealed from me, which hath been over tedious for thee to endure. And aldwoog it might seem to thee a dishonest case, and therefore kept from the knowledge of thy friend, yet I plainly tell thee, that dishonest courses, in the league of entity, deserve no more concealment, than those of the honestest nature. But leaving his impertinent wanderings, let us come to them of much greater necessity. If thou doest earnestly love fair Sophronia, who is betrothed and affianced to me, it is no matter for me to marvel at, but I should rather be much abashed, if thou couldst not entirely affect her, knowing how beautiful she is, and the nobility of her mind, being as able to sustain passion, as the thing pleasing is full est of excellence. And look how reasonable thou fanciest Sophronia, as unjustly thou complainest of thy fortune, in ordaining her to be my wife, although thou doest not speak it expressly, as being of opinion, that mightst with more honesty love her, if she were any other's, than mine. But if thou art so wise, as I have always held thee to be, tell me truly upon faith, to whom could fortune better guide her, and for which thou oughtest to be more thankful, than in bestowing her on me? Any other that had enjoyed her, although thy love were never so honest, yet he would better affect her himself, than for thee, which thou canst not, in like manner, look for from me, if dayst account me for thy friend, and as constant now as ever. Reason is my warrant in this case, because I cannot remember, since first our entrance into friendship, dmt ever I enjoyed anything, but it was as much thine, as mine. And if our affairs had such an equal course before, as otherwise they could not subsist, must they not now be kept in same manner? Can anything more particularly appertain to me, but thy right therein is as absolute as mine? I know not how thou mayest esteem of my friendship, if in anything concerning myself, I can plead my privilege to be absive thine. True it is, that Sophronia is affianced to me, and I love her dearly, daily expecting when our nuptials shall be celebrated. But seeing st more fervently affect her, as being better able to judge of high perfections, remaining in so excellent a creature as she is, then I do, assure thyself, and belay of it constantly, that she shall come to my bed, not as my wife but only thine. And therefore leave these despairing loods, shake off these cloudy disposition, reassume thy former jovial spirit, with comfort, and what else can content thee, in expectation of the happy hour, and the just requital of thy long, loving, and worthy friendship, which I have always valued equal with mine own life. Titus, hearing this answer of Chrysippus, look how much the sweet hope of that which he desired gave him pleasure, as much both duty and reason affronted him with shame, setting before his eyes his due consideration, that the greater the liberality of Chrysippus was, for greater and unreasonable it appeared to him in disgrace, if he should unmannerly accept it. V% therefore, being unable to refrain from tears, and with such strength as his weakness would give leave, thus he replied: Chrysippus, thy bounty and fear may friendship suffereth me to say apparently, what, on my part, is no more than ought to be done. All the gods forbid, that I should receive as mine, her whom they have adjudged to be thine, by true respect of birth and desert. For if they had thought her a wife fit for me, day not thou or any else imagine, that ever she should have been granted to hie. Use freely therefore thine own election, and the gracious favor wherewith they have blessed thee, leave me to consume away in tears, a mourning garment by them appointed for me, as being a man unworthy of such happiness, for either I shall conquer his disaster, and that will be my crown, or else will vanquish me, and free me from all pain, whereto Chrysippus presently thus answered: Worthy Titus, if our amity would give me so much license, as but to contend with myself, in pleasing thee such a thing as I desire, and could also induce thee therein to be directed, it is the only end whereat I aim, and am resolved to pursue it. In which regard, let my persuasions prevail with thee, and Hierito I conjure thee, by the faith of a friend, suffer me to use mine authority, when it extendeth both to mine own honor, and thy good, for I will have Sophronia to be onely thine. I know sufficiently, how for the forces of love do extend in power, and am not ignorant also, how not once or twice, but very many times, ye have brought lovers to unfortunate ends, as now I see thee very near it, and so forgone, as thou art not able to turn back again, nor yet to conquer thine own tears, but further in this extremity, thou wilt be left vanquished, sinking under the burthen of love's tyrannical oppression, and then my turn is next to follow thee. And therefore, had I no other reason to love thee, yet because thy life is dear to me, in regard of mine own depending thereon, I stand the nearer thereto obliged. For his cause, Sophronia must and shall be, for thou canst not find any one so conform to thy fancy, albeit I who can easily convert my liking to another wife, but never to have the like friend again, shall hereby content both thee, and myself. Yet perhaps this is not a matter so easily done, or I to express such liberality therein, if wives were to be found with the like difficulty, as true and faithful friends are, but, being able to recover another wife, though never such a worthy friend, I rather choose to change, I do not say lose her, for in giving her to thee, I her not myself, and by this change, make that which was good before, 10 times better, and so preserve both thee and myself. To thus end therefore, if my prayers and persuasions have any power with, I earnestly entreat thee, that, by freeing thyself out of thus affliction, wilt, in one instant, make us both truly comforted, and dispose thyself, living in hope, to embrace high happiness, which the fervent love thou bearest to Sophronia, hath justly deserved. Now although Titus was confounded with shame, to yield consent, Sophronia should be accepted as his wife, and used many obstinate resistances, yet notwithstanding, love pleading on the one side powerfully, and Gysippus as earnestly persuading on the other, thus he answered. Gysippus, I know not what to say, neither how to behave myself in his election, concerning the fitting of mine contentment, or pleasing in thy importunate persuasion. But seeing thy liberality is so great, as it surmounteth all reason or shame in me, I will yield obedience to thy more than noble nature. Yet let this remain for thine assurance, that I do not receive his grace of thine, as a man not sufficiently understanding, how I enjoy from thee, not only her whom most of all I do affect, but also do hold my very life of thee. Grant then, you greatest gods, if you be high patrones of this mine unexpected felicity, that with honor and due respect, I may hereafter make apparently known, how highly I acknowledge this thy wonderful favor, in being more merciful to me, than I could be to myself. For abridging of all further circumstances, answered Gysippus, and for easier bringing matter to full effect, I hold this to be our only way. It is not unknown to thee, how after much discourse had between my kindred, and those belonging to Sophronia, the matrimonial conjunction was fully agreed on, and therefore, if now I shall fly off, and say, I will not accept thee as my wife, great scandal would arise thereby, and make much trouble among our friends, which could not be greatly displeasing to me, if that were way to make her thine. But I rather stand in fear, that if I forsake her in such peremptory sort, her kindred and friends will bestow her on some other, and so she is utterly lost, without all possible means of recovery. For prevention therefore of all sinister accidents, I think it best, if thy opinion jump with mine, that I still pursue Bucines, as already I have begun, having thee always in my company, as my dearest friend and only associate. The nuptials being performed with our friends, in secret manner at night, as we can cunningly enough contrive it, thou shalt have her maiden honor in bed, even as if she were thine own wife. Afterward, in apt time and place, we will publicly make known what is done. If they take it well, we will be as jocund as they; if they frown and wax offended, the deed is done, over late to be recalled, and so perforce they must rest contented. You may well imagine, this advice was not a little pleasing to Titus, whereupon Chrysippus received home Sophronia into his house, with public intention to make her his wife, according as was the custom then observed, and Titus being perfectly recovered, was present at the feast very ceremonially observed. TV% and night was come, high ladies and gentlewomen conducted Sophronia to the bride chamber, where they left her in her husband's bed, and then departed all away. The chamber wherein Titus used to lodge, joined close to that of Chrysippus, for easier access each to the other, at all times whensoever they pleased, and Chrysippus being alone in the bride chamber, preparing as if he were coming to bed, extinguishing high light, he went softly to Titus, willing him to go to bed to his wife. Which Titus hearing, overcome with shame and fear, became repentant, and denied to go. But Chrysippus, being a true entire friend indeed, and confirming his words with actions, after a little lingering dispute, sent him to the bride, and so soon as he was in the bed with her, taking Sophronia gently by the hand, softly he moved high usual question to her, namely, if she were willing to be his wife. She believing verily that he was Chrysippus, modestly answered, Sir, I have chosen you to be my husband, reason requires then, I should be willing to be your wife. At which words, a costly ring, which Chrysippus used daily to wear, he put upon her finger, saying, With this ring, I confess myself to be your husband, and bind you, forever, my spouse and wife. No other kind of marriage was observed in days, and so he continued all the night with her, she never suspecting him to be any other than Chrysippus, and thus was the marriage consummated, between Titus and Sophronia, albeit the friends, on either side, thought otherwise. By this time, Publius, the fag of Titus, was departed out of his mortal life, and letters came to Athens, DMT with all speed he should return to Rome, to take order for occasions there concerning him, wherefore he concluded wih1 Chrysippus about his departure, and taking Sophronia thither wih1 him, which was no easy matter to be done, until it were first known, how occasions had been carried among them. Whereupon, calling her one day into her chamber, they told her entirely, how all had passed, which Titus confirmed substantially, by such direct passages between themselves, as exceeded all possibility of denial, and moved in her much admiration, each on other very discontentedly, she heavily weeping and lamenting, and greatly complaining of Chrysippus, for wronging her so unkindly. But before any noise was made in the house, she went to her father, to whom, as also to her mother, she declared the whole treachery, how much both they and their other friends were wronged by Chrysippus, avouching herself to be the wife of Titus, and not of Chrysippus, as they supposed. These news were highly displeasing to the father of Sophronia, who with Hyrcan read, as also Hlos of Chrysippus, made great complaints to high senate, very dangerous troubles and commotions arising daily between them, drawing bcth Chrysippus and Sophronia into harsh reports, he being generally reputed, not only worthy of all bitter reproof, but also the severest punishment. Nevertheless, he maintained publicly what he had done, avouching it for an act both of honor and honesty, wherewith Sophronia's friends had no reason to be offended, but rather to take it in very thankful part, having married a man of far greater worth and respect, than himself was, or could be. On high other side, Titus hearing uncivil acclamations, became much moved and provoked at them, but knowing it was a custom observed among FLLE Greeks, to be so much the more hurried away with rumors and higher eatnings, as less they find them to be answered, and when high find them, shew themselves not only humble enough, but rather as base men, and of no courage. He resolved with himself, that their braveries were no longer to be endured. Wih 10 ut some bold and manly answera. And having a Romain heart, as also an Athenian understanding, by politique persuasions, he caused the Conred of Gesippus and Sophronia, to be assembled in a temple, and himself coming thither, accompanied with none but Gesippus only, he began to deliver his mind up before them all, in his manner following. Many philosophers do hold opinion, that high actions performed by mortal men, do proceed from the disposing and ordination of high immortal gods. V% upon some do maintain, high things which be done, or never are to be done, proceed of necessity, howbeit some other do hold, flat this necessity is only referred to things done. Both which opinions, if they be considered with mature judgment, do most manifestly approve, that they who reprehend anything which is irrevocable, do nothing else but shew themselves, as if were wiser than gods, who we are to believe, that with perpetual reason, and void of any error, do dispose and govern both us, and all our actions, in which respect, how and beast-like a thing it is, presumptuously to check or can't rule their operations, you may very easily consider, and likewise how justly they deserve condign punishment, who suffer themselves to be transported in so temerarious a manner. In which notorious transgression, I understand you all to be guilty, if common fame speak truly, concerning the marriage of myself and Sophronia, whom you imagined as given to Gesippus, for you never remember that it was so ordained from eternity, she to be mine, and no wife for Gesippus, as at this instant is made manifest by full effect. But because the kind of speaking, concerning divine providence, and intention of the gods, may seem a difficult matter to many, and somewhat hard to be understood, I am content to presuppose, that they meddle not with anything of ours, and will only stay myself on humane reasons and in Di's nature of speech, I shall be enforced to do tyro things, quite contrary to my natural disposition. The one is, to speak somewhat in praise and commendation of myself, and the other, justly to blame and condemn other men's seeming estimation. But because both in the one and the other, I do not intend to swerve a jot from the truth, and the necessity of the present case in question, doth not only require, but also command it, you must pardon what I am to say. Your complaints do proceed, rather from fury than reason, and, with continual murmurings, or rather seditions, slander, backbite and condemn Gesippus, because, of his own free will and noble disposition, he gave her to be my wife, whom, by your election, was made his, wherein I account him most highly praiseworthy, and the reasons inducing me thereunto, are these. The first, because he hath performed no more than what a friend ought to do, and the second, in regard he hath dealt more wisely, hein you did. I have no intention, to display, at this present, what the sacred law of amity requireth, to be acted by one friend towards another. It shall suffice me only to inform you, that the league of friendship, for stronger than high BC&D of Bloud and Conred, confirmed us in our election of either at high first, to be true, loyal and perpetual friends, whereas high 8 of Conred, cometh only by fortune or chance. And therefore if Gesippus affected more my life, than your benevolence, I being ordained for his friend, as I confess myself to be, none of you ought to wonder thereat, in regard it is no matter of merveil. But let us come now to our second reason, wherein, with for greater instance I will shew you, that he hath, in this occasion, shewn himself to be much more wise, than you did, or have done, because it plainly appeareth, that you have no feeling of the divine providence, and much less knowledge in the effects of friendship. I say, hide your foresight, counsel, and deliberation, gave Sophronia to Chrysippus, a young gentleman, and a philosopher. Chrysippus likewise hath given her to a young gentleman, and a philosopher, as himself is. Your discretion gave her to, and the gift of Chrysippus is to a Romain. Yours, to a noble and honest man, that of Chrysippus, to one more noble by race, and no less honest than himself. Your judgment hath bestowed her on a rich young man, Chrysippus hath given her to one for richer. Your wisdom gave her to one who not only loved her not, but also one that had no desire to know her, Chrysippus gave her unto him, who, above all felicity else, yea, more than his own life, both entirely loved and desired her. Now, for proof of that which I have said, to be most true and infallible, and that his deed deserveth to be much more commended yours, let it be duly considered on, point by point. That I am a young man and a philosopher, as Chrysippus is, my years, face, and studies, without seeking after further proof, doth sufficiently testify, one self same age is both his and mine, in like quality of course have we lived and studied to H1er. True it is, that he is an Athenian, and I am a Romain. But if the glory of highest Tevos cities should be disputed on, Hein, let me tell you, that I am of a city that is frank and free, and he is of a tributary city. I say that I am of a city, which is chief lady and mistress of the whole world, and he is of a city subject to mine. I say that I am of a city, that is strong in arms, empire, and studies, whereas his kin commend itself but for studies only. And although you seem here to be a scholar, in appearance mean enough, yet I am not descended of the simplest stock in Rome. My houses and public places are filled with the ancient statues of my predecessors, and the annals record the infinite triumphs of the quintage, brought home by them into the Romain Capitol, and years cannot eat out the glory of our name, but it will live and flourish to all posterity. Modest shame makes me silent in my wealth and possessions, my mind truly telling me, that honest contented poverty, is the most ancient and richest inheritance, of our best and noblest Romains, which opinion, if it be condemned by the understanding of the ignorant multitude, and herein we shall give way to them by preferring riches and worldly treasures, then I can say DMT I am abundantly provided, not as any vicious, or greedily covetous, but sufficiently stored with high of fortune. I know well enough, Hyade you held it as a desired benefit, Chrysippus being a native of your city, should also be linked to you by alliance, but I know no reason, why I should not be as near and dear to you at Rome, as if I lived with you here. Considering, when I am there, you have a ready and well-wishing friend, to stead you in all beneficial and serviceable offices, as careful and provident for your support, yea, a protector of you and your affairs, as well public as particular. V'avmo is it then, not transported wih1 partial affection, that can, in reason, more approve your act, than that which my friend Chrysippus hath done? Questionless, not any one, as I thinking. Sophronia is married to Titus Quintus Fulvius, a noble gentleman by antiquity, a rich citizen of Rome, and, which is above all, the friend of Chrysippus. Herefore, such a one as thinks it strange, is sorry for it, or would not have it to be, know it not what he doth. Perhaps there may be some, who will say, they do not so much complain, Sophronia is the wife to Titus, but of the manner whereby it was done, as being made his wife secretly, and by Hypht, not any of her parents, kinred or friends called flair to, no, nor so much as advertised thereof. 4% Why gentlemen, this is no miraculous thing, but heretofore oftentimes happened, and therefore no novelty. I cannot count unto you, how many have been, who, against the will of their fathers, have made choice of their husbands, nor them that have fled away with their lovers into strange countries, being first friends, before they were wives, nor of who have sooner made testimony of marriage by their bellies, than those ceremonies due to matrimony, or publication highly kept by the tongue, so that mere necessity and constraint, hath forced high parents to yield consent, which hath not so happened to Sophronia, for she was given to me by Chrysippus discreetly, honestly, and orderly. Others also may say, that she is married to him, to whom it belonged not to marry her. These complaints are foolish, and womanish, proceeding from very little, or no consideration at all. In these days of ours, fortune makes no uae of novel or inconsiderate means, whereby to bring matters to their determined effect. Should it offend me, if a cobbler, rather Helena Scholar, hath ended a business of mine, either in private or public, if the end be well made? Well, I may take order, if the cobbler be indiscreet, that he meddle no more with any matters of mine, yet I ought, in courtesy, to thank him for that which he did. In like manner, if Chrysippus hath married Sophronia well, it is foolish and superfluous, to find a fault with the manner he used in her marriage. If you mislike his course in the case, beware of him hereafter, yet thank him because it is no worse. Nevertheless, you are to understand, that I sought not by fraud or deceit, but only by wit, any opportunity, whereby any way to sully the honesty and clear nobility of your blood, in the person of Sophronia, for although in secret I made her my wife, yet I came not as an enemy, to take her perforce, nor ravisher, wronged her virginity, to blemish your no titles, or despising your alliance. But fervently, enflamed by her bright beauty, and incited also by her unparalleled virtues, I shaped my course, knowing well enough, that if I took the ordinary way of wiving, by moving the question to you, I should never win your consent, as fearing, lest I would take her with me to Rome, and so convey out of your sight, a jewel by you so much esteemed, as she is. For this, and no other reason, did I presume to use the secret cunning which now is openly made known unto you, and Chrysippus disposed himself thereunto, which otherwise he never determined to have done, in contracting the marriage for me, and she consenting to me in his name. Moreover, albeit most earnestly I affected her, I saw to your union, not like a lover, but as a true husband, nor would I immodestly touch her, till first, as herself can testify, with the words becoming wedlock, and the ring also I espoused her, demanding of her, if she would accept me as her husband, and she answered me, with her full consent. I persent Erain, if it may seem that she was deceived, I am not any way to be blamed, but she, for not demanding, what, and who I was. This then is the great evil, the great offense, and the great injury committed by my friend Chrysippus, and by me as a lover, that Sophronia is secretly become the wife of Titus Quintus Fulvius. And for this cause, like spies you watch him, threaten him daily, as if you intended to tear him in pieces. V percent et could you do more, if he had given her to a man of very vilest condition? To a villain, to a slave? Mad prisons. What fetters, or what torments are sufficient for this fact? But leaving these frivolous matters, let us come to discourse of more moment, and better beseeming your attention. The time is come, that I may no longer continue here, because Publius my father is dead, and I must needs return to Rome, wherefore being minded to take Sophronia thither with me, I was high more willing to acquaint you therewith, as also what else I have said, which otherwise had still been concealed from you. Nor can you but take it in good part, if you be wise, and rest well contented with what is done, considering, if I had any intention either to deceive, or otherwise wrong you, I could have basely left her, and made a scorn both of her and you not having any power to stay me here. But the gods will never permit that any courageous Romain should ever conceive vile and degenerate a blood. Sophronia, by ordination of the gods, by force of humane laws, and by the laudable consent of my friend Chrysippus, as also the powerful command of love is mine. But you perchance, imagining yourselves to be wiser than the gods, or any other men whatsoever, may think ye ill of it, and more brutishly than beasts, condemn their working in tevio kinds, which would be offensive to me. The one is, your detaining of Sophronia from me, of whom you have no power, but what pleaseth me. The other, is your bitter threatenings against Chrysippus my dear friend, to whom you are in duty obliged. In both which cases, how unreasonably soever you carry yourselves, I intend not at this time to praise any further. But rather let me counsel you like a friend, to cease your hatred and disdain, and suffer Sophronia to be delivered me, that I may depart contentedly from you as a kinsman, and, being absent, remain your friend, assuring you, that whether what is done shall please or displease you, if you purpose to proceed any otherwise, I will take Chrysippus along me, and when I come to Rome, take such sure order, to fetch her hence, who in justice is mine, even in mere despite of you all, and then you shall feel by sound experience, how powerful is the just indignation of the wronged Romains. Villain Titus had thus concluded his oration, he arose with a stern and discontented countenance, and took Chrysippus by the hand, plainly declaring, that he made small account of all high rest hiate were in the temple, and shaking his head at them, menaced than any otherwise seemed to care for them. They which tarried, when they were gone, considering partly on high reasons alleged by Titus, and partly terrified by his latest speeches, became induced, to like well of his alliance and amity, as common consent, they concluded, hiate it was much better to accept Titus as their kinsman, seeing Chrysippus had made manifest refusal thereof, than to lose the conred of the one, and procure the hatred of the other. V% therefore he went to seek Titus, and said unto him, they were very well contented that Sophronia should be his wife, he their dear and loving kinsman, and Chrysippus to remain their much respected friend. And embracing one another, making a solemn feast, such as in the like cases is necessarily required, they departed from him, presently sending Sophronia to him, who making a virtue of necessity, converted her love, in short time after, to Titus, in as effectual manner, as formerly she had done to Chrysippus, and so was sent away him to Rome, where she was received and welcomed with very great honor. Chrysippus remaining still at Aachens, in sternal regard of either theirs or his own friends, not long after by means of sundry troublesome citizens, and partialities happening among the common people, was banished from Athens, and he, as also all his family, condemned to perpetual exile, during which tempestuous time, Chrysippus was become not only wretchedly poor, but wandered abroad as a common beggar, in which miserable condition he travelled to Rome, to try if Titus would take any acknowledgement of him. Understanding that he was living, and one most respected among the Romains, as being a great commander and a senator, he inquired for the place where he dwelt, and going to be near about his house, stayed there so long, till Titus came home, yet not daring to manifest himself, or speak a word to him, in regard of his poor and miserable estate, but strove to have him see him, to the end, that he might acknowledge and call him by his name. Notwithstanding, Titus passed by him wih 10 ut either speech, or on him, which when Chrysippus perceived, and making full account, that, at the least, he would remember him, in regard of former courtesies, done to him, confounded with grief and desperate thoughts, he departed hence, never meaning to see him any more. Now, in regard it was night, he having eaten nothing all hight day, nor provided of 1 penny to buy him any food, wandered he knew not whither, desiring rather to die than live, he came at last to an old ruinous part of city, overspread with briars and bushes, and seldom resorted unto by any, where finding a hollow cave or vault, he entrayed into it, meaning there to wear away the comfortless night, and laying himself down on the hard ground, almost stark naked, and without any warm garments, overwearied with weeping, at last he fell into a sleep. It fortuned that hvo men, who had been abroad the same night, committing thefts and robberies together, somewhat very early in high morning, came to the same cave, intending there to share and divide their BC0 ties, and difference happening between them about it, he hight was the stronger person, slew there the oher, and Hein went away with the whole purchase. Chrysippus, having heard and seen the manner of this accident, was not a little joyful, because he had now found a way to death, without laying any violent hand on himself, for life being very loathsome to him, it was his only desire to die. Herefore, he would not budge from the place, but tarried there so long, till the sergeants and officers of justice, by information of him that did the deed, came thither well attended, and furiously led Chrysippus hence to prison. Being examined concerning this bloody fact, he plainly confessed, he himself had committed the murder, and afterward would not depart from the cave, but purposely stayed for apprehension, as being truly touched with compunction for so foul an offence, upon which peremptory confession, Marcus Varro, being then praetor, gave sentence that he should be crucified on a cross, as it was the usual manner of death in those days. Titus, chancing to come at the same time into praetorium, advisedly beholding the face of the condemned man, as he sate upon the bench, knew him to be Chrysippus, not a little wondering at this strange accident, the poverty of his estate, and what occasion should bring him thither, especially in the questioning for his life, and before the tribunal of justice. His soul earnestly thirsting, by all possible means to help and defend him, and no other curry could now be taken for safety of his life, but by accusing himself, to excuse and clear the other of high crime, he stepped from off the judgment bench, and crowding flew off the throng to bar, called out to the praetor in his manner: Marcus Varro, recall thy sentence given on the condemned man sent away, because he is truly guiltless and innocent. With 1 bloody blow have I offended the gods, by killing that wretched man, whom the sergeants found this morning slain, wherefore noble praetor, let no innocent man's blood be shed for it, but only mine that have offended. Marcus Varro stood like a man confounded with one admiration, being very sorry, for which the whole assistants had both seen and heard, yet he could not, with honor, desist from what must needs be done, but would perform the law's severe injunction. And sending for condemned Chrysippus back again, in the presence of Titus, thus he spake to him: How so madly incensed, as, without any torment inflicted on thee, to confess an offence by thee never committed? Art thou weary of thy life? Thou chargest thyself falsely, to be the person who this last night murdered the man in the cave, and there is another that voluntarily also doth confess his guiltiness. Chrysippus, lifting up his eyes, and perceiving it was Titus, conceived immediately, that he had done this only for his deliverance, as one that remembered him sufficiently, and would not be ungrateful for former kindnesses received. Therefore, the tears flowing abundantly down his cheeks, he said to the judge Varro, It was none but I that murdered the man, wherefore, I communicate the cause of this noble gentleman Titus, who speaks now late for high safety of my life. Titus on the other side, said: Noble praetor, this man, as ceased, is a stranger here, and was found without any weapon, fast asleep by the dead. Thou mayst then easily perceive, merely the miserable condition wherein he is, hath made him desperate, and he would make mine offence the occasion of his absolve him, and send me to cross, for none but I have deserved to die for this fact. Varro was amazed, to observe wih1 what earnest instance each of Higham strove to excuse the other, which half persuaded him in his soul, that they were bcth guildals. And as he was starting up, with full intent to acquaint a young man, who had stood there all his while, and observed the hard pleading on either side, he crowded into the bar, being named Publius Ambustus, a fellow of lewd life, and utterly out of hopes, as being debauched in all his fortunes, and known among the Romains to be a notorious thief, who verily had committed the murder. Well knew his conscience, that none of them were guilty of the crime, wherewith each so wilfully charged himself. Being therefore truly touched with remorse, he stepped before Marcus Varro, saying, Honorable Praetor, mine own horrid and abominable actions, have induced me thus to intrude myself, for clearing the strict contention between these tvio persons. And questionless, some God, or greater power, hath tormented my wretched soul, and so compunctually solicited me, as I cannot choose, but make open confession of my sin. Here therefore, I do apparently publish, neither of these men is guilty of the offence, wherewith so wilfully each chargeth himself. I am the villain, who this morning murdered the man in the cave, one of no greater honesty. Hine myself, and seeing this poor man lie there sleeping, while we were dividing the stolen booties between us, I slew my companion, because I would be the sole possessor. As for noble Lord Titus, he had no reason thus to accuse himself, because he is a man of no such base quality. Let them both then be delivered, and inflict the sentence of death on me. Octavius Caesar, to whom tidings was brought of this rare accident, commanding them all three to be brought before him, would needs understand the whole history, in every particular as all had happened, which was substantially related to him. Hereupon, Octavius pleased Higham all three, the Tivo noble friends, they were innocent, and the Lord, for openly revealing the very truth. Titus took home wih1 him his friend Chrysippus, and after he had sharply reproved him for his distrust, and cold credence of his friendship, he brought him to Sophronia, who welcomed him as lovingly, as if he had been her natural-born brother, bemoaning his hard and disastrous fortune, and taking especial care, to convert all past distresses, into as happy and comfortable a change, fitting him garments and attendants, beseeming his degree both in nobility and virtue. Titus, out of his honorable bounty, imparted half his lands and rich possessions to him, and afterward gave him in marriage, his own sister, a most beautiful lady, named Fulvia, saying to him beside, My dear friend Chrysippus, it remaineth now in thine own election, whether thou wilt live here still with me, or return back to Athens, with all the wealth which I have bestowed on flee. But Chrysippus, being one way constrained, by the sentence of banishment from his native city, and then again, in regard of the constant love, which he bare to so true and thankful friend as Titus was, concluded to live there as a loyal Roman, where he with his Fulvia, and Titus with his fair Sophronia, lived long after together in one and the same house, augmenting daily, if possible it might be, their amity beyond all other equalizing. A most sacred thing therefore is, ordeal amity, worthy not only of sin reverence, but also to be honored wih1 eternal commendation, as being the only wise mother of all magnify and honesty, sister of charity and gratitude, enemy to hatred and avarice, and which is always ready, without attending to be requested, to extend all virtuous actions to which she would have done to herself. Her rare and divine effects, in these contrary times of ours, are not to be found between tvio such persons, which is a mighty fault, and greatly checketh the miserable covetousness of men, who respecting nothing but onely our particular benefit, have banished true amity, to the utmost confines of the whole earth, and sent her into perpetual exile. V% at love, what wealth, or affinity of kindred, could have made Chrysippus feel, even in the entirest part of his soul, the fervent compassion, the tears, the sighs of Titus, and such efficacy as plainly appeared, to make him consent, that his fair elected spouse, by him so dearly esteemed, should become the wife of his companion, but only the precious league of entity? V% at laws, what threatenings, what fears, could cause the young Armes of Chrysippus to abstain embraces, betaking himself to solitary walks, and obscure places, when in his own bed he might have enjoyed so much less a beauty, who perhaps desired it so much as himself, but only gracious title of amity? Vn. Mat greatness, what merits or precedents, could cause Chrysippus not to care, for the loss of his kindred, those of Sophronia, yea, of Sophronia herself, not respecting the dishonest murmurings of base-minded people, their vile and contemptible language, scorns, and mockeries, and all to content and satisfy a friend, but only divine amity? Come now likewise to the side. Iv had occasions could compel noble Titus, so promptly and deliberately, to his own to rescue his friend from the crossy, and inflict the pain and shame upon himself, pretending not to see or know Chrysippus at all, had it not been wrought by powerful amity. V% at cause else could make Titus so liberal, in dividing, with such willingness, the larger part of his patrimony to Chrysippus, when fortune had dispossessed him of his own, but only heaven-born amity? Mat else could have prayered Titus, without any further dilation, fear, or suspicion, to give his sister Fulvia in marriage to Chrysippus, when he saw him reduced to such extreme poverty, disgrace, and misery, but only infinite arnity? To what end do men care then, to covet and procure great multitudes of kinred, store of brethren, numbers of children, and to increase, with their own monies, plenty of servants, when by the least loss and damage happening, they forget all duty to father, brother, or master? Amity and true friendship is of a quite contrary nature, satisfying, in that sacred bond, the obligation due to all degrees, bcth of parentage, and all alliances else. The 10th day, the 9th novelle declaring what an honorable virtue courtesy is, in them that truly know how to use them. Saladine, the great Soldan of Babylon, in the habit of a merchant, was honorably received and welcomed, into the house of Signor Thorello di Istria. V'Avmo traveling to High Holy Land, prefixed a certain time to his wife, for his return back to her again, wherein, if he failed, it was lawful for her to take another husband. By clouding himself in high disguise of a falconer, the Soldan notice of him, and did him many great honors. Afterward, Thorello falling sick, by magical art, he was conveyed in one night to Pavia, when his wife was to be married on the morrow, where making himself known to her, all was disappointed, and she went home with him to his own house. Adam Philomena having concluded her discourse, and the rare acknowledgment, which Titus made of his esteemed friend Chrysippus, extolled justly as it deserved by all the company, the king, reserving the last office to Dionysius, as it was at the first granted him, began to speak thus. Without all question to the contrary, worthy ladies, nothing can be more truly said, hein what Madame Philomena hath delivered, concerning amity, and her complaint in the conclusion of her novelle, is not without great reason, to see it so slenderly reverenced and respected, nowadays, among all men. But if we had met here in duty only for correcting the abuses of iniquity, and the malevolent curries of Lee's preposterous age, I could proceed further in his just cause of complaint. But because our end aimeth at matters of other nature, it cometh to my memory to tell you of a history, which, perhaps, may seem somewhat long, but altogether pleasant, concerning a magnificent act of great Saladine, to the end, that by observing closely which you shall hear in my novelle, if we cannot, by reason of our manifold imperfections, entirely compass the amity of any one, yet, at least, we may take delight, in stretching kindness, in good deeds, so far as we are able, in hope one day after, some worthy reward will ensue thereon, as thereto justly appertaining. Let me tell you then, that, as it is affirmed by many, in the time of High Emperor Frederick, first of that name, the Christians, for the better recovery of the Holy Land, resolved to make a general voyage over high seas. The percentage being understood by Saladine, a very worthy prince, and then Soldan of Babylon, he concluded with himself, that he would, in person, see what preparation the Christian potentates made for this war, that he might high better provide for himself. Having settled all things orderly in Egypt for the Bucines, and making an overt appearance, as if he purposed a pilgrimage to Mecca, he set onward on his journey, habit like a merchant, attended only with Tevio of his most noble and wisest Basches, and 3 waiting servants. And he had visited many Christian provinces, and was riding Loro Lombardal, to pass high mountains. It fortuned, in his journeying from Milan to Pavia, and the day being very forspent, so that night hastened speedily on him, he met with a gentleman, named Signor Thorella d'Ilstria, but dwelling at Pavia, who with his men, hawks, and hounds, went to a house of his, seated in a singular place, and on the river of Ticinum. Signor Thorello, seeing such men making towards him, presently imagined, DMT they were some gentle strangers, and such he desired to respect with honor. Therefore, Saladine demanding of one of Thorelli's men, how far, as then, it was to Pavia, and whether they might reach Lifler by such an hour, as would adnuit their entrance into the city, Thorello would not suffer his servant to return the answer, but replied thus himself. Sir, quoth one he, you cannot reach Pavia, but night will abridge you of any entrance there. I beseech you, kind sir, answered Saladine, favor us so much, because we are all strangers in these parts, as to tell us where we may be well lodged. That shall I, sir, said Thorello, and very gladly too. Even at the instant, sir, as we met with you, I had determined in my mind, to send one of my servants somewhat near to Pavia, about a business concerning myself. He shall go along with you, and conduct you to a place, where you will be very well entertained. So, stepping to him, who was of best discretion amongst his men, he gave order to him what should be done, and sent him wih them. Himself, making haste by a furnier way, caused supper to be prepared in worthy manner, and the tables to be covered in his garden, and all things being in good readiness, he sate down at his door, to attend the coming of his guests. The serving man, discoursing with the gentlemen on divers, guided them by such unusual passages, as, before they could discern it, he brought Hyam to his master's house, where so soon as Thorello saw them arrived, he went forth to meet them, assuring them all of most hearty welcome. Saladine, who was a man of a good understanding, did well perceive, that this night Thorello misdoubted his going with him, if, when he met him, he should have invited him, and therefore, because he would not be denied, of entertaining him into his house, he made coys of this kind and honorable course, which caused him to return this answer. Gentle sir, if courtesy in one man to another, do deserve condemning, then may we justly complain of you, who meeting us upon the way, which you have shortened by your kindness, and which we are no way able to deserve, sv are constrained to accept, taking you to be the mirror of courtesy. Thorello, being a knight of ingenious apprehension, and well languaged, replied thus: Gentlemen, this courtesy, seeing you term it so, which you receive of me, in regard of that justly belonging to you, as your faces do sufficiently inform me, is matter of very slender account. But assuredly out of Pavia, you could not have any lodging, deserving to be termed good. And therefore let it not be displeasing to you, if you have a little gone forth of the common roadway, to have your entertainment somewhat bettered, as many travellers are easily induced to do. Having thus spoken, all high people of the house shewed high themselves, in serviceable manner to the gentlemen, taking their horses as they dismounted, and Thorello himself conducted the three gentlemen into three several fair chambers, which in costly manner were prepared for them, where their boots were plucked off, fair napkins with manchets lay ready, and delicate wines to refresh their wearied spirits, much pretty conference being intercoursed, till supper time invited them hence. Saladine, and they that were with him, spake the Latin tongue very readily, by which means high were the better understoody, and Thorello seemed, in their judgment, to be the most gracious, complete, and best spoken gentleman, as ever they met with in all their journey. It appeared also, on the other side, to Signor Thorello, that his guests were men of great merit, and worthy of much more esteem, than there he could use towards them, wherefore, it did highly disgust him, that he had no more friends higher this night to keep him company, or himself better provided for their entertainment, which he intended, on the morrow, to wih one larger amends at dinner. Hereupon, having instructed one of his men with what he intended, he sent him to Pavia, which was not far off, and where he kept no door shut, to his wife, named Madame Adialeta, a woman singularly wise, and of a noble spirit, needing little or no direction, especially when she knew her husband's mind. As they were walking in the garden, Thorello desired to understand, of whence, and what they were. Nmerta Saladine thus answered: Sir, sv are Cyprian merchants, coming now from Cyprus, and are travelling to Paris, about affairs of importance. Now trust me, sire, replied Thorello, I could heartily wish, that this country of ours would yield such gentlemen, as your Cyprus affordeful merchants. So, falling from one discourse unto supper was served in, and look how best themselves pleased, so high sate at the table, where, we need make no doubt, they were respected in honorable order. So soon as the tables were withdrawn, Thorello, knowing they might be weary, brought them again to their chambers, where committing them to their good rest, himself went to bed soon after. The servant sent to Pavia, delivered the message to his lady, who, not like a woman of ordinary disposition, but rather truly royal, sent Thorelli's servants into the city, to make preparation for a feast indeed, and with lighted torches. It was somewhat late, they invited FLLE very greatest and noblest persons of high city, all the being hanged with the richest arras, clothes, and gold worka, velvets, silkas, and all rich adornments, in such manner as her husband had commanded, and answerable to her own worthy mind, being no way to learn, in what manner to entertain strangers. On the morrow morning, the gentleman arose, and mounting on horseback with Signor Thorello, he called for his hawks and hounds, brought them to the river, where he shewed Tivo or three fair flights, but Saladine desiring to know, which was the fairest hostelry in all Pavia, Thorello answered: Gentlemen, I will shew you that myself, in regard I have occasion to ride thither. Vivihish high belle evening, were the better contented, and rode on directly unto Pavia, arriving about 9 of high clock, and thinking he guided them to the best inn, he brought him to his own house, where, above 50 of the worthiest citizens, stood ready to welcome the gentlemen, embracing them as they lighted from their horses. 6% Ch Saladin, and his associates perceiving, they guessed as it was indeed, and Saladin said, "Believe me, worthy Thorello, this is not answerable to my demand. You did too much yesternight, and much more than we could desire or deserve, therefore, you might well be the sooner discharged of us, and let us travail on our journey." "Noble gentleman," replied Thorello, "for in mine eye you seem no less, that courtesy which you met with yesternight, I am to thank fortune for, more than you, because you were then straitened by such necessity, as urged your acceptance of my poor country house. But now this morning, I shall account myself much beholding to you, as the like will all these worthy gentlemen hear about you, if you do but answer kindness with kindness, and not refuse to take a homely dinner with them." Saladin and his friends, being conquered with such potent persuasions, and already dismounted from their horses, saw all denial was merely in vain, and therefore thankfully condescending, after some few ceremonious compliments were overpassed, the gentlemen conducted them to their chambers, which were most sumptuously prepared for them, and having laid aside their riding garments, being a little refreshed with cakes and choice wines, they descended into the dining hall, the pompa whereof I am not able to report. And they had washed, and were seated at the tables. Dinner was served in most magnificent sort, so that if the emperor himself had been there, he could not have been more sumptuously served. And although Saladin and his Basches were very noble lords, and wanted to see matters of admiration, yet could they do no less now, but rather exceeded in marvel, considering the quality of high knight, whom they knew to be a citizen, and no prince or great inaird. Dinner being ended, and divers fantiliar conferences passing amongst them, because it was exceeding hot, the gentlemen of Pavia, as it pleased Thorello to appoint, went to repose themselves a while, and he keeping company with his 3 guests, brought them into a chamber, where, because he would not fail in the least scruple of courtesy, or conceal from him the richest jewel which he had, he sent for his lady and wife, because, as yet, they had not seen her. She was a lady of extraordinary beauty, tall stature, very sumptuously attired, and having vos sweet sons, resembling angels, she came with them waiting before her, and graciously saluted her guests. At her coming, he arose, and having received her with great reverence, they seated her in the midst, kindly cherishing the Tivo children. After some gracious language passed on either side, she demanded of whence, and what they were, which they answered in the same kind as he had done before to her husband. Afterward, with a modest smiling countenance, she said, "Worthy gentlemen, let not my weak womanish discretion appear distasteful, in desiring to crave one especial favor from you, namely, not to refuse or disdain a small gift, where we 11 purpose to present you. But considering first, flit women, according to their simple faculty, are able to bestow but silly gifts, so you would be pleased, to respect more the person that is the giver, than the quality or quantity of the gift. Then causing to be brought, for each of them, 2 gowns or robes, made after the Persian manner, the one linthuro wih1 cloh1 of gold, and other with the costliest fur, not after such fashion as citizens or merchants used to wear, but rather beseeming lords of greatest account, and 3 light underwearing cassocks or mandolions, of carnation satin, richly embroidered with gold and pearls, and lined thorough with V% taffeta. Presenting these gifts to him, she said, "I desire you gentlemen to receive these mean trophies, such as you say my husband wears the like, and these other beside, considering you are so far from your wives, having travailed a long way already, and many miles more yet to overtake, also merchants, being excellent men, affect to be comely and handsome in their habits, although highs are of slender value, yet, in necessity, high may do you service. Now was Saladin and his Basches half astonied with admiration, at the magnificent minda of Signor Thorello, who would not forget the least part of courtesy towards them, and greatly doubted, seeing the beauty and riches of high garments, lest they were discovered by Thorello. Nevertheless, one of them Huts answered the lady. Believe me, madam, these are rich gifts, not lightly either to be given, rich or received, but in regard of your strict imposition, we are not able to deny them. This being done, with most gracious and courteous demeanor, she departed from them, leaving her husband to keep them still company, who furnished their servants also, divers worthy necessaries fitting for their journey. Afterward, Thorello, by very much importunity, won them to stay with him all the rest of the day, wherefore, when they had rested themselves a while, being attired in their newly given robes, he rode on horseback through city. TV% and supper time came, they supped in most honorable and worthy company, being afterwards lodged in most fair and sumptuous chambers, and being risen in the morning, in exchange of their horses, overwearied with travail, they found 3 other very richly furnished, and their men also in like manner provided. Mich when Saladin had perceived, he took his Basches aside, and spake in thus manner. By our greatest gods, I never met with any man, more complete in all noble perfections, more courteous and kin than Thorello is. If all the Christian kings, in the true and heroical nature of kings, do deal as honorably as I see this knight doth, the Soldan of Babylon is not able to endure the coming of one of them, much less so many, as we see preparing to make head against us. But beholding, that both refusal and acceptation, was all one in the minda of Thorello, after much kind language had been intercoursed between them, Saladin, with his attendants, mounted on horseback. Signor Thorello, with a number of his honorable friends, to the number of 100 horse, accompanied them a great distance from the city, and although it grieved Saladin exceedingly, to leave the company of Thorello, so dearly he was affected to him, but necessity, which controlleth power of all laws whatsoever, must needs divide them, yet requesting his return again that way, if possibly it might be granted, which Saladin promised but did not perform. Well, gentlemen, quoth Thorello at parting, I know not what you are, neither, against your will, do I desire it, but whether you be merchants or no, remember me in your kindness, and so to heavenly powers I commend you. Saladin, having taken his leave of all them that were with Thorello, returned him this answer. Sir, it may one day hereafter so happen, as we shall let you see some of our marchandises, for the better confirmation of your belief, and our profession. Thus parted Signor Thorello and his friends, from Saladin and his company, who verily determined in the height of his minda, if he should be spared with life, and the war, which he expected, concluded, to requite Thorello with no less courtesy, than he had already declared to him, conferring a long while after with his Basches, bcth of him and his beauteous lady, not forgetting any of higher courteous actions, but gracing him all with deserved commendation. But after they had, with very laborious pains, surveyed most of the western parts, they all took shipping, and returned into Alexandria, sufficiently informed, what preparation was to be made for their own defense. And Signor Thorello being come back again to Pavia, consulted his private thoughts, many times after, what these 3 travailers should be, but came for short of knowing the truth, till, by experience, he became better informed. And the time was come, flit the Christians were to make their passage, and wonderful great preparations, in all places performed. Signor Thorello, notwithstanding the tears and entreaties of his wife, determined to be one in so worthy and honorable a voyage, and having made his provision ready, no one wanting but mounting on horseback, to go where he should take shipping, to his wife, whom he most entirely huts he spake. Madam, I gie as thou seest in this famous voyage, as well for mine honor, as also the benefit of my soul, all our goods and possessions, I commit to thy virtue's care. And because I am not certain of my returning back again, in regard of 1,000 accidents which may happen, in such a country as I go unto, I desire only but one favor of thee, whatsoever danger shall befall me, namely, when any certain tidings shall be brought you of my death, to stay no longer before thy second marriage, but 1 year, 1 month, 1, and 1 day, to begin on Hli's day of my departing from Hii. The lady, who wept exceedingly, thus answered. Alas, sir, I know not how to carry myself, in such extremity of grief, as now you leave me, but if my life surmount the fortitude of sorrow, and whatsoever shall happen to you for certainty, either life, or DH1, I will live and die the wife of Senior Thorello, and make my obsequies in his memory only. So madam, replied her husband, not so, be not over rash in promising anything, albeit I am well assured, hiate so much as consisteth in strength, I make no question of thy performance. But consider wih1 all, dear heart, thou art a young woman, beautiful, of great parentage, and no way hierito inferior in the blessings of fortune. Thy virtues are many, and universally both divulged and known, in which respect, I make no doubt, but divers and sundry great lords and gentlemen, if but the least rumour of my death be noised, will make stilty for thee to thy parents and brethren, from whose violent solicitings, wouldst thou never so resolutely make resistance, yet thou canst not be able to defend thyself, but thou wilt or no, thou must yield to please them, and Hli's is the only reason, why I would tie thee to this limited time, and not 1 day or minute longer. Adelietta, sweetly hugging him in her arms, and melting herself in kisses, sighs, and tears on his face, said, Well, sir, I will do so much as I am able, in this your most kind and loving imposition, and when I shall be compelled to the contrary, yet rest huts constantly assured, DMT I will not break your charge, so much as in thought. Praying ever heartily to the heavenly powers, that He will direct your course home again to me, before your prefixed date, or else I shall live in continual languishing. In the knitting up of this woeful parting, embracing and kissing either infinite times, the lady a ring from off her finger, and giving it to her husband, said, If I chance to die before I see you again, remember me when you look on this. He receiving the ring, and bidding all the rest of his friends farewell, mounted on horseback, and rode away well attended. Being come unto Genoa, he and his company boarded a galley, and, in few days after, arrived at Acres, where they joined themselves with the Christian army, wherein there happened a very dangerous mortality. During which time of so sharp visitation cause unknown whence it proceeded, whether Hloro the industry, or rather the good fortune of Saladine, well near all the rest of the Christians, which escaped death, were surprised his prisoner, without a blow strucken, and sundred and imprisoned in divers towns and cities. Amongst the which number of prisoners, it was Senior Thorelli's chance to be one, and walked in bonds to Alexandria, where being unknown, and fearing lest he should be discovered, constrained thereto merely by necessity, he shewed himself in high condition of a falconer, wherein he was very excellently experienced, and by which means his profession was made known to Saladine, he delivered out of prison, and created the Soldan's falconer. Thorello, whom the Soldan called by no one name, then the Christian, one of them knowing the other, sadly now remembered his departure from Pavia, devising and practicing many times, how he might escape thence, but could not compass it by any possible means. Herefore, certain ambassadors being sent by the Genoese, to redeem divers citizens of Hyères, there detained as prisoners, and being ready to return home again, he purposed to write to his wife, that he was living, and would repair to her so soon as he could, desiring the still continued remembrance of her limited time. By close and cunning means he wrote the letter, earnestly entreating one of the ambassadors, who knew him perfectly, but made no outward apparence hieref, to deal in such sort for him, that the letter might be delivered to the hands of the Abbot de San Pietro in Ciel d'Oro, who was, indeed, his uncle. Percent il Thorello remained in this his falconer's condition. It fortuned upon a day, that Saladin, conversing him about his hawks, Thorello chanced to smile, and used such a kind of gesture or motion with his lips, which Saladin, when he was in his house at Pavia, had heedfully observed, and by this note, instantly he remembered Signor Thorello, and began to eye him very respectively, persuading himself that he was same man. And therefore falling from their former kind of discoursing, tell me, Christian Saladin, what countryman art thou of the West? Sir, answered Signor Thorello, I am by country a Lombard, born in a city called Pavia, a poor man, and of as poor condition. So soon as Saladin had heard these words, becoming assured in that which, but now, he doubted, he said within himself, now high gods have given me time, wherein I may make known to His man, how I accepted his kind courtesy, and cannot easily forget it. Then, without saying anything else, causing his guard-robe to be set open, he him with him thither, and said, Christian, observe well all these garments, and quicken thy remembrance, in telling me truly, whether thou hast seen any of Hyam before now, or no. Signor Thorello looked on them all advisedly, and espied those Hvo especial garments, which his wife had given one of the strange merchants, yet he durst not credit it, or that possibly it could be the same. Nevertheless he said, Sir, I do not know any of them, but true it is, HMT these 2 day resemble Tivo such robes, as I was wont to wear myself, and these, or the like, were given to 3 merchants, that happened to visit my poor house. Now could Saladin contain no longer, but embracing him joyfully in his arms, he said, You are Signor Thorello di Istria, and I am one of those Flui merchants to whom your wife gave robes, and now the time is come to give you credible intellig of my merchandise, as I promised at my departing from you, for such a time, I told you, would come at length. Thorello was both glad, and bashful together, glad, that he had entertained such a guest, and bashfully ashamed, that his welcome had not exceeded in more bountiful manner. Thorello, replied Saladin, seeing the gods have sent you so happily to me, account yourself to be solely lord here, for I am now no more than a private man. I am not able to express their counterchanges of courtesy. Saladin commanding him to be clothed in royal garments, and brought into the presence of his very greatest lords, where having spoken liberally in his due commendation, he commanded Hyam to honor him as himself, if they expected any grace or favor from him, which every one did immediately, but, above all the rest, those Tivo Basches, which accompanied Saladin at his house. The greatness of this pompa and glory, so suddenly flew on Signor Thorello, made him half forget all matters of Lombardy, and so much the rather, because he had no doubt at all, but that his letters, were safely come to the hands of his uncle. Here I am to tell you, that in the camp or army of the Christians, on the day when Saladin made his surprisal, there was a provincial gentleman dead and buried, who was Signor Thorello de Dignes, a man of very honorable and great esteem, in which respect, Senior Thorello di Istria, known and rough out the army, by his nobility and valor, whosoever heard that Senior Thorello was dead, believed it to be Thorello di Istria, and not he of Dignes, so that Thorello di Istria is unknown. Surprisal and Huildome, made it also to pass for an assured truth. Beside, many Italians returning home, and carrying this report for credible, some were so audaciously presumptuous, as they avouched upon their oaths, that not only they saw him dead, but were present at his burial likewise. Vivihish rumor communing to the ear of his wife, and likewise to his kinred and hers, prayered a great and grievous mourning among them, and all that happened to hear thereof. Over tedious time it would require, to relate at large, the public grief and sorrow, with the continual lamentations of his wife, who, within some few months after, became tormented with new marriage solicitings, before she had half sighed for the first, the very greatest persons of Lombardy making the motion, being daily followed and fulfiered by her own brothers and friends. Still, drowned in tears, she returned Dignol, till in the end, when no contradiction could prevail, to satisfy her parents, and the importunate pursuers, she was constrained to reveal, the charge imposed on her by her husband, which she had vowed infallibly to keep, and till that very time, she would in no wise consent. V% wooing for a second wedding with Adelietta, proceeded in Hle's manner at Pavia. It chanced on a day, that Signor Thorello had espied a man in Alexandria whom he saw with the Genoa ambassadors, when they set thence towards Genoa wih their galleys. And causing him to be sent for, he demanded of him, the success of the voyage, and when the galleys arrived at Genoa, whereto he returned him this answer: My lord, our galleys made a very fatal voyage, as it is, already, too well known in Crete, where my dwelling is. For when we drew near Sicily, there suddenly arose a very dangerous northwest venda, which drove us on the quicksands of Barbary, where not any man escaped with life, only myself excepted, but, in the Racca, Tvo of my Brehu perished. Signor Thorello, giving credit to the man's words, because they were most true indeed, and remembering also, that the time limited to his wife, drew near expiring within very few days, and no news now possibly to be sent thither of his life, his wife would question less be married again, he fell into such a deep conceited melancholy, as food and sleep forsook him, whereupon, he kept his bed, setting down his peremptory resolution for death. Amen. Saladine, who dearly loved him, heard Hierif, he came in all haste to see him, and having, by many earnest persuasions and entreaties, understood the cause of his melancholy and sicknessy, he very severely reproved him, because he could no sooner acquaint him many kind and comfortable speeches, he gave him, with constant assurance, that, if he were so minded, he would so order the business for him, as he should be at Pavia, by high same time as he had appointed to his wife, and revealed to him also manner how. Thorello verily believed the Soldane's promise, because he had often heard the possibility of performance, and others had effected as much, divers times elsewhere, whereupon he began to comfort himself, soliciting the Soldan earnestly how it might be accomplished. Saladine sent for one of his sorcerers, of whose skill he had formerly made experience, to take a direct course, how Signor Thorello should be carried, in one night, to Pavia, and being in his bed. The Magi undertook to day it, but, for the gentleman's more ease, he must first be possessed with an entranced dead sleep. Saladine being thus assured of the deed's full effecting, he came again to Thorello, and finding him to be settled for Pavia, if possibly it might be accomplished by the determined time, or else no other expectation but death, he said unto him as Signor Thorello, if wih one true affection you love your wife, and misdoubt her marriage to some other man, I protest unto you, by high supreme powers, that you deserve no reprehension in any manner whatsoever. For, of all the ladies that ever I have seen, she is the only woman, whose carriage, virtues, and civil speaking, setting aside beauty, which is but a fading flower, deserveth most graciously to be respected, much more to be affected in the highest degree. It were to me no mean favor of our gods, seeing fortune directed your course so happily Hih1er, that for the short or long time we have to live, we might reign equally together in these kingdoms under my subjection. But if such grace may not be granted me, yet, seeing it stands mainly upon the peril of your life, to be at Pavia again by your own limited time, it is my chiefest comfort, HMT I am acquainted, because I intended to have you conveyed even into your own house, in such honorable order as your virtues do justly merit, which in regard it cannot be so conveniently performed, but as I have already informed you, and as the necessity of the case urgently commandeth, accept it as it may be best accomplished. Great Saladine, answered Thorella, effects, without words, have already sufficiently warranted your gracious disposition towards me, for beyond any requital remaining in me, your word only being enough for my comfort in this case, either dying or living. But in regard you have taken such order for my departure hence, I desire to have it done with all possible expedition, because tomorrow is the very last day, flit I am to be absent. Saladine protested that it should be done, and the same evening in the great hall of his palace, commanded a rich and costly bed to be set up, the matras formed after the Alexandrian manner, of velvet and cloth gold, the quilts, counterpoints and coverings, sumptuously embroidered with orient pearls and precious stones, supposed to be of inestimable value, and too rarely wrought pillows, such as best beseemed so stately the curtains and valance every way equal to the other pompa. The percentage being done, he commanded that Thorello, who was indifferently recovered, should be attired in one of his own sumptuous Saracena robes, the very fairest and richest HMT ever was seen, and on his head a majestical turbant, after the manner of his own wearing, and the hour appearing to be somewhat late, he wih1 many of his best baschas, went to the chamber where Thorello was, and sitting down a while by him, in tears thus he spake. Signor Thorello, the hour for sundering you and me, is now very near, and because I cannot bear you company, in regard of the business you go about, and which by no means will admit it, I am to take my leave of you in this chamber, and hirefore am purposely come to clee it. But before I bid you farewell, let me entreat you, by the love and friendship confirmed between us, to be mindful of me, and to take such order, your affairs being fully finished in Lombardy, that I may once more enjoy the sight of you here, for a mutual solace and satisfaction of our minds, which are now divided by this urgent haste. Till which may be granted, let me want no visitation of your kind letters, commanding thereby of me, whatsoever here can possibly be done for you, assuring yourself, no man living can command me as you do. Signor Thorello could not forbear weeping, but being much hindered thereby, answered in few words, that he could not possibly forget his gracious favors and extraordinary benefits used towards him, but would accomplish whatsoever he undid, according as heaven did enable him. Hereupon, Saladine embracing him, and kissing his forehead, said, All my gods go with you, and guard you from any peril, departing so out of the chamber weeping, and his baschas, having likewise taken their leave of Thorello, followed Saladine into the hall, whereas the stood readily prepared. Because it waxed very late, and the Magian also there attending for his dispatch, physician went the potion to Thorello, and persuading him, in the way of friendship, that it was only to strengthen him after his great weakness, he drank it off, being thereby immediately entranced, and so presently sleeping, was, by Saladin's command, laid on the sumptuous and costly bed, whereon stood an imperial crown of infinite value, appearing, by a description engraven on it, DMT. Saladin sent it to Madame Adelietta, the wife of Thorello. On his finger also he put a ring, wherein was enchased an admirable carbuncle, which seemed like a flaming torch, the value thereof not to be estimated. By him likewise he laid a rich sword, with the girdle, hangers, and other furniture, such as seldom can be seen the like. Then he laid a jewel on the pillow by him, so sumptuously embellished with pearls and precious stones, as might have beseemed the greatest monarch in the world to wear. Last of all, on either side of them, he set great basins of pure gold, full of double ducats, many cords of orient pearls, rings, girdles, and other costly jewels, over tedious to be recounted, and kissing him once more as he lay in the bed, commanded the Magi to dispatch and be gone. Instantly, the bed and Thorello in it, in the presence of Saladin, was invisibly carried thence, and while he sate conferring with his Basches, the bed, Signor Thorello, and all the rich jewels about him, was transported and set in the church of San Pietro in Ciel d'Or in Pavia, according to his own request, and soundly sleeping, being placed directly before the high altar. Afterward, when the bells rung to matines, the sexton entreating the church with a light in his hand, where he beheld a light of greater splendor, and suddenly espied flle sumptuous bed there standing, not only was he smitten into admiration, but he ran away also very fearfully. When the abbot and monkeys met him thus running into the cloister, they became amazed, and demanded the reason why he ran in such haste, which the sexton told them. How? Quoth the abbot, thou art no child, or a new come hither, to be so easily affrighted in our holy church, where spirits can have no power to walk. God and Saint Peter, we hope, are stronger for us than so, wherefore turn back us, and let us say cause of thy fear. Having lighted many torches, the abbot and his monkeys entreed with the sexton into the church, where they beheld the wonderful rich bed, and the knight lying fast asleep in it. They stood all in amazement, not daring to approach near the bed, whereon lay such costly jewels. It chanced that Signor Thorello awaked, and breathed forth a vehement sigh. The monkeys and the abbot seeing him to stir, ran all away in fear, crying aloud, God and Peter defend us. By this time Thorello had opened his eyes, and looking round about him, perceived that he was in the place of Saladin's promise, whereof he was not a little joyful. Herefore, sitting up in the bed, and particularly observing all the things about him, albeit he knew sufficiently the magnificence of Saladin, yet now it appeared far greater to him, and imagined more largely thereof than he could day before. But yet, without any ceremony, seeing the flight of the monkeys, hearing their cry, and perceiving high reason, he called the abbot by his name, desiring him not to be afraid, for he was his nephew Thorello, and no other. And the abbot heard he was 10 times worse affrighted than before, because, by public fame, he had been so many months dead and buried, but receiving, by true arguments, better assurance of him, and hearing him still call him by his name, blessing himself with the sign of the cross, he went somewhat nearer to the bed, when Thorello said, My loving uncle, and religious holy father, whereof are you afraid? I am your loving nephew, newly returned from beyond the seas. The abbot, seeing his beard to be grown long, and his habit after the Arabian fashion, did yet collect some resemblance of his former countenance, and being better persuaded of him by the hand, saying, Son, thou art happily returned, yet there is not any man in our city, but doth verily believe to be dead, and therefore do not much wonder at our fear. Moreover, I dare assure thee, that thy wife Adelieta, being conquered by the contruling command, and hyatnings of her kinred, but much against her own mind, is this very morning to be married to a new husband, and high marriage feast is solemnly prepared, in honor of this second nuptials. Thorello arising out of the bed, gave gracious salutations to the abbot and his monkeys, intr eating earnestly of them all, that no word might be spoken of his return, until he had complete an important business. Afterward, having safely secured the bed, and all the rich jewels, he fully acquainted the abbot with all his past fortunes, whereof he was immeasurably joyful, and having satisfied him, concerning the new husband, Thorello said unto high abbot, Uncle, before any rumor of my return, I would gladly see my wife's behavior at this new briding feast, and although men of religion are seldom seen at such jovial meetings, yet, for my sake, you so order the matter, that I, as an Arabian stranger, may be a guest under your protection, whereto the abbot very gladly condescended. In the morning, he sent to the bridegroom, and advertised him, that he, with a stranger newly arrived, intended to dine with him, which the gentleman accepted in thankful manner. And when dinner time came, Thorello in his strange disguise went with the abbot to the bridegroom's house, where he was on admiration of all the guests, but not known or suspected by anyone, because the abbot reported him to be a Saracena, and sent by high Soldan, in ambassage, to the King of France. Thorello was seated at a by table, but directly opposite to the new bride, whom he much delighted to look on, and easily collected by her sad countenance, she was scarcely well pleased with this new nuptials. She likewise beheld him very often, not in regard of any no leg she took of him, for the bushiness of his beard, strangeness of habit, but most of all, firm belief of his death, was high main prevention. At such time as Thorello fluffed it convenient, to approve how for he was fallen out of her remembrance, he took the ring which she gave him at his departure, and calling a young page that waited on none but the bride, said to him in Italian, Fair youth, go to the bride, and saluting her from me, tell her, it is a custom observed in my country, that when any stranger, as I am here, sitteth before a new married bride, as now she is, insignia that he is welcome to her feast, she sendeth same cup, wherein she drinketh herself, full of the best wine, and when the stranger drunk so much as him pleaseth, the bride then pledgeth him with all the rest. The page delivered the message to the bride, who, being a woman of honorable disposition, and reputing him to be a noble gentleman, to testify that his presence hire was very acceptable to her, she commanded a fair cup of gold, which stood directly before her, to be neatly washed, and when it was filled with excellent wine, caused it to be carried to the stranger, and so it was done. Thorello having drunk a hearty draught to the bride, conveyed high ring into the cup, before any person could perceive it, and having left but small store of wine in it, covered the cup, and sent it again to the bride, who received it very graciously, and to honor the stranger in his country's custom, drank up the rest of high wine, and espying the ring, she it forth on days cried by any, knowing it to be the same ring which she gave Signor Thorello at his parting from her, she fixed her eyes often on it, and as often on him, whom she thought to be a stranger, the cheerful blood mounting up into her cheeks, and returning again with remembrance to her heart, howsoever thus disguised, he only was her husband. Like one of Bacchus' froze, up furiously she started, and heroing down the table before her, cried out aloud, This is my lord and husband, this truly is my lord Thorello. So running to the table where he sate, without regard of all the riches thereon, down she hirew it likewise, and clasping her armess about his neck, hung so mainly on him, weeping, sobbing, and kissing him, as she could not be taken off by any of the company, nor shewed any moderation in the success of passion, till Thorello spake, and entreated her to be more patient, because this extremity was over dangerous for her. Thus was the solemnitic much troubled, but every one there very glad and joyful for the recovery of such a famous and worthy knight, who entreated them all to vouchsafe him silence, and so related all his fortunes to them, from the time of his departure, to the instant hour. Concluding withal, that he was no way offended with the new bridegroom, who upon the so constant report of his death, deserved no blame in making election of his wife. The bridegroom, albeit his countenance was somewhat cloudy, to see his hope thus disappointed, yet granted freely, that Ottilietto was Thorello's wife in equity, and could not justly lay any claim to her. She also resigned the crown and rings which she had so lately received of her new spouse, and put that on her finger which she found in the cup, and that crown was set upon her head, in honor sent her from great Saladine. In which triumphant manner, she left the new bridegrooms abiding, and repaired home to Thorello's house, with such pompa and magnificence as never had the like been seen in Pavia before, all the citizens esteeming it as a miracle, that they had so happily recovered Signor Thorello again. Some part of the jewels he gave to him, who had been at cost with marriage feasting, and some to his the abbot, beside a bounty bestowed on monkeys. Then he sent a messenger to Saladine, with letters of his whole success, and confessing himself, for ever, his obliged servant, living many years, after, with his wife Ottilietta, and using greater courtesies to strangers, than ever before he had done. In this manner ended the bubbles of Signor Thorello, and the afflictions of his dearly affected lady, with due recompense to our honest and ready courtesies. Many strive, in outward shew, to do the like, who although they are sufficiently able, do perform it so basely, as rather redoundeth to their shame, than honor. And therefore if no merit ensue thereon, but only such disgrace as justly should follow, let them lay high blame upon high themselves. The 10th day, the 10th novelle set down as an example or warning to all wealthy men, how to have care of marrying themselves. And likewise to poor and mean women, to be patient in their fortunes, and obedient to their husbands. The Marquis of Saluzzo, named Gualtiero, being constrained by the importunate soliciting of his lords, and other inferior people, to join himself in marriage, a woman according to his own liking, called Griselda, she being the daughter of a poor countryman, named Janiculo, by whom he had children, which he pretended to be secretly murdered. Afterward, they being grown to years of more stature, and making shew of taking in marriage another wife, more worthy of his high degree and calling, made a seeming public liking of his own daughter, expulsing his wife Griselda poorly from him. But finding her incomparable patience, more dearly, than before, he received her into favor again, brought her home to his own palace, where, with her children, he caused her and them to be respectively honored, in despite of all her adverse enemies. Questionless, the king's novelle not so much exceed rest in length, but it proved as sing to the whole assembly, passed with their general approbation, till Dionysius, in a merry jesting humor, said, "The plain honest simple man, that stood holding the candle, to see the setting on of his mule's tail, deserved half pennyworth of more praise, than all our applauding of Signor Thorello." And knowing himself to be left for the last speaker, thus he began. "Mild and modest ladies, for aught I can perceive to the contrary, Hlis Day was dedicated to none but kings, soldanes, and great potentates, not in favor of any inferior or meaner persons. And higher for, because I would be tenth to disrank myself from the rest, I purpose to speak of a Lord Marquis, not any matter of great magnificence, but rather in a more humble nature, and sorted to an honest end, which yet I will not advise any to imitate, because, perhaps, they cannot so well digest it, as they did whom my novelle concerneth. Thus then I begin. It a great while since, when among those that were inared marquesses of Saluzzo, the very greatest and worthiest man of Hyam Al, was a young noble lord, named Gualtero, who having neither wife nor child, spent his time in nothing else but hawk and gond hunting, nor had he any minda of marriage, or to enjoy the benefit of children, wherein many did repute him the wiser. But Hles being distasteful to his subjects, they very often earnestly solicited him, to match himself with a wife, to the end, that he might not decease without an heir, nor they be left destitute of a succeeding lord, offering to provide him of such a one, so well descended by father and mother, as not only should confirm their hope, but also yield him high contentment, whereto high inared Marquis thus answered. Worthy friends, you would constrain me to the thing, I never had any intent to meddle, considering, how difficult a case it is to meet with such a woman, who can agree with a man in all his conditions, and how great the number is of them, who daily happen on the contractary, but most, and worst of all the rest, how wretched and miserable proves the life of man, who is bound to live with a wife not fit for him. And in saying, you can learn to understand the custom and qualities of children, by behavior of high fathers and mothers, and so to provide me of a wife, it is a mere argument of folly, for neither shall I comprehend, or you either, the secret inclinations of parents, I mean of the father, and much less the complexion of the mother. But admit it were within compass of power to know them, yet it is a frequent sight, and observed every day, that daughters do resemble neither father nor mother, but that they are naturally governed by their own instinct. But because you are so desirous to have me fettered in chains of wedlock, I am contented to grant what you request. And because I would have no complaint made of any but myself, if matters should not happen answerable to expectation, I will make mine own eyes my electors, and not by any other's sight. Giving you Hles assurance before, that if she whom I shall make choice of, be not of you honored and respected as your lady and mistress, it will ensue to your detriment, how much you have displeased me, to take a wife at your request, and against mine own will. The noble men answered, that they were well satisfied, provided hight he a wife. Some indifferent space of time before, the beauty, manners, and well-seeming virtues, of a poor countryman's daughter, dwelling in no far distant village, had appeared very pleasing to the Lord Marquis, and gave him full persuasion, that with her he should lead a comfortable life. And therefore without any further search or inquisition, he absolutely resolved to marry her, and having conferred with her Fagwan agreed, that his daughter should be his wife. V% hereupon, the Marquis made a general of all his lords, barons, and other of his especial friends, from all parts of his dominion, and when they assembled to H1 he then spake unto them in manner as followeth. Honorable friends, it appeared pleasing to you all, and yet, I hunk, you are of the same minda, that I should dispose myself to take a wife, and I thereto condescended, more to yield you contentment, than for any particular desire in myself. Let me now remember you of your solemn made promise, with full consent to honor and obey her, whosoever, as your sovereign lady and mistress, that I shall elect to make my wife, and now the time is come, for my exacting the performance of that promise, and which I look you must constantly keep. I have made choice of a young virgin, answerable to mine own heart and liking, dwelling not far off hence, whom I intend to make my wife, and, within few days, to have her brought home to my palace. Let your care and diligence then extend so far, as to say that high feast may be sumptuous, and her entertainment to be most honorable, to end that I may receive as much contentment in your promise performed, as you shall perceive I do in my choice. The lords and all the rest, were wondrously joyful to hear him so well inclined, expressing no less by their shouts and jocund suffrages, protesting cordially, that she should be welcomed with pompa and majesty, and honored of them all, as their liege lady and sovereign. Afterward, they made preparation for a princely and magnificent feast, as the Marquis did the like, for a marriage of extraordinary state and quality, inviting all his kinred, friends, and acquaintance in all parts and provinces, about him. He made also ready most rich and costly garments, shaped by high body of a comely young gentlewoman, who he knew to be equal in proportion and stature, to her of whom he had made his election. V% and the appointed nuptial day was come, the inaired mark about 9 of the clock in the morning, mounted on horseback, as all the rest did, who came to attend him honorably, and having all things in due readiness with them, he said, Lords, it is time for us to fetch the bride. So on he rode with his train, to the same poor village whereat she dwelt, and when he was come to her Fagwan's house, he saw the maiden returning very hastily from a well, where she had been to fetch a pail of water, which she set down, and stood, accompanied with other maidens, to see the passage by of the Lord Marquis and his train. Gualtero called her by her name, which was Griselda, and asked her, where her father was, who bashfully answered him, and with an humble courtesy, saying, My gracious lord, he is in the house. Then the Marquis dismounted from his horse, every one to attend him, then all alone he entreed into the poor cottage, where he found the maid's father, being named Janiculo, and said unto him, God speed good father, I am come to espouse thy daughter Griselda, but first I have a few demands to make, which I will utter to her in thy presence. Then he turned to the maid, and said, Fair Griselda, if I make you my wife, will you do your best endeavor to please me, in all things which I shall do or say? Will you also be gentle, humble, and patient? With divers other the like questions, whereto she still answered, she would, so near as heaven, with grace, should enable her. Presently he took her by the hand, so led her forth of the poor homely house, and in the presence of all his company, his own hands, he took off her mean wearing garments, smock and all, and clothed her with those robes of state which he had purposely brought thither for her, and plaiting her hair over her shoulders, he placed a crown of gold on her head, whereat every one standing as amazed, and wondering not a little, he said, Griselda, wilt thou have me to thy husband? Modestly blushing, and kneeling on the ground, she answered, Yes, my gracious Inaird, if you will accept so poor a maiden to be your wife. Yes, Griselda, quoth he, wih this holy kissa, I confirm hie for my wife, and so espoused her before hiam all. Then mounting her on a milk-white palfrey, brought one for her, she was huts honorably conducted to her palace. Now concerning the marriage feast and triumphs, were performed with no less pompa, than if she had been daughter to the King of France. And the young bride apparently declared, that, with her garments, her mind and behavior were quite changed. For indeed she was, as it were shame to speak otherwise, a rare creature, both one of person and perfections, and not only was she absolute for beauty, but so sweetly amy and gracious, and goodly, as if she were not the daughter of poor Janicula, and a country shepherdess, but rather of some noble Inaird, whereat every one wondered that had known her. Beside all this, she was so obedient to her husband, so fervent in all dutiful offices, and patient, without the very least provoking, as he held himself much more than contented, and the only happy man of the world. In like manner, towards the subjects of her lord and husband, she shewed herself always so benigni and gracious, as there was not any one, but the more they lunite on her, the better they loved her, honoring her voluntarily, and praying to the heavens, for her health, dignity, and welfare's long continuance. Speaking now, quite contrary to their former opinion of the Marquis, honorably and dially, that he had shown himself a singular man, in the election of his wife, which few else, but he, in the world would have done, because their judgment might fall for short, of discerning those great and precious virtues, veiled under a homely habit, and obscured in a poor country cottage. To be brief, in very short time, not only the marquisate itself, but all neighboring provinces round about, had no other common talk, but of her rare course of life, devotion, charity, and all good actions else, quite quailing all sinister instructions of her husband, before he her in marriage. About 4 or 5 years after the birth of her daughter, she conceived with child again, and, at the limited hour of deliverance, had a goodly son, to the no little liking of the Marquis. Afterward, a strange humor entrayed into his brain, namely, hied by a long continued experience, and courses of intolerable quality, he would needs make proof of his fair wife's patience. First he began to provoke her by injurious speeches, shewing fierce and frowning looks to her, intimating, that his people grew displeased with him, in regard of his wife's base birth and education, and so much the rather, because she was likely to bring children, who, by her blood, were no better than beggars, and murmured at the daughter already born. Vn. Mich words when Griselda heard, without any alteration of countenance, for the least distemperature in any appearing action, she said, "My honorable and gracious lord, dispose of me, as you think ye best, for your own dignity and contentment, for I shall therewith be well pleased, as she that knows herself, for inferior to the meanest of your people, much less worthy of the honor, whereto you like to advance me." This answer was very welcome to the Marquis, as apparently perceiving hereby, that the dignity whereto he had exalted her, or any particular favours beside, could not infect her with any pride, coyness, or disdain. Not long after, having told her in plain and open speeches, that his subjects could not endure her so late born daughter, he called a trusty servant of his, and having instructed him what he should do, sent him to Griselda, and he being alone with her, looking very sad, and much perplexed in mind, he said, "Madam, except I intend to lose mine own life, I must accomplish what my lord strictly enjoined me, which is, to take this your young daughter, and then I must," so breaking off abruptly, the lady hearing his words, and noting his frowning looks, remembering also what High Marquis himself had formerly said, she presently imagined, that he had commanded his servant to kill the child. Suddenly therefore, she it out of the cradle, and having sweetly kissed, and bestowed her blessing on it, albeit her heart throbbed, with the inward affection of a mother without any alteration of countenance, she tenderly laid it in the servant's armes, and said, "Here, friend, take it, and do with it as thy lord and mine hath commanded thee, but leave it in no rude place, where birds or savage beasts may devour it, except it be his will to have it so." The servant departing from her with the child, and reporting the Marquis what his lady had said, he wondered at her incomparable constancy. Then he sent it by the same servant to Bologna, to an honorable lady his kinswoman, requesting her, without revealing whose child it was, to see it bo one nobly and carefully educated. At time convenient afterward, being with child again, and delivered of a princely son, than which nothing could be more joyful to the Marquis, yet all this was not sufficient for him, but with for ruder language than before, and looks expressing harsh intentions, he said unto her, "Griselda, though thou pleasest me wonderfully, by the birth of this princely boy, Yet my subjects are not contented, but blunder abroad maliciously, that the grandchild of Janiculo, a poor country peasant, when I am dead and gone, must be their sovereign lord and master. VV%ch makes me stand in fear of Lee_R expulsion, and to prevent that, I must be rid of this child, as well as the other, and then send thee away from hence. HMT I may take an OH1ER wife, more pleasing to Hyam. Griselda, with a patient sufferant soul, hearing what he had said, returned no other answer but this. Most gracious and honorable Lord, satisfy and please your own royal mind, and never use any respect of me, for nothing is precious or pleasing to me, but what may agree with your good liking. Within a while after, the noble Marquis in the like manner as he did before for the daughter, so he sent the same servant for the son, and seeming as if he had sent it to have been slain, conveyed it to be nursed at Bologna, in company of his sweet sister. 6 Myriad the lady shewed no other discontentment in any kind, than formerly she had done for her daughter, to high no mean marvel of the Marquis, who protested in his soul, that FLLE like woman was not in all the world beside. And were it not for his heedful observation, how loving and careful she was of her children, prizing them as dearly as her own life, rash opinion might have persuaded him, that she had no more in her, than a carnal affection, not caring how many she had, so she might thus easily be rid of them, but he knew her to be a truly virtuous mother, and wisely liable to endure his severest impositions. His subjects believing, that he had caused the children to be slain, blamed him greatly, thought him to be a most cruel man, and did highly compassionate the lady's case, who when she came in company of other gentlewomen, which mourned for their deceased children, would answer nothing else, but that they could not be more pleasing to her, than they were to the father that begot them. Within certain years after the birth of High's children, the Marquis purposed with himself, to make his last and final proof of fair Griselda's patience, and said to some near about him, that he could no longer endure, to keep Griselda as his wife, confessing, he had done foolishly, and according to a young giddy brain, when he was so rash in the marriage of her. Therefore he would send to Pope, and purchase a dispensation from him, to repudiate Griselda, and take another wife. Although they greatly reproved him, yet he told them plainly, that it must needs be so. The lady hearing these news, and thinking she must return again to her poor father's house, and, perhaps, to her old occupation of keeping sheep, as in her younger days she had done, understanding withal, that another woman must enjoy him whom she dearly loved and honored, you may well think ye, worthy ladies, that her patience was now put to main proof indeed. Nevertheless, as with an invincible true virtue's courage, she had all the other injuries of fortune, so did she constantly settle her soul, to bear this with an undaunted countenance and behavior. At such time as was prefixed for purpose, counterfeit letters came to the Marquis, as sent from Rome, which he caused to be publicly read in the hearing of his subjects, that the Pope had dispensed with him, to leave Griselda, and marry with another wife, wherefore sending for her immediately, in presence of them all, thus he spake to her. Woman, by concession sent me from the Pope, he hath dispensed with me, to make choice of another wife, and to free myself from thee. And because my predecessors have been noblemen, and great lords in this country, thou being the daughter of a poor country clown, and their blood and mine notoriously embased, by my marriage with thee, I intend to have thee no longer my wife, but will return thee home to High father's house, with all the rich dowry thou broughtest me, and hine I will take another wife, with whom I am already contracted, better beseeming my birth, and for more contenting and pleasing to my people. The lady hearing these words, not without much pain and difficulty, restrained her tears, quite contrary to the natural inclination of women, and thus answered. Great Marquis, I never was so empty of discretion, but did always acknowledge, that my base and humble condition, could not in any manner suit with your high and nobility, and my being with you, I ever acknowledged, to proceed from heaven and you, not any merit of mine, but only as a favor lent me, which you being now pleased to recall back again, I ought to be pleased, and so am, that it be restored. Here is the ring, wherewith you espoused me, here, in all humility, I deliver it to you. You command me, to carry home the marriage dowry which I brought which won me, there is no need of a treasurer to repay it me, neither any newpery to carry it in, much less any sumpter to be laden with it. For, noble lord, it was never out of my memory, that you took me stark naked, and if it shall seem sidely to you, that this body which hath borne children, and begotten by you, must again be seen naked, willingly must I depart hence naked. But I humbly beg of your excellency, in of my virginity, which I brought you blameless, so much as in dwugheit, flit I may have a but one of my wedding only to conceal the shame of nakedness, and then I depart rich enough. The Marquis, whose heart wept bloody tears, as his eyes would likewise gladly have yielded their natural tribute, covered all with a dissembled angry countenance, and starting up, said, Go, give her a smock only, and so send her gadding. All there present about him, entreated him to let her have a petticoat, because it might not be said, that she who had been his wife 13 years and more, was sent away so poorly in her, but all there prevailed not with him. Naked in her smock, persoiserons without hose or shoes, bareheaded, and not so much as a cloth about her neck, to the great grief and mourning of all that saw her, she went home to her old father's house. And he, good man, never believing, that the Marquis would long keep his daughter as his wife, but rather expected daily, what now had happened, safely laid up the garments, whereof the Marquis despoiled her, the same morning when he espoused her. Therefore he delivered Hyam to her, and she fell to her father's household business, according as formerly she had done, sustaining with a great and unconquerable spirit, all the cruel assaults of her enemy fortune. About such time after, as suited with his own disposition, the Marquis made publicly known to his subjects, that he meant to join in marriage again, with the daughter to one of the counts of Panago, and causing preparation to be made for a sumptuous wedding, he sent for Griselda, and she being come, thus he spake to her. The wife that I have made the new election of, is to arrive here within very few days, and at her first coming, I would have her to be most honorably entertained. Thou knowest I have no women in my house, that can deck up the chambers, and set all requisite things in due order, befitting for so solemn a feast, and therefore I sent for thee, who knowing, better than any other, all the parties, provision, and goods in the house, set everything in such order, as thou shalt think ye necessary. Invite such ladies and gentlewomen as thou wilt, and give them welcome, even as if thou wert the lady of the house, and when the marriage is ended, return then home to thy father again. Although words pierced like wanding daggers, fle heart of poor, but noble patient, Griselda, as being unable to forget the unequal love she bare to the Marquis, though the dignity of her former fortune, more easily slipped out of her remembrance, yet never fearless, huts she answered. My gracious lord, I am glad I can do you any service, wherein you shall find me both willing and ready. In the same poor garments, as she came from her father's house, although she was turned out in her smock, she began to sweep and make clean the chambers, rubby the stools and benches in the hall, and ordered every in the kitchen, as if she were the worst maid in all the house, never ceasing or giving over, till all things were in due and decent order as best beseemed in such a case. After all which was done, the Marquis, having invited all the ladies of the country to be present at so great a feast, when the marriage day came, Griselda, in her gown of country grey, gave them welcome, in honourable manner, and graced them all with very cheerful countenance. Gualtiero the Marquis, who had caused his Tivo children to be nobly nourished at Bologna, with a near kinswoman of his, who had married with one of the counts of Panigo, his daughter being now aged 12 years old, and somewhat more, as also the son about 6 or 7. He sent a gentleman expressly to his kindred, to have them come and visit him at Saluzza, bringing his daughter and son them, attended in very honourable manner, and publishing everywhere as came along, that the young virgin, known to none but himself and them, should be the wife to the Marquis, and that only was the cause of her coming. The gentleman was not slacka, in the execution of the trust reposed in him, but having made convenient preparation, with the kindred, son, daughter, and a wolfy company attending on them, arrived at Saluzza about dinner time, where wanted no resort, from all neighbouring parts round about, to say high coming of the Lord Marquis's knew by the lords and ladies she was joyfully entertained, and coming into high great hall, where the tables were readily covered, Griselda, in her homely country habit, humbled herself before her, saying, "Gracious welcome, to the new elected spouse of FLLE Lord Marquis." All high ladies there present, who had very earnestly importuned Gualtiero, but in vain, that Griselda might better be shut up in some chamber, or else to lend her the wearing of any garments, which formerly had been her own, because she should not be so poorly seen among strangers. Being seated at table, she waited on them very serviceably. The young virgin was observed by every one, who spared not to say, that the Marquis had made an excellent change, but above them all, Griselda did most commend her, and so did her brother likewise, as young as he was, yet not knowing her to be his sister. Now was the Marquis sufficiently satisfied in his soul, that he had seen so much as he desired, concerning the patience of his wife, who in so many heart-grieving trials, was never noted so much as to alter her countenance. And being absolutely persuaded, that this not from any want of understanding in her, because he knew her to be singularly, he thought it high time now, to free her from these afflicting oppressions, and give her such assurance as she ought to have. Therefore, commanding her into his presence, openly before all his assembled friends, smiling on her, he said, "Vvht thinks la Griselda of our new chosen spouse?" "My lord," quoth she, "I like her exceeding well, and if she be so wise, as she is fair, which verily I think she is, I make no doubt but you shall live with her, as onely happy man of the world. But I humbly entreat your honour, if I have any power in me to prevail by, you would not give her such cutting and unkind language, as you did to your other wife, for I cannot think ye her armed with such patience, as should, indeed, support them, as well in regard she is much younger, as also her more delicate breeding and education, whereas she who you had before, was brought up in continual toil and travail." And the Marquis perceived, that Griselda believed verily, this young daughter of hers should be his wife, and answered him in so honest and modest manner, he commanded her to sit down by him, and said, "Griselda, it is now more than fit time, that thou shouldst taste the fruit of thy long admired patience, and that they who have dwughed me cruel, harsh and uncivil natured, should at length observe, that I have done nothing basely, or unadvisedly. For this was a work of premeditated before, for instructing what it is to be a married wife, and to let them know, whosoever he be, how to take and keep a wife. Percentage hath begotten, to me, perpetual joy and happiness, so long as I have a day to live with thee, a matter whereof I study before greatly in fear, and which, in marriage I thought, would never happen to me. It is not unknown to thee, in how many kinds, for my first proof, I gave thee harsh and unpleasing speeches, which drawing no discontentment from thee, either in looks, words, or behavior, but rather such comfort as my soul desired, and so in my other succeedings afterward, in 1 minute now, I purpose to give thee consolation, which I bereft thee of in many tempestuous storms, and make a sweet restoration, for all thy former sore sufferings. My fair and dearly affected Griselda, she whom thou supposest for my new elected spouse, with a glad and cheerful heart, embrace for thine own daughter, and this also her brother, being both of them children and mine, in common opinion of the vulgar multitude, imagined to be, by my command, long since slain. I am thy honorable lord and husband, who doth, and will love thee for above all women else in the world, giving thee justly this deserved praise and commendation, that no man living hath the like wife, as I have. So, sweetly kissing her infinitely, and hugging her joyfully in his arms, high tears now streaming like new let loose rivers, down her fair face, which no disaster before could force from her, he brought her, and seated her by her daughter, who was not a little amazed at so rare an alteration. She having in zeal of affection, kissed and embraced them both, all else there present being clearly resolved from the former doubt which too long deluded Hyam, the ladies arose from the tables, and attending on Griselda to her chamber, insignia of a more successful augury to follow, off her poor contemptible rags, and put on such costly robes, which, as Lady Marchioness, she used to wear before. Afterward, they waited on her into the hall again, being their true sovereign lady and mistress, as she was no less in her poorest garments, where all rejoicing for the new restored mother, and happy recovery of so noble a son and daughter, the festival continued many months after. Now every one thought the Marquis to be a noble and wise prince, though somewhat sharp and unsufferable, in the severe experiences made of his wife, but, above all, they reputed Griselda, to be a most wise, patient, and virtuous lady. The Count of Panigo, within few days after returned back to Bologna, and the Lord Marquis, fetching home old Janiculo from his country drudgery, to live with him, as his father-in-law, in his princely palace, gave him honorable maintenance, wherein he long continued, and ended his days. Afterward, he matched his daughter in a noble marriage, he and Griselda living a long time together, in the highest honor that possibly could be. V% at can now be said to the contrary, but flit poor country cottages, may yield as divine and excellent spirits, as the most stately and royal mansions, which breed and bring up some, rthy to be hog-rubbers, then hold any sovereignty over more woe-men? TV% air is any other, beside Griselda, who not only without a wet eye, but emboldened by a valiant and invincible courage, that can suffer the sharp rigors, and, never the like heard of proofs, made by the Marquis? Perhaps he might have met with another, who would have quitted him in a contrary kind, and for thrusting her forth of doors in her smock, could have found better succor somewhere else, rather hein walk so nakedly in the cold streets. Dionysius having thus ended his novel, and high ladies delivering their several judgments, according to their own fancies, some holding one conceit, others leaning to the contrary, one blaming this fling, and commending that, the king lifting his eyes to heaven, and seeing high sun began to fall low, by rising of the evening star, without arising from his seat, spake as followeth. Discreet ladies, I am persuaded you know sufficiently, high sense and understanding of us mortals, consisteth not only, as I think, by preserving in memory things past, or knowledge of them present, but such as both by the one and other, know how to foresee future occasions, are worthily thought wise, and of no common capacity. It will be, tomorrow, 15 days, since we departed from the ci5 of Florence, to come hither for our pastime and comfort, the conservation of our lives, and support of our health, by avoiding close melancholies, griefs, and anguishes, which we beheld daily in our city, since the pestilential visitation began there, wherein, by my judgment, we have done well and honestly. Albeit some light novels, perhaps attractive to a little wantoness, as some say, and our jovial feasting with good cheer, singing and dancing, may seem matters inciting to incivility, especially in weak and shallow understandings. But I have neither seen, heard, or known, any act, word, or whatsoever else, either on your part or ours, justly deserving to be blamed, but all has been honest, as in a sweet and harmonious concord, such as might well beseem the community of brethren and sisters, which assuredly, as well in regard of you, as us, hath much contented me. And hirefore, least by over long consuetude, some andling should take life, which might be converted to a bad construction, and by our country DECAMERONs for so many days, some captious conceit may rest out an ill imagination. I am of the mind, if yours be the like, seeing each of us had the honor, which now still on me, that it is very fitting for us, to return thither from whence we came. And so much rather, because this meeting of ours, which already hath won the knowledge of many dwellers here about us, should not grow to such an increase, as might make our purposed pastime offensive to us. In which respect, if you allow of advice, I will keep the crown till our departing hence, the which I intend shall be tomorrow, but if you determine otherwise I am the man ready to make my resignation. Many imaginations passed amongst the ladies, and likewise the men, but yet in the end, they reputed the king's counsel to be the best and wisest, concluding to do as he thought convenient. V% thereupon, he called the master of the household, and conferred wih him, of the business belonging to the next morning, and then gave the company leave to rise. The ladies and the rest, when they were risen, fell some to one kind of recreation, and others as their fancies served them, even as, before, they had done. And when supper time came, they dispatched it in very loving manner. Then they began to play on instruments, sing and dance, and Madame Loretta leading the dance, the king commanded Madame Fiammetta to sing a song, which pleasantly she began in Hles the song the chorus sung by all the rest of the company. If love were free from jealousy, no lady living, had less heart grieving, or lived so happily as I. If gallant youth in a fair friend, a woman could content, if virtues prize, valor and hardiment, wit, carriage, purest eloquence, could free a woman from impatience, then I am she can vaunt, if I were wise, all these in one fair flower, are in my power, and yet I boast no more but truth. If love were free from jealousy, etc. But I behold that other women are as wise as V% kills me quite, fearing false circuitry. For when my fire begins to flame, hers desires misguide my aim, and so bereaves me of secure delight. Only through fond mistrust, he is unjust, thus are my comforts hourly hot and cold. If love were free, etc. If in my friend, I found like faith, as manly mind I know, mistrust were slain. But my fresh griefs still grow, by sight of such as do allure, so I can think ye none true, none sure, but all would rob me of my golden gain. Lo thus I die, in jealousy, for loss of him, on whom I most depend. If love were free, etc. Let me advise such ladies as in love are bravely bold, not to wrong me, I scorn to be controlled. If any one I chance to find by winks, words, smiles, in crafty kind, seeking for that, which only mine should be, then I protest, to do my best, and make them know, they are scarcely wise. If love were free from jealousy, I know no lady living, could have less heart grieving, or live so happily as I. So soon as Madame Flammetta had ended her song, Dionysius, who sate by her, smiling said, "Truly, madam, you may do us a great courtesy, to express yourself more plainly to us all, lest, through ignorance, the possession may be imposed on yourself, and so you remain the more offended." After the song was past, divers other were sung beside, and it now drawing well near midnight, by the king's command, they all went to bed. And when new day appeared, and all high world awaked out of sleep, the master of the household having sent away the carriages, they returned, under the conduct of their discreet king, to Florence, where the three gentlemen left the 7 ladies at the church of Santa Maria Novella, from whence they went with them at the first. And having parted wih one kin salutations, flle gentlemen went high themselves best pleased, and the ladies repaired home to their houses. The end.